And I'm sure it could possibly take hours, but they're safe and sound and getting milk.
Always good news on that. And milk, maybe some cookies too at some point. Let me update you on stuff we've learned. Apparently, the Associated Press is reporting that apparently 15 minutes before the explosion took place, a call was made by a group claiming to represent Croatian militants. They called to take responsibility for the blast. One source told the Associated Press on that. The second source, a police official at the scene, confirmed that it was, in fact, a bomb responsible for this explosion. Fire authorities have also told our I-Team reporter, Joe Collum, that they don't think it was a bomb. So we do, in any situation like this, particularly in times of tragedy and in times of great disorder, you're going to have conflicting and sometimes confusing reports. But the fact that a phone call was made 15 minutes before the explosion does sound like that it may have been a bomb, and I'm sure they'll make that investigation their top priority.
As we mentioned earlier, a source told us that a bomb threat call to 911 meant the precautionary evacuation at the Empire State Building. Officials have evacuated or were evacuating that building. We don't know if it's completely evacuated as yet, but of course, with what had happened at the World Trade Center today, to hear a bomb threat, of course, you want to get everyone out just as fast as you can.
All right. We will continue with our coverage of the explosion at the World Trade Center today as Channel 9 News continues. We'll be right back with a special report.
The layout of the Secret Service area, I mean, something's got to be done if someone was able to get in there like that.
And again, as we said earlier, we live in such an open society.
That's true.
We're so vulnerable to this sort of thing. So vulnerable. Shall we give these phone numbers again in case somebody's worried about... let's go to Penny instead.
Do we have Penny?
John, before we go, I want to introduce you to somebody who works for Channel 5. We don't see him very much. I gotta congratulate you. How many flights of stairs did you run down?
110.
110. What was going on? What were you doing up there? You work for Channel 5, but you don't work in the Fox building. You work here.
I work at the transmitter, and I work for the engineering department, and basically take care of the transmitter down here.
So what happened today?
Around 12:20 or so, there was an explosion.
Did you feel it all the way up there?
The whole building shook. All the lights went out, the transmitters went down, we went off the air, we came back on again, and all of a sudden there was smoke coming up in the hallway. After a while, you just couldn't even see in front of you, there was so much smoke. It started coming in the room, it tripped off our fire smoke detectors, and after a while we finally got one of the doors open to go down one of the stairwells, and some of the engineers up there also came down the same stairwell.
Were there other people in the stairwells when you were going down?
Yes, coming down around 107th floor, we finally started running into other people coming down.
And what was their reaction? From what I understand, everyone was calm.
Yes, everyone was calm. We got around the 50th floor, I guess it was. All of a sudden, we lost the lights. And that was a little scary, you know, having that smoke. It seemed like the smoke was getting heavier as you went down. I had an oxygen pack with me that I brought with me, and we did manage to, we did have to use it, in fact, on the way down.
You know, you seem so calm now, and everybody,
I'm calm now.
John and Lynn, everybody I've been speaking with seem very calm. Is this like, you think you're kind of in shock, Harold?
I've been here 13 years at this location, and I've never seen anything like this. We've had slight smoke problems up there before, but nothing like this. It was a little shaken, you know.
Well, get warm, go in and have something strong. Thank you. Thank you. Also, on the Secret Service, I don't know whether you may have a question for me on this, John. You know I have some close personal friends in the Secret Service.
Anything to definitely confirm, Penny, that this was, in fact, a bomb planted in that area?
You know, when you have this kind of investigation going on, especially when you're speaking, you know, when it's a federal investigation, no, you will not probably get a confirmation for a while yet. For security reasons, that kind of thing. In the layout of the Secret Service, that's a couple of floors. The Secret Service has always kept it's cars in the parking lot here. But it's not like you would imagine where it's a major secure area where, you know, this is Secret Service. You can't park here. There are cars, Secret Service cars parked down there just like anybody else's. And it's not a hot, you know, it isn't the kind of thing, it's not hard to get to those cars.
I can bet you that'll change.
I would imagine so, especially if the investigation turns out to be that it was directed at any of the federal agencies here at the World Trade Center.
So from the best of your, sources, without official confirmation, that's what it was, a bomb.
Yes, absolutely, and that's what we've been reporting for the last couple of hours, that it was definitely an explosive device that was planted here. And now we're immediately, I would say at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, alcohol, tobacco, firearms were here. The FBI was here. The gentleman you just ran the interview with, the head of the Secret Service here, was in his office. So he had just walked out, ran into me and said, "Hey, Penny, how you doing?" I said, "Let me ask you about this." And he hadn't even heard about it. So this was right after it happened when you saw that interview.
All right, thanks, Penny.
Okay, we are going to go to St. Vincent's Hospital. We have someone on the phone, and unfortunately, I did not get the name. I believe the first name is Rock.
That's correct.
That is correct. Rock, what is your last name?
Tonkel, T-O-N-K-E-L.
And you are the president of St. Vincent's Hospital, I understand.
That's correct.
What is the situation there now?
Well, we're still receiving patients, although it's slowed down a little bit from earlier this afternoon. And as of a few minutes ago, we'd seen approximately 105 patients from the scene of the accident.
What kinds of injuries were we talking about?
Well, most of it has been smoke inhalation, and fortunately not of severe nature. We've had a couple with more severe smoke inhalation, and they're undergoing treatment now. We've discharged approximately 10 patients that have arrived, and regrettably, one patient who was brought in this afternoon at approximately 2:30 in cardiac arrest as a result of trauma received at the accident scene expired at that time.
Any indication how many people you're going to be keeping? How many more? You said you discharged 10. How many more you will be letting go?
Well, we're in the process of evaluating that now with our medical personnel, and we were hopeful that many of these less severe smoke inhalation cases will be discharged before this evening is over. I wouldn't want to give you a percentage at this point, but hopefully that will be many people will be able to go back to their families.
Yeah, I've been asking this question to most of the hospital people that I've talked with. Given the medical situation and the emergency room situation in the city of New York, were you equipped to handle the people that were brought in?
Well, actually, we were, and I think this is one statement of how well prepared we were. We went to a full disaster alert, which essentially means that the 350 house staff are asked to stay and be involved. 1,000 nurses did not leave their shift, and we were able to evacuate the emergency room with other patients, get them into other areas to be seen, and still accommodate these 100 patients. Rather remarkably, and I think to the credit of our personnel, they did an absolutely beautiful job. And really no stress or strain. We are getting supplies from our suppliers. We have adequate oxygen supplies, and I would say that all the practice that we go through routinely has paid off in this situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, that is J. Rock Tonkel, St. Vincent's Hospital. He is president there. And John, here's another case. The 1,000 nurses, did he say? Another group that gets bashed a lot. Everybody.
I think it's fascinating that the nurses, the doctors, the hospitals were ready for this, the cops, the firemen. Everybody handled this situation so well. I think we've got to start talking to the people, when the Port Authority and some of our politicians around here, and start cracking down on the buildings themselves. The buildings aren't ready for this sort of an emergency. But thank God the people
were...
Good evening, Roz. Actually, traffic here is still flowing right now, but we do have fire trucks out here and police. We have not seen any evidence of the bomb squad, but certainly we would assume that they have been here and may perhaps still be here. As we said, fire trucks have been here. They've actually been here since shortly before 3 o'clock this afternoon. The information that we have gotten so far is relatively sketchy. What we do know is that according to police, they got word of a bomb threat at the Empire State Building shortly before 3 o'clock. And that is when they began to take action here and began to evacuate people in the building. Now, we
give even the smoke more oxygen. You want to be sure to just use wet towels, and the building is still being evacuated. When you talk about a building this size, it takes quite a long time to hit every single floor, and it's just going to take a while.
Our research staff has just told us that this is the second anniversary of the liberation of Croatia, which corresponds, of course, to the fact that a phone call was made 15 minutes prior to the explosion. That would have made it around noon today, because the explosion took place around 12:15. A call was made 15 minutes before the explosion. A group calling themselves the Croatian militants claimed responsibility for the blast. And the fact that this is the second anniversary of the liberation of Croatia may in fact have something to do with it. Police Commissioner Kelly did confirm that there was a call, but they didn't say exactly what was said.
Of course, we heard from Dr. Lambert King earlier. He is the medical director at St. Vincent's. There was also a news conference held, too, to talk about some of those injuries. So we'll go to that videotape now and listen to the news conference held at St. Vincent's this afternoon.
The building rattled, the whole thing shook. We thought it was a massive bomb. There was confusion, chaos. The smoke was everywhere. You couldn't see, and when I was in the bank, everyone hit the deck.
We heard like a boom, and the building shake, and the lights flicker on and off. And then about 10 minutes later, they just would evacuate. So we had to come down the 72 stairs in these really narrow hallways. Really dark. Yeah, we all walked. It was very, very dark, very hot, a lot of smoke.
The worst part about it was the entire stairwell was locked down there. So if there was a problem, we were on the 16th floor. You couldn't get out. Once you're in the stairwell going down, that was it.
Did you fear? What did you hear?
Scared to death. There was nothing. There was no communication. We had no idea what was going on.
How did you get down? Did you have to walk?
We walked down 97 floors.
Were there lights on in the building?
The lights were on in the stairways, but it was so smoky that sometimes you couldn't see.
Terrible. I was on the 25th floor, and I had to go down, and then they asked us to go up again. It was just awful, and I was very lucky to be alive.
This is what we put over our face as we were coming down. This is how bad the smoke was.
Smoke is really bad up on, from 55 all the way up to 107. There's really thick smoke.
We came from the 82nd
were blocked out of light and filled with smoke. It got a little better below 50.
I just can't describe it. It's just like, just like that, moving. Unbelievable.
You ever feel anything like that before?
Never in a million years. Never in a million years, man.
Do you work up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
On 104.
Did you have any problem getting out?
But the only time, it was when the lights all went out in the stairs. So, from about 50 down, it was like walking in pitch darkness.
Was there a lot of people there coming down?
Yeah. It was packed, like sardines in. Unbelievable. Never seen anything like it in my life.
The building shook, the lights went out, and the phones went dead. That was it.
Unbelievable stories, and of course, real miracles that so many people have made it out safe, sound. Apparently, nobody really panicked.
Right, and we will get to that Dr. Lambert news conference at the hospital that you mentioned just a moment ago. That was not that tape. Those were eyewitnesses that we've been compiling throughout the day. We will continue with our coverage of the explosion at the World Trade Center in just a moment. So stay with us.
Celebration of the year is on.
Sure. Right now, we're confirming 4 DOAs at the scene around the explosion area.
Okay. Now, we had heard 5.
Well, one was pronounced at St. Vincent.
Okay. So it's 5.
Right.
Okay.
Also, approximately 228 patients were taken to area hospitals, including Beekman, Bellevue, Cabrini, St. Vincent's, Beth Israel, Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx, Lutheran Hospital in Brooklyn, and New York Hospital.
Mostly because of smoke?
Smoke inhalation and minor burns. Also treating approximately 200 patients at the scene. Also, if people are interested in finding out about their loved ones.
They are, Christine.
They could call 718.
Right.
416
Right.
7318. They're compiling a list of names.
Okay, good. That's the number that we've been giving out. They're having a hard time. That number has been swamped. I think it'd be great if you guys could set up another line somehow, because that one line is just really being overloaded.
Right.
You know, you got 100,000 people working those buildings,
right,
and
right.
That's an awful lot of phone calls for just one line. I know you're doing the very, very best you can, but from our vantage point, maybe you haven't heard it yet, but it would be great to get another line in there, and if you do, please let us know what that number is.
No problem. I will work on it, and I'll get back to you on
Thanks,
that.
Christine.
You're welcome.
We're going to go now to back to Penny.
Penny Crone, right.
John, I was just about ready to say that the helicopter traffic here, taking people down, taking police personnel from the roof and leading people down the World Trade Center has quieted down. However, Nassau County Police helicopter just landed. I mean, the scene down here is the backup that we're getting here. We're getting units from New Jersey coming through the Holland Tunnel. Now, we have been reporting all along that the personnel have been going to the top of the World Trade Center and walking them down. However, a pregnant woman who apparently works for CBS, and she works on the very top of the building, 110th floor, was brought by helicopter. She was literally plucked from the roof of the World Trade Center, brought by helicopter down. Obviously, she could not walk down, and she is in good condition. So she's one of maybe a handful of people that they did have to bring down from the roof. The rest were all walked down very quietly and very slowly, because as you can imagine, 110 floors is a long, long way to walk down.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to the rescue workers who had to walk up all those floors. With the tanks on their backs and so forth. The men and women who had to go through that. We all know it's a lot easier walking down than it is walking up. But thank God they are getting those people out of there.
Now, am I understanding, Penny, are you saying that everyone is out?
No,
I am not. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
It appeared at the time. Now, if Alan, can you show us that shot of that helicopter right now? You can see as night is falling, and this is quite an awesome shot, is the helicopter that, I don't know, gee, where's he going here? He may be going between the two towers, I'm not sure. He may be landing on World Trade 2, but there are still people that are on the upper floors, but they're bringing them down. And we're going to have a lot more throughout the night on this. So,
yeah, we had heard earlier, Penny, that they were shifting now a lot of the emphasis from 1 to Tower 2.
Yes, absolutely, that is correct.
So they are getting them out, and again, if you're in the building and you're listening to us now, they're coming to get you, so stay where you are, keep your head down, stay low. Fire's out, smoke should be clearing up soon if it hasn't already where you are.
Really?
And just be patient and
don't panic.
Don't panic. And if you're waiting to hear from someone or you're anxious to get a hold of someone, you can call that 718 number, that emergency service number, 718-416-7318. Don't call 911, whatever you do. Don't even think of driving into that area to find anybody. Here's another number you can call to find out somebody you're concerned about, the 212 number, 374-2303. That's the 212 number. Again, don't call 911. They don't have the information. Here's the 718 number for you, 416-7318. And if you're in the building now and you need some help to get out, you may want to call that 718 number to let them know exactly where you are, because they're working their way from the top of the building down, looking for everybody. Some people trapped in elevators, from what we understand. A lot of people, of course, just waiting inside the offices.
And from talking with the hospitals and also with EMS, our understanding also is that they've taken people to Beekman, to Bellevue, to St. Vincent's, and as far away as Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx. So there are a lot of different places that you could try to make contact with if you're looking for someone and you can't locate them through any of those numbers.
Right. Let's go now to see if we can get a hold of Chris Jones, what he has for us. Chris? Chris, you there?
John?
Yeah, go ahead, Penny.
John, I'm looking. Chris is a bit of a distance away from me, and as you said earlier, a few minutes earlier, this is such a confusing state with so much equipment and so many personnel. Chris, can you hear me? I guess he's out of contact at the moment. John.
Penny, are you able to see? Are there still people, as we speak, being walked out of the building by rescue workers?
Yes, the people are still being brought down.
Are they going right into ambulances or any other, Mabel, to
Some
just
of them
walk
are
away?
being brought into ambulances, and some of them are being brought across the street to the hotel that we've been reporting on, where they're trying to make these people as comfortable as possible right now.
Okay, terrific.
And as you said, you know, another interesting thing is there's no transportation in or out of here.
Right.
So you've got, oh, here's Chris. I was saying, Chris is here.
All right.
You know, when you get in
We
a
didn't
state
lose
like
him
this,
after all.
when you get in a state like this, you start worrying about your colleagues. Chris, apparently you had something you wanted to add.
Well, you were talking earlier, Penny, about the helicopters. What we now know, I think we're breaking news here, is that there are in fact 400 people still left in the World Trade Center at least. Unfortunately, there are also and I should add right away that these people are safe, but there's no way to get out. There's no way to get out from the middle floors. Apparently some problem with the elevator system, which means that they must walk upstairs rather than downstairs. They are now gathering at a rooftop, not on top of the roof, but just below the roof, inside, where they're being triaged, including 2 classes of school children who were visiting here. They're still inside the building. And now the plan is to evacuate these people, 400. Dangerous.
I think it's important that we both Chris and I both want to add that the 400 people that are still in the building now are safe. The fire has been out. If you're just now finding out about this, the fire has been out for more than an hour. So, so the people are safe, and the smoke must be less than it was, obviously, in the last few hours. So these people are safe. Now it's a matter of logistics, and if anybody can bring them out safely, I know these emergency service workers can.
Penny, we had mentioned earlier about these kids. They're from PS 191. We're told that they're all fine. In fact, they're from what I'm told, getting some milk and cookies right now and getting ready. This was a field trip of these kids, an observation day for them to go and take a look at the World Trade Center. I'll tell you, this is going to be one field trip that these kids will never, ever, ever forget.
Well, John, I have to tell you, of the mother of a small child, I think a kid would love this. I mean, this is the real thing for a kid.
Well, I'll bet these kids are, and they're getting, like you said, milk and cookies now. They're deciding whether to fly them out or walk them down, and you can bet if there's a vote, these kids are going to vote to be flown out. That's for sure, because that would be the end of some field trip.
Chris is reporting that they are planning on flying them out, and I can guarantee you that these children will be held like the most precious diamonds in the world. Wow. So for every mom and dad out there, I can tell you that your kids, I don't think, could be safer right now than where they are, because I know that these people and these police officers and firemen are going to take real good care of them.
That's for sure. And we also want to emphasize that if you are a mom or dad of one of these kids, don't drive down there to try to meet them, because you just can't get near that area. I got to believe that they'll be hand-delivered.
Oh, I'm sure.
One at a time, right to the doorstep.
Absolutely.
Or whatever. Unless they're just so doggone excited about flying out of there that they just start running around telling all their friends what happened.
Not ready to go home yet.
Not ready to go home yet. But they're all fine, thank God. And there are, as Chris said, 400 people altogether. Apparently they're going to fly a lot of them off of the roof. They're going to try and walk some of them down. They're going to get them out of there safe and sound.
Oh, I'm sure.
However they have to. However they have to.
It's probably going to take them, I'd say, a lot more time. Probably when you go on tonight at 10 o'clock, there'll still be something to report, and they'll still be getting people out of the building. But
we're going to have an awful lot to report tonight at 10.
It's going to take some time.
An awful lot to take tonight at 10. It doesn't seem as if we're going to be able to have much more to report, because we've been talking so much this afternoon, but the great untold stories that we haven't, that we're working on right now, that our reporters are out there digging out about, first of all, exactly how this happened. We hopefully will have that kind of information for you tonight.
Murder charges against Dr. Jack Kevorkian.
Shockwaves through the buildings where as many as 100,000 people were at work. Now, those are the photographs right now. You're looking at the explosion. That's the site of the explosion. Incredible twist of steel. The explosion killed now 5 people, as we understand it. 5 people confirmed dead, and well over 200 have been injured. There's been a steady stream of victims being taken to hospitals in the area. We have tried to tell you about that situation, but we also understand that there are people that are still trapped within those Twin Towers towers. And
Right.
hopefully the rescue workers are going to reach those people before long.
And by the way, many of the injured have been taken to St. Vincent's and to Beekman Hospital. So if you need to make calls to find out if anyone, your loved ones might have been injured, that's where you'd call. Now we've got Louis Riccio, I believe, of the Emergency Medical Services, I'm not sure. Of DOT, excuse me, Department of Transportation, on the phone to give us an update on how the city has been just paralyzed by this disaster today. Mr. Riccio, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Can you tell us how traffic's moving, not moving, whatever?
Well, downtown is totally gridlocked here because we've frozen the area around the World Trade Center as far north as Canal Street, and the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is completely shut down, which means everyone who normally drives down the west side or down the FDR Drive that uses that is being forced to go over to the Brooklyn Bridge, which is open but completely jammed right now. The area is cordoned off down here. We absolutely have to have this space down here for emergency vehicles, particularly the ambulances, EMS response teams, to get people who are still being treated and get them quickly to the hospital.
300 people, perhaps even more, have been injured so far. There are still people trapped in some parts of the World Trade Center. Firefighters, as you just heard just a few moments ago, are still working on trying to bring those people down and rescue them. At least 3 hospitals, especially in the lower Manhattan area, are working on trying to alleviate some of the problem with the injured. They're taking care of those. Traffic is still backed up in lower Manhattan. You are suggested not to go into lower Manhattan for anything at this point. And the police and the FBI are now still investigating the possibility that it was a bomb that caused this explosion. Also, one more thing with the Empire State Building. That building was evacuated. People are still not being allowed to go back in because of a bomb threat there as well. We're going to turn it over now to Bill Butel, who continues this story with Eyewitness News at 6.
Thank you, Roz and Greg. And next on Eyewitness News, as we continue at 6, continued coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center. 5 people dead, hundreds injured in an explosion and fire that ripped through the PATH train station beneath the Trade Center this afternoon. Smoke pours out of the World Trade Center. Thousands of people are still trapped inside. And some officials are saying the devastation could have been caused by a bomb, as the rescue efforts that have been underway all afternoon continue. Those stories and a good deal more next on Eyewitness News, so stay with us, please.
We still have not located one of the 2 classes. The other group of kids is making its way down the stairs with firefighters leading the way. We're told that they're now on the 94th floor and all are okay, but they are very tired. As we said, one group has been located from that class trip, the other one has not, but the effort is being made, and we always want to remain optimistic and hopeful and keep that faith, as we say.
It'll be okay. Yes. Everybody's working in their favor. We thank you for being with us this hour of this extraordinary day. We are going to continue now with the Channel 2 News exploration of this terror in the towers, as we are calling it. Jim Jensen and Michelle Marsh are next.
This is Channel 2 News at 6.
The latest on the disaster at the World Trade Center. An underground explosion killed several people, injuring hundreds more.
Good evening, everyone. For thousands, it was a day of terror in the Twin Towers.
And the search for the cause of this explosion is now in the hands of, among others, the FBI and the New York City Police Bomb Squad.
Before we go on the air at 10 tonight, so we will have the complete wrap-up for you on the 10 o'clock news at 10, and we will tell you everything you need to know about what happened this afternoon. We'll see you then.
Thanks for being with us.
Team, now Eyewitness News.
Good evening, I'm Bill Butel. It could have been a bomb. So say some fire investigators about an explosion that touched off a deadly disaster at the World Trade Center today. 5 people are dead, at least 300 people are hurt. Thousands were trapped on the upper floors of the building, and hundreds are still trapped. The explosion ripped through the PATH train station below number 2 World Trade Center. That caused the ceiling to collapse on hundreds of riders. The injured were rushed to hospitals in the area, suffering from smoke inhalation and from other injuries. And we begin now with Tim Minton at the scene. Tim?
We're now 5.5 hours since this explosion broke out, really 5 3/4 hours at this point. And the police said about 2 or 3 minutes ago that they still believe they've got about 200 people more to evacuate. Now, this happened at 12 o'clock. There was the sound of a bang. Then all of a sudden...
18 p.m., World Trade Center Tower number 1 became a tower of smoke. Hundreds of workers and visitors were first stunned by the sound of the explosion, then attacked by clouds of fumes and debris.
We felt a loud bang. We heard a loud bang and the building shook. And that, I mean, you know, a 110-story building and that shakes. That was scary.
We
could see there was emergency lighting in the stairway until we got near the 40th floor, and then the lights went out and it was pitch black and you couldn't see at all. And that was the second time when we thought this is it.
Arriving ambulances were confronted with 2 dead victims, literally hundreds of injured, at least 15 hurt seriously by flying debris.
It was either a gas explosion or a bomb. It's the only 2 things I could think of, but you know, that's up to investigation by now.
I wouldn't characterize it as a crater. It's not a crater. What is it? It's damage to a slab.
The key question, of course, remains exactly what caused this explosion. There have been rumors which we will not report. What we can tell you is that while the police department is saying officially that they are ruling nothing out, but also at this point explicitly not ruling anything specific in for sure, the fire department, through sources, is saying that its investigators, the fire marshals, do believe that this was caused by an explosive device. But once again, the police have not confirmed that, and the FBI and other federal agents are now here to try to nail down exactly what caused this blast at 18 minutes past noon. Jim Dolan has been following exactly what happened from the first moments when he was down in the basement or close to it as people were being evacuated. Jim, what's the latest on that? Well, Tim, final safety, ground zero, came for thousands of people who were in the World Trade Center this afternoon at the end of a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, a stairway that ended on the ground floor where medics waited to treat the hundreds of people who had been trapped inside.
It was an endless stream of people that continued for hours, emerging from the stairwell, soot covering their faces, and stepping for the first time on the ground floor. For some, it was a journey that started 100 or more floors higher, a darkened, smoke-filled staircase, their only lifeline to safety.
We were all breathing this down. We had hot people up there. We didn't have anybody taking care of them. I'm telling you, it was a mess.
There were people injured and no one taking care of them.
Nothing.
They let the women who were pregnant go on down, and everybody held their calm, did real well. Just the smoke was terrible.
And many of those women were in no condition to be breathing smoke or walking down 100 flights of stairs.
It didn't stop. The smoke was getting thicker, thicker, and thicker.
As you went lower?
Yeah.
You were with 2 women?
2 women, one of them 2 pregnant women.
Once outside, clear of the smoke, broken glass rained from the floors above. People still stuck in offices above, breaking windows to get clean air.
Help each other out.
Keep on walking. Thank you very much.
It was terrible. I came from the 64th floor in the aviation department, and it was miserable. At first, we was told to go down the wrong stairwell. Then we came back and went down the right stairwell, but it was really a scary experience.
You can imagine how scary it was. This rescue operation is a long way from over. You may be able to hear in the background, just a football field or so away from where I'm standing, helicopters. Those helicopters are preparing to go up to the top of the #1 World Trade Center tower to evacuate as many as 100 or 150 people who are still upstairs for reasons we can't yet determine. We have not yet been told. Those folks were not able to walk down the stairway, the long stairway that leads to the ground floor. They are preparing to send helicopters up to evacuate those people. There have been some helicopter evacuations, but very few. They are beginning to make efforts to enlarge that process and get a lot more people off the top of that tower. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
And another dramatic component of the disaster at the World Trade Center was the underground rescue at the PATH station. Rescue workers tried frantically to free scores of riders who became trapped when the ceiling of the station came crashing down. Compounding the nightmare, no power. Hundreds of people plunged into darkness.
Dark, it's wet, and there's a few people in there, and they're not sure how many. We got a couple out, but I don't know how many people are left in there.
I was blown across the room. Everything went black, and it felt like a tomb. Then the lights came on, safety lights, so we ran out just trying to find a way out.
The explosion was a huge one, and it tore a crater 180 feet wide in a wall just above the station. There were hundreds of people in the station when the explosion happened. Some of the hundreds of injured were treated right at the...
Why and how? Live from the World Trade Center, I'm Chris Morgan. Back to you in studio.
Chris, do you think it was just coincidence that the bomb went off near where the president's car resides and where Secret Service cars are and where CIA vehicles are?
that would be conjecture on my part. All we do know
Yes.
that area is both public and private. Certain sections being public, certain sections being private. As to whether or not the individual who placed that bomb, if there was such an individual, if he knew that, well, that's open to conjecture, and I don't want to do that for long.
All right, Chris, fine. Thank you very much. Lisa Castleman's been down at West and Vesey Street all afternoon, talking to people as they've been coming out of the building full of soot and smoke and shocked and dazed. And for another report from Lisa, we go back there and Lisa Castleman.
Well, good evening, Jim. And as you can see behind me, now 6 hours after this explosion, there are still people being brought out, people who need oxygen and are receiving it right here, over here by the ambulance. They're obviously freezing cold and being wrapped in blankets. I can't tell you how many ambulances are here, but it's as far as the eye can see, and this is a clear night. They've been bringing people out from the very few moments after this happened. We have some tape of what it was like around here earlier today, and I'll describe the scene for you. Basically, I can tell you it was a very long rescue effort that is not over yet. Some people were let out with flashlights, others were airlifted from the roofs with helicopters. Some had collapsed and had to be carried out. A fireman told us he saw about 10 people in an elevator who had collapsed. He said in a half an hour they might have died. Others walked down the smoky, dark stairwells, choking as they tried to come out of the building. We talked to some of the victims and the rescue crew members throughout the day. There are hundreds of stories and hundreds of victims, many stories, certainly, that will be told for days to come. Here's what they said.
We got the guard called, and something was, I don't know what's the matter. They're buying some sort of explode. And everybody's stuck in the stairs. I mean, everybody could have died. Yeah. It's a lot of smog. You can breathe. You can breathe.
And we had a big exploding bomb. It seemed like it was a bomb like that. But the guy was near me was getting really, really hot. Then he couldn't do nothing. I trying to pick him up like that. Then all my clothes get bloody. Then I run up and tell the other people that we need an ambulance.
The smoke was very black and very thick. And thank goodness we had water in the office, so we wet handkerchiefs, and it helped. Was going down the stairs, you know, there was smoke.
You went down the stairwell?
Yes, but it's fine. It's getting better now. But we had to wait over an hour in the office before we could go down.
What was that like, having to wait, not fully understanding what happened?
It was scary. It was scary, yes.
The lights in our offices in the hallway flickered and then went out, and moments later, we were able to smell smoke all the way up 58 floors into the tower. So we headed for the emergency stairwells. And our lights were on in the stairwells, but there was considerable congestion. And unfortunately, at almost every landing, the doors to the inside hallways were opened either from someone on the inside or someone from the outside. And that gradually increased the smoke level to a very great level of discomfort.
We heard reports earlier in the day that some of the emergency doors were locked in the towers. Mike, did you find that to be a problem?
We did. We came from the 86th floor of Tower 1, and it became so smoky around the 51st floor that they told us, word came up from the 44th floor that we couldn't go any further. Go to the nearest open door and go to an outside office and barricade yourself in there. Which we did on the 51st floor. It appeared as we walked down the stairs, I noticed that every third floor or so was open, and it would tell you where the next open door would be, and it seemed to be like I said, every third floor. In fact, after we got to the outer offices on 51, we were in a consulate, and there happened to be a news program on, and they said that the fire had been put out. It got so smoky in our floor that a consensus was done around the people, and we broke out a few windows just so we could breathe. We literally could not see across the conference room to the next wall.
Did any of you suffer from smoke inhalation? Did you have to receive treatment?
Nobody that I knew. We had quite a few people on our floor, but we kept low to the floor, and once we broke out a few windows, and essentially on all four sides of that floor, we did get some good ventilation.
There were clearly people who were in greater need of emergency help than I or the colleagues with whom I descended. But that doesn't mean that our throats aren't a little scratchy and our eyes weren't watery.
It did take us a long time to get out, of course. We started out around 12:30.
stories. He fell and he went head first and into the fire. We thought we wouldn't see him again, and somehow he's in the hospital doing well.
You told me that you thought that he had died.
Definitely thought he expired. Definitely. He fell into the fire, and we heard nothing. We heard a mayday, and then it was nothing.
And we heard that he had a radio initially, and he was saying that the fire was getting closer to him.
He mentioned that the fire was getting closer to him. He kept breaking up on his radio. He couldn't hear him. We asked him to turn his pass alarm on. He turned that on. The other firefighters were working their way from below, helped them. It was like I said, it was a supreme effort on the whole fire department to pull Kevin back to life.
And then the other voices just got fainter, you said? You didn't hear them anymore?
Well, at that point, our only concern was Kevin, and that was all that was in my mind.
You told me that your father used to work with Rescue 1, and he was at the 1966 building collapse where 12 firefighters died, and you said you thought of that today.
That came to my mind when I seen the collapsed floor and the fire below, and Kevin slipping, and it just brought back memories of stories told to me about that particular incident.
Now, Kevin covered himself with some kind of debris to protect himself.
He managed to drag himself. He couldn't walk. He had broken his leg. He couldn't walk, so he dragged himself away from the fire, got himself under a door, and the door acted as a fire shield, and it protected him till members could get him.
And we're told that after about 45 minutes or so, a team of fire rescue workers were able to get to Kevin Shea and pull him out of the hole. As the firefighters mentioned, many other people apparently were trapped in chunks of debris, and we don't know how they fared. We do know that 104 people were brought here to downtown Beekman Hospital, Kevin Shea among them, with a broken kneecap. We understand he's doing well. A lot of other people suffered from smoke inhalation, lacerations, and bruises. Early on, someone said they thought that this was a car bomb or an explosion in a car that caused this in the parking garage. Back to the studio.
Mary, so those voices of the people they heard in the rubble are probably voices of people who are no longer with us.
No, that's very possible, Jim.
Thank you, Mary. Michelle.
Right now, the official death toll for this disaster stands at 5. We know of more than 200 injuries. Tony Guida is at the command center now. He has more on the investigation for us. Tony?
All right, Michelle, we have moved from the command center back here to the roof of our truck. And before we talk about the officials who were speaking to us at the command center, let me add as a postscript to what Mary Murphy was reporting that I talked to a firefighter who was in that hellhole, and I guess that's about the most apt description, with the captain, the fire captain who was injured that Mary was talking about. The firefighter that I spoke to, his face covered with soot, he looked more like a coal miner than a firefighter, was talking about a situation in which the floor had collapsed beneath them without them knowing that an explosion had taken place. They arrived on the scene, these firefighters, thinking they had come to a fire. They had no knowledge there had been an explosion. The fire captain plunged through the floor. He thought both of his legs were broken. It was dark, acrid smoke, cars on fire, a terrible situation. Anyway, we'll have more on that later. As to the officials who were briefing the press earlier today, let's start with First Deputy Mayor Norman Steisel, who of course is filling in for Mayor Dinkins. Here's what he had to say.
There was a great deal of smoke caused after the explosion. It filled the 3 buildings that are here.
The smoke, we're speculating right now that it was probably the material of the cars that were burning.
This is a massive complex. There are 250 elevators. There are people still trapped in the building or stuck in the building. Power is out in many areas. There are no lights in the buildings, and we need to help them evacuate.
I estimated 80% of the buildings have been evacuated. A lot of people have self-evacuated, just walked down the stairs. And we're up now to the 50th floor, at least the 50th floor. How tough has it been for your men down there? It was an extremely difficult situation.
Track them down, who were trapped in this World Trade Center disaster today. The police hotline number is 212-374-2303, 212-374-2303. Now, for information on people who were injured, you may call the EMS hotline. That is 718-416-7318, 416-7318. And there is an emergency line set up at downtown, New York Downtown Hospital, also known as Beekman Downtown, where most of the injured have been taken, about 150, and that number is
312-5000. And don't be too discouraged if you do get a busy signal. That does happen quite a bit because obviously a lot of people are trying to get through.
Well, we talked earlier that officials, just for precautionary reasons, were evacuating the Empire State Building, and Mike Morris is standing by there right now. Mike?
Straining an already thinly spread out emergency response system. Today, police closed down this world-famous landmark, the Empire State Building, in response to a phone call about a bomb scare. Earlier today, the fire department was here. We spoke to some fire department members, a lieutenant who said that the bomb scare came in for the 58th floor. He checked the 57th, 58th, and 59th and found nothing. We talked to a woman who walked down 51 floors. Her hands were covered with black from the staircases. And she said that the elevators were operating, but they were all jam-packed as they went from floor to floor to floor. Obviously, they become filled up with more people. We also talked to some people who were on the 29th floor of the Empire State Building. They said that the police came up and said that there had been a bomb scare call to evacuate immediately. An organization called the Nurses Service Visiting Care, they were supposed to have a party today. They took all their food and brought it out here onto the sidewalk. There was $2,000 worth of food sitting on the sidewalk in front of the Empire State Building. There was talk earlier of bringing in the dogs, and just a few moments ago, a bomb vehicle from the police department came screaming by and went around the block. So right now, the Empire State Building is closed down. There's nobody inside except police and some cleaning people, and there's no telling when it's going to be open. They haven't had a briefing, but obviously that's because they're busy elsewhere. Reporting from 34th Street in Midtown Manhattan in front of the Empire State Building, I'm Mike Morris, News 4 New York.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And obviously, the implications of this, if it is a terror bomb as suspected, deliberately planted where it was, are much wider than New York City. They are international. And in Washington, D.C., as we told you, that they've been beefing up security around the Capitol buildings. Police in Washington have been told to stand by and not go home this evening. And that's apparently in response to what has happened here in New York. It seems fairly obvious. As we told you earlier, the explosion destroyed some Secret Service cars, reportedly, including one used by the president when he is in New York. And as you just saw, there was a bomb threat at the Empire State Building as well. So this story continues to add new dimensions beyond the immediate disaster, and we will continue to cover it tonight.
Another situation is that it's rather messy out there, and we want to give you a little update on the weather now from Al, who's in the Weather Center. Al?
The second class, we have word from the teacher already that that class is on its way down. She has been able to call in on a periodic basis whenever she could get to a telephone, so she has been able to keep parents here posted. At first, those youngsters were on the 107th floor. The teacher said they were very frightened at first, but then building employees tried to entertain them, and they gave them balloons and they had them singing and dancing. So that kept order and kept things from getting out of hand. She did say the children were very tired. They were finally able to start on their way down. They did reach the 94th floor before they had to stop because they were so tired. For the parents here, this has been a nightmare, waiting, not knowing where your most precious possession is. Now, I hear some commotion in the other room right now, so I'm just waiting to find out whether or not we have news of that class that has so far been unaccounted for. In all, there were 5 classes on a field trip at the World Trade Towers. 3 classes were able to get out, but the 2 classes were left behind and were trapped in the building. Let me see if I can find it. Did you hear anything new just now from the telephone call? You didn't. All right. Thank you very much. We were speaking to the principal here earlier and asking how he was dealing with all of the parents, and he said they just opened up the school because, of course, they're all concerned and they're all worried and they're all waiting to hear that the children are okay. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Oh, just a second. The principal's right here. Yes, what did you hear?
I just spoke with Miss Tessariero.
Now, wait a minute. That is the teacher of the class of children unaccounted for.
She's on the 35th floor. They're on their way down.
How are they?
They're fine. They're all together. One of the older children that was with her on the trip, she said broke his foot.
Oh, my.
But everyone else is fine, and they're in the... They have police and fire with them, and they will be brought back to the school.
How are they getting that youngster down? Are they carrying him?
I believe they're carrying him down.
Thank you very much. That's certainly good news. Back to you.
Joyful news.
Oh, wonderful
Thank you,
news,
Roseanne.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have David Dinkins on the phone now from Tokyo, I believe. Mayor Dinkins?
Yeah, hi, Jim.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Concerned about our city, of course.
Yes. Well, we just had some very good news. I don't know whether you heard it or not, but there were several groups of kindergarten children from PS 95 in Gravesend, Brooklyn, that were missing for a while, and the last group has just been found in fine condition on the 35th floor. But you should like to know that.
Oh, God bless them. That is
Yes.
good news. Thank you.
And the police and fire have been doing a remarkable job today, Mayor.
Well, that's the report I've gotten. You know, this occurred at about 12:18 p.m. New York time,
Right.
which is
what time is it there?
Well, that's about 3 o'clock here.
AM, PM?
I'm sorry, about 1 o'clock, 1:30.
What time? What time were you informed of this? How fast did you get the news?
I got the news at about 3:25.
PM, AM?
Osaka time.
Which
you know,
is?
AM.
AM, okay.
Yeah, I was awake in roughly 3:25, 3:30 in the morning, and we've been in constant communication with both the police command center through my intelligence unit that's with me, and of course with Norman Steisel, the first deputy mayor, who has been at the scene and in City Hall. I also put in a call to the president and was able to speak with President Clinton to express my concern, and he, of course, is concerned. I thanked him for the federal assistance that they're giving us by way of investigation to pursue the whole question of whether or not this was, in fact, an intentional situation that is a bomb.
They're not certain yet.
No, they're not. Certainly don't rule it out.
No, that's for sure.
Now, how does the situation at the Empire State Building concern you?
Well, as yet, they can't make a connection between the two, but they're evacuating the Empire State Building, of course, to be on the safe side.
Mayor, are you going to be coming home shortly? Will you be coming
Yes,
home?
as a matter of fact, we plan to come home tonight. I would be in New York at about 4:40 p.m. Saturday.
All right.
It is. We leave here at about that time on Saturday and arrive in New York about the same time because there's a 14-hour difference. I thought for half an hour or so we considered whether or not to try to get an earlier flight, but that did not seem to make sense since I wouldn't be able to communicate with the City Hall and the command post from the air. So what I did was to cancel a trip to Kyoto that we had planned for this morning, and I'm staying here at my desk and keep me in close touch with New York.
So you're going as per your original schedule?
Yes. Well, I'm returning as per the original schedule, but I'm canceling other events that we had here for today.
It must have been a very difficult day for you to be so far away when something this terrible has happened.
Well, that's true, and the good part is that everyone there, as far as I can tell, are performing exceedingly well. The acts of heroism by the emergency service people. New Yorkers seem to come together at times of crisis like nobody else.
Mayor David Dinkins, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Take care.
You too. Take care and safe trip home.
Thank you.
Godspeed. Mayor David Dinkins talking to us from Osaka, Japan. He'll be arriving back in New York 4:40 p.m. Saturday afternoon. And that concludes Channel 2 News at 6 o'clock. We'll take a brief pause, and then we'll be back with a special report. A special report now on terror at the towers.
Good evening once again. We're back with our continuing coverage of terror at the towers. The evacuation continues at this hour. As you know, the towers are 110 stories tall, and people are still coming down at the
lights
tower.
on of the 110-story towers which dominate the skyline of Lower Manhattan. All the power is off. On the ground tonight, emergency crews from the fire, the police, and other investigative agencies are looking for the cause of the explosion and still in the dark going through the almost 100 floors looking to see if there are any people. The scene earlier, more than 100,000 people either working the building or visiting it on any given day, having to grope their way down and out. At least 5 people were killed and nearly 500 injured. Our first full report is from ABC's Mort Dean.
The underground explosion was so powerful, it rocked even the top floors of one of the Twin Towers.
We were on 96th floor.
We were sitting right there doing our work, and all of a sudden we heard a loud bang.
Oh, there was a huge explosion that rocked the building.
Down darkened stairwells choked with soot and smoke, thousands of workers groped their way to safety. It was a frightening and exhausting experience.
It took like 2 hours to get down. People were passing out, and it was horrible.
But as we went down, the smoke got thicker and thicker in the stairways.
Those who feared they would not make it down to the street instead escaped to the top of the Twin Towers, 110 stories above Lower Manhattan. Some of them were evacuated by helicopter. Many were trapped in elevators or in their offices, and some punched holes through the building's thick glass facade to gulp fresh air or wave SOS signals.
Watch out, watch out!
The glass beads hit the street like deadly hail. The roof of a commuter train station under the building collapsed. The explosion occurred underground, apparently in a multi-story parking garage. We are 1 floor below street level in what was a parking garage. This is an example of the tremendous force of the explosion. Cars just ripped apart. 3 floors of this garage have collapsed, one on top of the other.
We encountered tremendous fire. We have partial collapse of the floors inside the garage. We've got another victim we found in the garage, brought him out.
Federal officials have been called in to investigate the possibility that it was a bomb that caused the explosion. As more and more people were rushed to hospitals, the rescue and search effort continued. The huge task of going door to door and office to office, while also locating and looking into the more than 200 elevators in the complex that stopped operating when the explosion occurred. Morton Dean, ABC News, New York.
This 110-story trade center complex is so large it has 2 zip codes of its own. 60,000 people work there, another 90,000 go in and out every day, as we said. It's only about 20 years old, and there are questions today. Did all of its safety features work as they should have? Here's ABC's Jim Hickey.
As home to more than 600 businesses, the World Trade Center is like a small city. Some of the people who work here said they ran into locked exit doors as they tried to escape. Many of them said no one told them how to get out.
Simple, no announcement, no nothing. We just learned from one lady that we're supposed to walk down because there's nothing working.
Fire safety experts say it is the responsibility of the building's management, the New York, New Jersey Port Authority, to coordinate evacuation in emergencies. They also say the greatest danger in building fires is often not the flames, but the smoke. High-rise buildings are supposed to have devices that prevent smoke from circulating through air conditioning and heating ducts, or up stairwells and elevator shafts. Yet World Trade Center workers, their faces black with soot, encountered heavy smoke as they groped their way down stairwells.
That place is a death trap. Let me tell you something. There was smoke where there shouldn't be smoke.
Matters may have been made worse when people trapped in the building propped open doors and broke outside windows, which are not designed to open, to get fresh air. That could have created a chimney effect, drawing smoke throughout the building. Other questions include what happened to the backup safety systems. Some of the office workers said even emergency lights went out, lights that are designed to stay on when everything else quits. That problem might have been compounded when electricity was cut off to prevent more fires from starting. One more consideration. Some fire experts say the severity of the explosion could have simply knocked out all the backup systems. Jim Hickey, ABC News, New York.
We've one more report. As happens in this electronic age, no sooner had the chaos erupted at the Trade Tower complex than all the local television stations rushed to the scene in force, and before long found themselves doing more than covering the story. Here's ABC's Jeff Greenfield.
In the inhaled gas.
Throughout the day, television was not just covering this disaster, it was at the center of it.
Once again, that number from EMS if you want information about injured people, somebody in your family, a loved one.
There was no communication between authorities and those stuck in the Twin Towers. The 911 emergency phone lines were jammed, but there was constant communication between many offices in the World Trade Center and television newsrooms.
There never was any panic. Nobody's gone off the deep end, so to speak.
Some of New York's most familiar faces found themselves offering information, advice, and words of comfort.
But the thing that we need the most is a little information.
John, what floor are you on again? Refresh our memory.
This is the 95th floor
95.
of 2 World Trade Center.
We have a number for you to call, John. Take good care, all right?
Yeah, well, we haven't broken into the sake locker yet, but...
Dislodged some ceiling tiles. above your head. And if you take a couple of the tiles out, that gives about 3 more feet of space for the smoke that's in your area to go up.
Local stations were also using their airwaves to advise those trapped.
Right, call it, you'll get some reassurance.
But this may have been of limited help, since all but one of New York's VHF stations transmit from the top of the World Trade Center. They were knocked off the air and were seen only on some local cable systems and on a few suburban UHF stations. One of the most dramatic exchanges occurred on WCBS, where the broadcasters worked hard to calm the concerns of those still trapped.
Well, there's a pregnant woman who works with us up here, and a lot of people are panicking.
What are you doing for her?
Well, we put it down on the floor, and she's just very nervous.
Tell him to calm down. We're going to try to get help to him.
Okay.
The fires are out.
You're going to be fine.
You'll be fine. They'll be there very shortly.
On an ordinary day, afternoon television is a blend of melodramatic soap operas and melodramatic talk shows. Today in New York, reality was more than enough drama for anyone. Jeff Greenfield, ABC News, New York.
There'll be more on this explosion at the World Trade Center later this evening on Nightline. 5 people killed, 500 almost injured. Nightline will have all the latest details. In a moment, we'll go on to the other news. The economy was healthier at the end of 1992 than most people had thought.
Site at the top of the tower when the explosion happened. Debbie Matute described how she was rescued by helicopter from the top of the building.
And then when they came back and actually landed, I felt much better, and so did everybody else, knowing that they could land up there and take us away. I felt a lot of relief.
Now, as you can see, there's still quite a bit of activity outside the World Trade Center. There are still ambulances for as far as you can really focus. There are a couple of people still receiving oxygen here. We thought a couple of hours ago that all this was actually slowing down, but every once in a while, more and more people emerge from the building, wrapped in blankets, on stretchers, many of them, and brought right over to here where they receive oxygen. Now, for the past hour and a half or so, there has also been the Red Cross, which is roving around here providing warmth, coffee, refreshments for the people who have been working on the scene here since it happened, now well over 6.5 hours. It's still quite an ordeal. It doesn't look like it's going to quiet down here for several hours to come. Reporting live from the World Trade Center, I'm Lisa Castleman. And back to the studio.
Lisa, this is Michelle Marsh. Have you heard anything or seen any of the kindergarten students from PS 95 in Gravesend, Brooklyn?
I'm sorry, you said, have I seen what?
Yeah, the children, the kindergarten children who were trapped inside the building have now gotten out, and I was wondering, they found them, they're fine. Have you heard anything more about the class of kindergarten children?
Oh, no sign of the children at this point. I certainly have not seen any children emerge, but again, from this vantage point, and then there's an area where we can't go through, but from this vantage point here, we have not seen children. Of course, they're coming out from various other parts of the building, and we've asked around here, and so far nobody here knows about them.
Okay, but again, for the parents, everything we hear is that the kids are fine.
And Lisa, you must be pretty weary and cold yourself being there for 6.5 hours out in the weather. So get some nourishment, all right? Now
I'm sorry, what?
Get some nourishment. You yourself must be tired being there 6.5 hours already.
Something about 6.5 hours, Jim, but there's a lot of static.
I'll talk to you later, Lisa. Okay. Michelle, you were mentioning before about the energy it requires to walk down all those 110 flights. What about the firemen walking up with Scott packs, the condition you have to be in to do just that? And speaking of condition, we go now to downtown hospital correspondent Mary Murphy. We're
going over that area, B1 and B2, where the bomb exploded, with a fine-tooth comb, trying to dredge up any elements they might find which might help them to identify the makeup of that explosive device. And even as they're doing this here in New York, that voice tape to 911 of the individual who announced himself to be apparently a member of the former Yugoslavian Republic. A question as to whether he meant Croatian, Serbian, or Bosnian, that's still up in the air. But that tape is now in Washington and will be going through a voice analysis as members of the FBI's lab try to identify, one, the accent, and two, if possible, the age and ethnic background of the individual involved. So all of these investigations are taking place simultaneously, both in New York and in Washington, as law enforcement tries to get to the root, the bottom. One, who put the bomb there? What was the composition of that bomb? And of course, the bottom line, why? Live at the World Trade Center, I'm Chris Morgan.
Chris?
Back to you in studio. Jim, yes, Jim.
Chris, you heard that Police Commissioner Kelly won't concede yet that it was a bomb. He won't say that it was. He still it needs more investigation before to make that ascertainment.
I know he's saying that, and of course that is the only position he will possibly take at this moment until the ATF, that's the explosive experts of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms units, finally say it was in fact a bomb and will be able to identify the type and makeup of the device. He then is taking the middle ground of neither confirming nor denying, and that's the position you would expect him to take at this moment of any investigation.
Chris, thanks very much. Chris.
Well, it certainly has been a long day for rescue workers on the scene. We're going to go now live to Deborah Riccardi. She's with the Red Cross. Deborah, good evening.
Hi, Michelle.
How many people do you have on the scene, and tell us what you can about the rescue efforts?
Well, we have at least 50 disaster personnel on the scene, and they're doing a number of things. They've got canteens with blankets and hot beverages for the disaster workers and the victims who are out in the street and who are cold. And we're also going to the hospitals. We sent disaster mental health workers to the hospitals to follow up with the injured people and to work with their families to calm them, reassure them. Coincidentally, we were having a disaster mental health conference at the Red Cross today as a follow-up to December's coastal storm, and many of those participants cut their day short and went out to provide disaster mental health services to the victims of this World Trade Center explosion.
Did you say disaster mental health?
Yes, exactly. These are mental health professionals that specialize in disasters and the trauma that's caused by disasters.
And you think a lot of these people will need special help in that particular area following this, right? They may not have been hurt physically, but there's a psychological trauma.
Oh, absolutely. And the people who were injured, whether it was, a major injury or slight injury that are at the hospital, are the people who need it most. So we're following up with them first, and then perhaps at some point we'll be able to reach more of the people who are traumatized by this event.
Do you deal with any of the families of the deceased?
Yes, we do. In fact, we have mental health workers at the medical examiner's office where some families are going to inquire, trying to find out if their loved ones were killed, and we'll be with them as identifications are made.
All right, Deborah Riccardi from the Red Cross. I know it's been a very tough day for you, and your workers are doing a very fine job, and we thank you for being with us on the phone today.
You should tell your reporter there to stop by the Red Cross canteen and get some nourishment. They do have hot drinks.
If I can get Lisa to understand me, I'll do that.
If we get the static out of her ear.
Exactly.
That's right. All right, Deborah, thank you very much.
Nice offer. Yes.
We're going to go live now to Mary Murphy. She's at downtown Beekman Hospital with the latest on the patients being treated there. Mary?
Well, Michelle, we are at Beekman downtown, although one of the ambulances behind me says St. Vincent's. That's because patients have been transferred between various hospitals all day long. A couple of new patients were just brought in a couple of minutes ago with oxygen masks on. Apparently, they may have suffered some smoke inhalation in the explosion or whatever it is that happened at the World Trade Center. I also, a couple of minutes ago, met a detective who works for the NYPD FBI Joint Terrorist Task Force. I asked him what he was doing here, and he told me interviewing some of the people who are in the hospital. He wanted to find out whatever information he could about what they may have seen in the moments prior to that huge explosion. Other than that, this is basically the command center for the first line of attack in treating the people here, because this is the closest hospital to the World Trade Center. We've been here since just about 12:30 this afternoon, very soon after that explosion. And it was, like I said earlier, a medical madhouse. Ambulances just coming every couple of seconds, it seemed. Their sirens blaring. People with soot over their faces, oxygen masks on, some with broken limbs. The ambulances came from all directions, depositing victims at the emergency room door on stretchers, many people gasping for air. Those who could speak talked of being trapped underground in the sub-basement levels of the World Trade Center.
We crawled out from under rocks, so I don't know. I can only talk for the basement 2 level. Total darkness, walls, concrete walls have collapsed. People are crawling out from underneath that. It's horrible down there.
How many people do you think are trapped there?
In my shop, there's about 40 guys trapped on the walls, at least, just in my shop alone.
I was making 27 for some people, and all of a sudden I heard explode, and that was it, so everybody started running. Look at me, I have asthma. I don't even have my coat.
Smoke was incredible, and I didn't know if
where to go. I couldn't see anything.
One of the first patients who was brought to Beekman, one who was covered with blood, told his doctor that he believed there was a car explosion in the basement.
I believe he was inside the garage. Something exploded. It looked like a vehicle exploded, and he was blown backwards. And that's the only thing he remembered, that there was an explosion.
A lot of people in there, and I must compliment Beekman Hospital. They had it on the ball. They knew exactly what they were doing. Their trauma unit I give them 100%. Excellent job.
Well, tell me what happened with the firemen.
Kevin Shea was one of the firemen from Rescue 1, had fallen about 2 flights through some of the collapsed floors and broke his kneecap.
So what kind of shape is he in now?
Fine. He's fine. He's going to stay. He'll need surgery for the knee, but he's fine.
Now, we are told that firefighter Kevin Shea of Rescue 1 is in surgery at this hour. He does require an operation on his broken kneecap. We also told you earlier this evening that Kevin Shea was a hero 2 years ago. He was part of a very dramatic fire rope rescue on a building on 7th Avenue. He actually went over the side of a building with a rope around his waist and rescued 2 men from a burning building, men who would have died if he didn't get to them. And this afternoon, apparently, he fell into a crater down about 30 feet at least, and he had to cover himself with debris so that the fire and the flames would not get to him. Right now, I am with a familiar face to you from this afternoon's coverage, Debbie Matute. I don't see her too often. She's a colleague of mine from WCBS. She makes the transmitter work so that we can bring you our live coverage every day. And she actually was a patient here at Beekman Hospital. She was brought here about 4 o'clock, suffering from smoke inhalation. I'm just wondering how you feel now and what the doctors did inside.
I feel much better. They gave me oxygen, and I also got some saline solution. They checked me out, checked blood pressure, temperature. They were very thorough. And considering what's going on in there, I think they did a really good job.
Now, you were on the 110th floor, and you finally got down by way of this, how?
Helicopter.
I think you probably told Channel 2 about that earlier today.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
The helicopter actually came up right next to your window?
No, it came up on top of the roof. It landed on the roof. They got some lights and antennas off so that they could land the helicopter down. They sent a couple more policemen down and other emergency people. They let them out, and I got evacuated. I don't know what happened to everybody else up there. You know, I'm concerned about that, but I'm sure that they're okay.
So you were stuck there for what, about 3.5 hours?
It was about 3 hours. I'd say about 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours.
And it was quite smoky up there as well?
On the 110th floor is very smoky, and the smoke, right after the explosion it happened, the smoke was quite quick. It came up to the 110th floor.
Now, we've been hearing that this may have been isolated initially in the sub-basement level, and the smoke traveled really that high.
Yes, probably because of the elevator shafts, and because it's cold out, it drew the smoke up very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And it
What is the scene like inside the emergency room? We understand there are more than 100 people there. I understand it must be crazy because they have the cafeteria now, used as a makeshift emergency room.
It's, everybody is walking around doing their job, and they're very efficient at what they're doing. It looks a little hectic. Sometimes it seemed to be a little quiet, but there were people who knew what they were doing and just going at it and doing it.
Well, thank you very much, Debbie. We're going to go back to the studio now, and we're glad you're better.
Mary, a comment to Debbie that when her baby's born and grows up enough to understand what's going on, she's going to have to tell him some story about his helicopter ride.
Jim said you'll have a good story to tell your baby when she's born.
Very true, very true.
Now for the latest on the investigation into what did or did not cause this explosion, correspondent Mike Taibbi.
Jim, how are you? I'm back at the scene right in front of the World Trade Center in the Vista Hotel. I just spoke with Deputy Fire Commissioner Harry Rittenberg, who's been quoted before today, and I related to him what Tony Guida had reported before, that Police Commissioner Ray Kelly had said that at this point, he and the department are not ready to confirm that this is a bomb or that it's not a bomb, that further study was required. Deputy Commissioner Rittenberg just told me, no, it was a bomb, it was a big one. He went on to say that we estimate that it was 200 pounds of C4 plastic explosive. That's a plastic explosive in a car bomb in effect, and a very, very big one. Their estimate based on the damage that was caused in that level, that B2 level, that Chris Borgen was talking about before. Once again, Deputy Fire Commissioner Harry Rittenberg saying that their estimate right now is that the cause of the bomb was about a big bomb, he said, about 200 pounds of C4 plastic explosive. That's his estimate right now. I don't know what level of analysis he's had. If we get more, we'll pass it on. Right now, this is Mike Taibbi reporting live. Back to the studio.
Mike, as I understand it, usually if C4 plastique is detonated by a remote control. It has wires in it. And usually it's set off by a radio device, by somebody a considerable distance away from the site of the explosive material.
That could be done. There are any number of timers that can be used for that, Jim, as you know, and as our experts know even in more detail than we do. But you're right, that can be either detonated by remote control or with a timing device. But the fact that it's that type of explosive, if in fact that's what it is, and Deputy Commissioner Rittenberg says that's what it is, would narrow it down to the type of explosive that is most often used by terrorist groups. We don't know that for a fact right now, of course, but that's the estimate right now that's being given to us.
Mike, thank you.
All right, and one more reminder for you that the CBS News with Dan Rather will air at 7 p.m. tonight. And we'll be back at 7:30 to continue our coverage of this story. Now, back to the matter of rescue efforts. We're going to go now live to Charles DiGaetano. He's on the phone with us. I know it's been a very long day for you, Charles. This has been over 6 hours now since this disaster happened. What's the scene like now? Have things quieted down at all?
Oh, it certainly is a distinct change from the earlier hours when this first unfolded. We are still seeing some patients as they come to our treatment areas, as they are led to our treatment areas by the police and fire department. We also have established a secondary triage or treatment area within the World Trade Center itself, I believe on the 43rd floor, to divert the main triage area from being inundated with patients as they leave the building. But things have calmed down somewhat. It's just been a tremendous effort on the part of our EMTs and paramedics, as well as the firefighters and police officers.
We're looking now, Charles, at videotape of the crater, which was the epicenter of the explosive device, which the fire commissioner says was probably plastique or C4. I just want to tell you that that's what we're seeing while you're talking with us about the rescue effort. How many ambulances and people were involved today? Do you have any idea?
Yes, we've dedicated over 100 units, including ambulances, specialty units that contain portable generators, decontamination equipment, field communications units, as well as our oxygen delivery system vehicles, and numerous EMTs, paramedics, and supervisory personnel.
You know, a few minutes ago, we were talking to some firemen. Mary Murphy was talking to some firemen who heard voices of people buried in the rubble, and as they tried to get near them, they couldn't because they had to take care of, to rescue one of their brethren, the fire officer. Are you involved at all with going into the rubble and looking for survivors or bodies of dead people?
The primary mission of our folks here at EMS is to render emergency care. Usually that's done in such a way in which not to endanger our personnel, and the primary rescue efforts are undertaken by the police and fire agencies.
Well, Charles DiGaetano, your people are doing a splendid job today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Now, back to what might have caused this explosion today. Despite the report you just heard from Mike Taibbi on the possible cause of this disaster, Mike was talking about a 200-pound bomb, C4 plastique. Here now is what Police Commissioner Ray Kelly had to say.
We have not determined the origin of this explosion.
Commissioners, we want to talk about a bomb.
That has not been determined. We're still not able to get into the building to get at the origin of the explosion. There were some calls made claiming credit for a bomb. There were a total of at least 7 calls that were made. We're not going to give you the specific statements. It's just our policy as far as these calls are concerned. And we have formed a task force to look into the possibility of it being a bomb with the federal agencies in the New York City area.
So we have a bit of a dispute as to the cause of it. It'll be ironed out shortly. The police commissioner choosing to come down on the side of caution, I suppose, saying that he didn't think at this point it's a bomb, whereas the fire commissioner thinks it does. We should be knowing that in the next few hours, I suppose. Now we'll go back to the World Trade Center and my colleague, correspondent Brian Williams. Brian.
Hello, Jim. As far as Lower Manhattan, a status report, everything's still locked down, emergency vehicles only. We can report some power, some light lights on about 1/2 to 2/3 of the way up the World Trade Center. Otherwise, the Twin Towers are eerily dark this time of night. This has been such an extraordinary day. Think of the hundreds, thousands of households in the New York area where someone has come home this afternoon, this evening, saying, "You won't believe what happened today. You won't believe that I was in a stairwell coming down, some of them 100 floors to ground level." And sadly, think about at least 5 households in our area where they've lost a member of the family. The death count we're going with right now currently standing at 5. Let's hope it goes no further. The injuries numbering 250 by mid-afternoon. That really counts those treated on the scene here by EMS. A lot of people needing oxygen, a lot of people needing smoke inhalation. EMS had to set up kind of a hybrid system of oxygen where they would use several tanks, and then they were taking many, many tubes off those oxygen tanks, putting the masks over people's faces so they could try to breathe normally. People were coming out almost instantaneously after the first explosion, the first subsequent fires, coughing, wheezing, their faces coated with soot. A very, very frightening afternoon. The elevators out. There you are with thousands, hundreds of your co-workers crammed into stairwells trying to get out to breathe free in the streets here in Lower Manhattan. Back to you.
Brian, thank you for a good summing up of terror at the tower.
All right, and once again, the death toll for this disaster stands at 5, and over 200 injuries reported today. Now I am told over 400 injuries
and that figure will
from this, and the numbers are changing all the time. That concludes our special report for now at Terror at the Towers. Dan Rather's next with the CBS Evening News. We'll see you again at 7:30 with more coverage. Good night.
Good evening.
It's a lot of smog. You can breathe. You can breathe.
A powerful bomb rocks one of the world's tallest buildings, the World Trade Center in New York.
You knocked down a lot of fire,
A massive effort above and below ground to rescue thousands trapped by smoke and rubble. There are deaths.
Where's the ambulance?
We'll have a complete report, including a live update from the scene. This is the CBS Evening News. Good evening, Dan Rather reporting. It was the noon hour here in New York City. The Twin Tower 110-story World Trade Center was crowded with workers. Without warning, a bomb exploded beneath the building in downtown Manhattan, touching off a fire, filling the skyscrapers with smoke, and sending the ceiling of a train station crashing on top of commuters. CBS News correspondent Scott Pelley is live at the World Center with the latest. Scott?
Dan, we now know that at least 5 persons are dead. More than 200 have been injured in what federal authorities now call a car bombing. They have confirmed that now to CBS News. They believe it was a car bomb because of the extensive damage to the parking garage. Apparently, at least 3 floors were blasted through. Also, there was extreme heat. It is said that some parts on cars were actually melted. It was an explosion that shattered the lunchtime routine here in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, we need a block a hole, please. I was trying to. I can't get it.
It's a lot of smog. You can breathe. You can breathe.
Something blew. Something big blew. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Just after noon, an immense blast roared through the subway station beneath Manhattan's landmark World Trade Center. Within seconds, thick, acrid smoke shot through all 110 stories of the #1 tower, leaving tens of thousands of people in the dark searching for a way out.
We didn't think we were going to get out. We didn't think we were going to get out at all. I figured they'd just come and find 150 dead bodies up here.
The explosion blew a 180-foot hole in the basement, which holds an underground parking garage and the train station where several subway lines converge. The ceiling of the train station collapsed. Some victims were apparently killed here. Almost 2 hours after the blast, people were still coming out, some having climbed down more than 100 stories. In a nearby evacuation center, several survivors said they received no evacuation instructions, emergency lighting failed, and some emergency exits wouldn't open.
There was no evacuation procedure. It was chaos because you didn't know whether the fire was below you or above you. You didn't know which way to go, and it was just madness.
The stairs were just packed with people, and we managed to get down to, I guess, about the 3rd floor, and the door was locked. The emergency door was locked. We couldn't get out.
The owner of the building, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, says all exits were open, but it admits the emergency communication system was knocked out.
We lost the communications system in the Trade Center as a result of the explosion. That meant that we could not give the normal notices that we do through the public address system. It was unfortunate that we did not have that system, but the system was disrupted by the explosion itself.
Let's go get oxygen.
The towers of the World Trade Center are the 2nd tallest in the world. On any given day, more than 100,000 people pass through the complex. Tonight, there is no structural damage to the towers, but both are smoke damaged and without power. We are told this evening that there are still some people apparently trapped in the building. Firemen are breaking into elevators and still finding some people. No more bodies have been found at this point, but one assistant fire chief told me it would be a miracle if no more bodies were found in the building. Tonight, all 3 major airports in the New York area are at a heightened state of alert. There is fear of terrorism. Several groups have called in claiming responsibility for this blast, but the police still don't know who did this or why. Dan?
Scott Pelley with the Night Watch at the World Trade Center Live. Thanks. The World Trade Center garage where the bomb went off is used by the Secret Service. That raises serious and troubling questions about presidential security and the possibility of international terrorism. White House correspondent Susan Spencer is at the White House this evening. Susan, what are they saying about all this down there?
Well, Dan, in fact, earlier today there were reports that, quote, presidential limousines had been destroyed. As nearly as we can determine here, no car that Mr. Clinton personally would ever use would have been in that garage. He will be in the New York area on Monday, but the car that he uses travels with him. It's a special armored car. It stays with him under Secret Service guard. As for heightened security around Washington, there has been some tightening of security on Capitol Hill, but here at the White House, everything appears to be completely normal and routine, and aides say that at the moment they have no indication that there's any reason to react otherwise.
Susan, any indication that there's a suspicion or not that this could be connected to the president's decision to drop supplies into Bosnia?
Well, that obviously is a question that is on their minds, but at the moment, they say there just isn't enough information to know, first of all, whether this is terrorism, much less who did it. So right now, they're just waiting for more information.
Susan Spencer, live at the White House. Thanks. There were as many as 100,000 people in and around the World Trade Center today when the bomb went off. For many, it was a frightening day that they will never forget. Correspondent Giselle Fernandez has that part of the story.
Once survivors reached the safety of the ground, all anyone could talk about was the chaos of the rescue effort. Inside the skyscrapers, it was pitch black, filled with smoke. No one seemed in charge.
We had no communication at all. At one point, about halfway down, the emergency lights went out. And again, we had no communication. It was wall-to-wall people.
Attorneys Sean Minahan and Ken Petronio said it was total confusion up there.
You really couldn't listen to anyone. That was the scariest part about it. You had to kind of go on your instincts. What you felt was right because no one around you knew anything. It was like a herd instinct.
There were no alarms or anything to alert everyone. I mean, the only alert that we had was the smoke coming in.
People with authority really didn't have much of an idea. When we were coming out, one man told us to go this way, and it was the wrong way to go.
The explosion and confusion completely paralyzed all of Lower Manhattan, but it also frightened the tens of thousands of people who work in the many skyscrapers surrounding the scene of the accident. People who never before thought twice about working so high up in the air, today started asking, what should I do if it happens to me?
I'm expecting, so I got very upset and just nervous.
When you saw this happen, were you worried about your safety?
Absolutely, yeah.
What were you thinking about?
How I would get out of being that high up. What do I do to get out?
Firefighters on the scene said knowing how to get out of the building is the #1 way to stay alive.
You should know, whether it be at work, or at home, or wherever it is, where is that stairwell from where you work? When you move around, you should always know 2 ways out. You should know how many doors there are, how many cubicles are between your space and that exit stairwell.
But if you don't know where the exit is, firefighters say stay calm, stay low, and don't break any windows. So what do? You don't know whether to open the door if the smoke's coming in? What is the first line of action?
Well, what you should do is get down low. Feel the door with the back of your hand. It's the most sensitive part of your hand. If the door is hot, don't open the door. Then we know that the Red Devil is behind there. We're not going out there. If it's not, and it's cool, and you feel like you want to go out that way, get down low, open the door a hair, and see if a lot of smoke rushes in. If that's the case, then you want to close that door and wait.
As many left early for home, they called for stricter fire safety standards for the towering high-rises of the city. Many said if they're going to work high up in the air, they want to make sure they can get down quick in a crisis. Giselle Fernandez, CBS News, New York.
There was a bomb scare at another famous New York skyscraper later this afternoon, the Empire State Building, about 3 miles north of the World Trade Center. Workers and visitors were forced to evacuate Empire State as a precaution after a bomb threat. Police conducted a floor-to-floor search of the 102-story Empire State Building. No bomb was found. Now, how high is the risk to you in a high-rise building? Correspondent Bill Lagatuda has been reviewing skyscraper safety.
Whenever there's a fire in a high-rise, city dwellers everywhere shudder. Could it happen in their office, in their apartment building? How safe are we, people were asking today, and remembering scenes like these. The MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, 1980. 85 people died. The lesson of the MGM fire was that many older buildings in America simply had not been made as fire safe as the newer ones. The MGM Grand did not have fire sprinklers. With them, experts later testified, no one would have died. When a bank tower in Los Angeles burned in 1988, older buildings here didn't have to have the latest fire safety devices. One man died, and the law changed. Now in LA, for example, all commercial buildings built before 1974 must be retrofitted with sprinklers. Most other cities have similar codes too.
Sprinkler systems, by far, are the most important piece of equipment, fire protection, if you will, to limit the spread of fire in a building.
The laws vary from community to community, but in general, high-rise buildings are much safer today. Those put up in the mid-1970s and later probably do have sprinklers. Refitting older buildings is a slow and expensive process.
You have elevator shafts and stairwells and all of the communication from floor to floor for communication cabling and so forth. Those are all paths for smoke.
Experts say there is no way to make all high-rise buildings truly safe. Much depends on how people react in emergencies. How many of us, they ask, know the nearest fire escape, for example? What happened today has Americans in tall buildings looking again at their surroundings and at themselves. Bill Lagatuda, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Straight ahead on the Friday CBS Evening News, a new report says the economy is improving. So, why do we need the Clinton stimulus plan? We'll deliver a reality check.
All right. I mean, there was smoke, and then the lights went out, and I'd say about 70 floors we had no lights.
There are still people in there, and they are still being rescued. There are people who've been trapped in elevators all this time. It's almost incredible that this thing happened around 12:30, and as we're working and trying to get more information, we still see people being brought out in blankets with their faces blackened with smoke, some of them actually coming out on stretchers, some in better shape than others, but all of them talking about an incredible experience, to say the least. Let me also say that the expectations are that they may also be finding some more bodies in there. As far as we know, there are at least 5 fatalities confirmed at this time. Also, about a year ago, you may remember last year, a fireman who was involved in a heroic rescue from Midtown. There was a lot of spectacular video when he rescued some people from a roof. Really incredible stuff. That firefighter was here, and he's been injured, and he's in critical condition in the hospital. Obviously, there's a lot more that we're going to know between now and tomorrow. I'm going to turn it back over to you in the studio.
Pablo Guzman, thank you.
And we'll be back in just a minute with more of this special coverage of the disaster at World Trade Center.
It was the first fresh breath of air these people had inhaled in hours, and the first time they could see anything more than the person on the stair in front of them. But as they emerged from the smoke-filled stairway, their faces darkened with soot, handkerchiefs covering their mouths, the fear began to fade into anger.
That place is a death trap. Let me tell you something. There was smoke where there shouldn't be smoke. I was on the 107th floor, and we heard the bang, and that place filled up in 5 minutes.
Well, first we was told to go down the wrong stairwell. Then we came back and went down the right stairwell.
Falling glass rained from above. People still stuck upstairs, forced to shatter windows in order to breathe clean air. That created a dangerous path for those waiting to evacuate the building and those on their way out.
Keep on walking, thank you very much.
Hundreds were stuck on elevators in the World Trade Center. Only some of those were able to work their way to a nearby floor, where they too had to begin the dangerous trek down the long, darkened, smoke-filled stairway.
We heard a boom, and the building shook, and then the lights on one half of the building went out, not on my half. And people started saying we better evacuate because they smelled smoke. So we went to the stairwells, and we got down, I guess, the first 78 floors without a problem, and then we hit traffic.
There were no alarms at first, except we knew, I mean, the smoke was flying into the hall, so we knew that it was real and something was going on. And it was, at first, we were just flying down. It wasn't very crowded, but then it got really crowded at about in the 60s or so, and then it got really hot. And but people were surprisingly calm for the most part.
Nobody was spared from the smoke-filled climb down the stairs. One after another, pregnant women emerged, some after inhaling the smoke inside for hours.
You were with two women. Two women, one of them, two pregnant women, and I was taking the rest down. We were making a chain down with the pregnant women.
Did you think
it's the worst thing I could ever say could ever happen to anybody, because there are a lot of people still up there that aren't going to get down for hours, and the smoke is extremely thick.
Well, that is still true at this hour. There are still a lot of folks stuck upstairs. We don't know how many. Rescue workers don't even know how many. That door-to-door, floor-to-floor search is still going on right at this hour and will be going on well into the evening. Now, as we were into that videotape package, just as we were into that package, the lights on the lower floors of the number 2 tower went on. They are expecting to be able to put those lights on section by section in the 2 towers over the next several hours. That, of course, will aid the rescue effort and any efforts to find people who are injured and trapped inside. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Jim, that is really a good and important piece of information that you shared with us just before you signed off in terms of the lights being on in the lower level. Did police and fire rescuers tell you when the power would be restored all the way up?
They don't know, and in fact, they won't know probably until just moments before it's all done. That's because every time they have to switch on another set of lights and the power to another area, they have to make sure that all of the electricity is taken care of. That is so that they don't start any fires, so that they make sure that people aren't in any dangerous places. So they have to check each area individually, and each section is only several stories high. The section they just put on above the Vista Hotel is maybe, I'm looking at it now, you can't see it on the camera, but it's maybe 15 stories at a time that they are putting up. Of course, these buildings are 110 stories high, so that could take some time.
People in the elevators, Jim, had a very tough time. To your knowledge or to your suspicion, are there many people still trapped in elevators in any one of the towers?
You know, they didn't think there was anybody still stuck in the elevators when they found that when the people from the 43rd Hook and Ladder found those folks stuck in that elevator. They think everybody is out, but again, there's a lot of elevators. This is a very big building, so there are a lot of elevators to check, and so far as they know, they think everybody is out, but they're not sure.
Jim, just for a point of clarification, just because the lights are on in the lower 15 floors, that does not mean that the elevators will start to work again,
No,
right?
Absolutely not. It's a completely different set of electricity. It's a completely separate bank of electricity.
And your suspicion is it's going to take quite a while still before the evacuation is anything like complete?
It would have to take an awful long time, Bill. It's a meticulous search. Remember, many of these floors are smoke covered. If you've ever been in a fire, you know that the smoke is so thick you can't see very much. So when they get into these, each of these offices, they first have to clear all the smoke and then make sure there's nobody stuck inside. With all of the thousands of offices in these 2 towers, that could take a very long time indeed. Of course, they have a lot of people here to do that search, but it could take a very long time to get that done.
Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Let's go to Gwen Williams of the Port Authority. Are you there, Miss Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Williams, can you tell me how much longer you think the Port Authority thinks the evacuation is going to take?
It'll probably take a couple of more hours. As far as we know, everyone is on their way down out of Towers 1 and 2. We know that there are a group of people on 43 in the 2nd tower who are disabled, and we're trying to get them down now.
What kind of disabled? Are they in wheelchairs or what?
People who can't walk downstairs.
I don't know if you heard Jim Dolan's report, but he said within the hour they just opened an elevator and found several people inside. What do you know about the possibility that there are more elevators full of people that are just being opened?
Well, as far as I know, we have been doing a floor-by-floor search. I can't speak to about people who are on the scene right now.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
However, they will be doing the complete search to find out if there are any people left in any corners or in any elevators.
Ms. Williams, let me ask you a question about mechanics. How do you go about getting the smoke out of a building where the windows don't open? You have to just smash windows, or do you have an exhaust fan?
Answer that.
Pardon me?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. The fire department probably could best answer that question.
But it is true that normally those windows do not open.
No, they don't open.
Any background in terms of, Jim Dolan also told us in the preceding report that lights are coming on in the lower floors. Have you heard anything about that in terms of the restoration of power?
They will be restoring power as the safety situation allows them to. So that's probably will mean throughout the night they will be putting on section by section.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Williams. We'll probably be back to you later on tonight when we have our later edition to wrap up this story for the evening. Scores of emergency and rescue crews took on one of the biggest tasks of the day, which very simply was a very important one, saving hundreds of lives. A job that was made even more difficult by the smoky, perilous conditions inside the towers. And Bertha Coombs has been following that part of the story all day, and she is live now at the World Trade Center. Bertha.
Bill, I'll tell you, I talked to some firefighters this afternoon, and they sound very frustrated. They said having to climb up flights of stairs and trying to help people, and in this case, there are thousands of people there, and you want to stop and help each individual, and the more you stop to help one person, the slower the process gets. That's the frustration one firefighter told me. Another firefighter told me about frustration of being down in the lower levels, in that garage, of hearing people cry for help and not being able to get to them because of the fire down there. That's where things were very intense today. But of course, for everyone in the World Trade Center today, this was a very hard afternoon. Workers trapped on the highest floors of the World Trade Center say they kept waiting for rescuers to arrive, and they waited in vain.
We have people in wheelchair. We had no help for them at all. Nothing. We're walking down dark, pitch dark, whatever stairways. There's no fresh air at all. We were up there for 2.5 hours.
We were pretty much on our own. There was no fire alarm or anything like that up there. Just there was a loud bang and the building kind of shook. And there really wasn't anybody up there.
We were on the scene and it was handled professionally.
More than 100 floors of stairs and smoke made the rescue slow going on those high floors. One pregnant woman had to be evacuated by helicopter from the roof. But the real horror story here was in the garage level of the World Trade Center. That's where the explosion was, that's where the fire was. That's where firefighters were seriously injured, and they found people dead, trapped in their cars.
There was a man still sitting in his car, and you could tell he was dead. And I didn't even get close to him, because as we were getting into that area, our man got hurt, and that's what we were concerned with. But as far as I know, he was dead.
And that firefighter who got hurt fell about 60 feet when the floor gave way, and they tried to get to him. It took a while. They suddenly had to rescue one of their own. His air mask had run out. He had to have other firefighters there to comfort him, and we believe that he may have broken both of his legs in that accident down there when the floor gave way. That is also an area where they're concentrating on the search right now. In a sense, it's a twofold operation at the World Trade Center. They're trying to get to the highest floors, to people who may be trapped up there, and they're also going down to the deepest levels of the building in the garage, where there is a huge crater, and they worry there may be people trapped under the rubble. This is a program here, a problem that is going to be going on all night, and workers are going to be working into the night until they found the very last person, if there is still someone trapped in the World Trade Center. We're live in Lower Manhattan. I'm Bertha Coombs, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Bertha, as you know, Mayor Dinkins is thousands of miles away from all this tonight. He is in Osaka, Japan on business, and he was notified of the explosion shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon. The mayor has asked First Deputy Mayor Norman Steisel to keep him up to date on the situation until he returns. Mayor Dinkins is scheduled to take off for New York first thing in the morning.
Well, naturally, traffic is a mess, has been a mess since early afternoon all around the World Trade Center.
Is more arrogant.
Conversation is exactly what happened today, why it happened, the kinds of the scene, the incredible chaos that occurred right after the explosion, and the relatively orderly scene that occurred when they were evacuating. We talked to scores of people just after they came down those flights of stairs today.
And it was an hour and 15 minutes to the bottom.
This man just walked down over 100 flights of stairs. From windows on the world was trembling.
As I thought it was a bolt of lightning. We heard a loud boom, and it was just panic. It was just chaos. For about the first 20 minutes, we had no direction. It was just terrible.
The scene in and around the financial center was almost surreal. Brokers, traders, clerks, and cooks, some stumbling home, semi-dazed, smudged with soot.
Anybody above 25 is a problem, I'll be honest.
Was it tough to breathe?
Yeah.
Policemen were in there with their lights, and they made like a path, and they kept yelling, follow the light, follow the light. So I just looked from light to light, and I finally made it out.
Others gazed at the streets, blanketed with emergency vehicles, all blinking like Christmas. Today, many felt their gift was life. Where were you?
83rd floor.
The 83rd floor? You got soot all over.
John?
Oh.
Yeah, that's when the guy just came out from the building and everything's okay.
Situation in the cafeteria, they call, there's 200 people trapped on that floor. We're working our way up there now.
Okay, which floor, Chief?
They gave a bunch of floors, 45th to 85th, everything.
Virtually everyone we spoke to, people who had walked down 80, 70 flights of stairs, said that people were amazingly orderly.
Firemen were wonderful, the police were wonderful. We all stuck together, and we really were scared. The lights were blinking on and off in the stairwell.
Everyone stuck together and calmed each other down, and that's how we made it out.
So New Yorkers were well behaved this time around.
Very well. I'm proud to be a New Yorker.
We're so happy.
We are at the intersection of VC and West right now. Of course, the scene behind me, still a blanket of emergency vehicles, all blinking. Most of the people have left for the day, but of course, since transportation has been interrupted, a lot of people inside the building are at the bars and so forth. They're saying, look, we're waiting, doing the best with having to wait to get across to New Jersey. Apparently the only way that they can get across is on the ferry. Everyone's speculating exactly what happened. Of course, we've heard about the bomb threats and all. Dave Browdy's with me right now. Dave, the police commissioner just gave us his best knowledge.
Mary, yes, he did. And what the police commissioner is telling us is that they have not been able to confirm that it's a bomb or that it's some sort of a terrorist incident, but they have received a total of 7 different phone calls from 7 different people saying that they set off whatever it was. They have not discounted anything. They have not accepted anything. They are simply investigating. And investigating means getting to the bottom of a very large pile of rubble on the L2 or B2 level, depending on which part of the World Trade Center you are in. It's about 20 to 25 feet underground that the explosion went off. Now, a lot of people are wondering how they're going to get home, whether they're going to be able to come back to work on Monday. 100,000 people work here. And as we look up there, a sight that I've never seen in all my years in New York, World Trade Center Tower number 1 blacked out. But a promising sign, World Trade Center Tower number 2, just beyond it, which had been dark until the past half hour or so, now has some lights that are coming back on. So
no excuse for anybody.
Well,
you gotta go to work on Monday.
You gotta go to work if you work in World Trade Center number 2, or so it would seem, although the official announcement is yet to come. PATH train commuters particularly hard hit because the ceiling collapsed into the PATH station down here. Now, they have a suggestion for you if you want to get home or get into the city on the PATH. That is, use the line that goes to 33rd Street rather than the one that comes down here to the World Trade Center. That, they say, is operating and operating normally, and you'll be able to catch a subway line back downtown. But as to the World Trade Center, they say that the damage here is substantial. We spoke with the chief engineer a while back. He said that in terms of the parking garage area where the explosion took place, that's going to be out of service for quite some time. He says the rest of the building, however, does show structural soundness. They see no other damage. So 5 are dead. We don't know the cause. The police commissioner says they have not ruled in or ruled out a bomb, but that's got to be the way they're going right now. Reporting live from the World Trade Center with Mary Civillo, I'm Dave Browdy. Now back to you in the studio. Chuck.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Mary. And the Empire State Building was evacuated this afternoon after a bomb threat was received there. Authorities were taking no chances since so many firefighters were already tied up at the World Trade Center explosion.
Well, today when the bomb went off, fate dealt a lot of different hands. Some people were trapped very high in the building. Some people trapped in elevators. The terror can only be imagined and hardly be imagined of that. And some people were fairly low down in the building, at least on the first or second floors, where they really were rattled by the explosion but could get out quickly. One of those who was on the second floor is Dr. Susan Shanik. She was having lunch at 12:18 when the explosion occurred. We talked with her a bit earlier. And Dr. Shanik, you've had another hour or two to think about what happened today. Give us your reflections on what you felt, what you were thinking when that explosion ripped through that building. I think we've lost Dr. Susan Shanik. She was having lunch with a friend, and she described earlier how absolutely terrifying it was, that it was a deafening explosion, rattling explosion, that caused her to jump up immediately, grab her friend's hand, and yell for everybody to get out of the building.
What stunned her was that no one else was leaving. She said, come on, there's a problem here, and everybody sat there. You know.
People either didn't want to accept it, or sometimes people just sort of paralyzed in the face of danger. Her reaction was to get out and get out fast, because she didn't know if the building was going to come down, she told us.
Yeah.
And she is, I believe, a psychoanalyst. It would have been interesting to talk to her, too, about some of the post-traumatic syndrome that we have. Now, we're going to switch now to a commercial break. Be back in just a minute.
And perhaps as many as 500 people were injured. They were rushed to several hospitals in New York City, including Bellevue Hospital, of course. Harry Martin is there right now with a live report on the latest. Harry.
That's right, Bill. They are prepared for a long siege here tonight at Bellevue Hospital. They have extra nurses, extra doctors. They have made sure that there is extra bed space here so they can treat any of the injured people who come here to Bellevue. Now, for at least one firefighter who was treated earlier here, this was a harrowing experience.
For 40-year-old firefighter Bill Chupa, this was a scene that he will never forget. The lobby of the World Trade Center filled with thick, choking smoke.
It was like an apocalypse, I guess you could say. It was a very heavy, dense smoke situation. We knew there was an explosion of some kind, but we weren't sure where it was. But we did know that there was a hell of a lot of smoke.
He says that his fellow firefighters had to tie ropes to trees in the lobby to keep from getting lost. Chupa says it was like being in the Twilight Zone, and it was similar to the 1991 subway derailment at Union Square and 14th Street.
If you saw the 14th Street disaster when the fella crashed those trains, that was nothing compared to this. It was unbelievable. People screaming in the background.
Chupa was treated here at Bellevue Hospital along with at least a dozen other firefighters. In all, some 53 people were treated here as they arrived in ambulances all afternoon in one of the worst disasters in recent memory.
It's a major calamity in this city. I think there's no question about that. I don't think we know yet the full magnitude of it.
Now, what are you prepared to do here? Are you prepared to take hundreds of people if necessary?
We're prepared to take as many people as we have to take and to treat as many people as we have to treat.
And for those who were injured, many were still in shock and could barely speak about their ordeal.
Scary.
Really?
Yep.
Can you tell me anything else?
Just kind of scary. It was kind of frightening, too.
It was terrible. We were on the 32nd floor, and it was really difficult to get down. My mother made it out from the 105th floor. In fact, I got to go help her because she's got chronic emphysema.
Now, one person is in critical condition here at Bellevue. 2 people are in serious condition tonight. So far, 5 people have been admitted. We're live at Bellevue Hospital. Harry Martin, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
A lot of those caught in today's explosion and fire found themselves gasping for breath and blinding, suffocating smoke. Smoke inhalation accounted for many of today's injuries. How serious is smoke inhalation? How is it treated? Dr. Jay Adlersberg joins us now with some answers.
EMS and the ambulance is from New Jersey.
Never seen anything like this before, Jeff? You've been in a lot of scenes.
I've been in a lot of scenes, and I've never seen anything like this.
Right.
For over 15 years, never like this.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Jeffrey Crienza, an EMT who has just come back from the scene. And more specifically, we just heard from Deputy Chief Paul Masticalto, who told us that there were 279 people taken to area hospitals. There are 7 dead, all of them are the victims down from the scene near where the explosion was. And for more on what happened today, let's go to my colleague, Lisa Castleman. Lisa, you were here all day long since it started.
Yeah, since it started, Mike. It's been quite an ordeal. It took more than 6 hours to actually get everybody out, and they think at this hour that everybody's out, but they're still checking, and there are lots of ambulances around here. The rescue effort was incredible. Some people had to be let out with flashlights through long, dark, smoky stairwells, over 100 floors, some of them. They would hold their hands so they could guide each other down, and then the police were in there with flashlights. Others, including a woman who had to work who was working at the CBS transmitter site at the top of the tower, she was airlifted out by helicopter. firemen told us there were people who were actually collapsed, passed out in elevators. They had to be carried out. We talked to victims and rescue workers. Clearly, there were hundreds of victims and hundreds of stories to be told. I was in the 32nd floor. We got the guard called. The people who did get out of the World Trade Center came out stunned, unsure if they were really okay. And everybody was stuck in the stairs. I mean, everybody. It's another smog. You can breathe. You can breathe. All 110 floors of the Twin Towers were evacuated. People emerged by the hundreds with soot all over their faces, still gasping for air.
The whole building shook, and then the lights went out, so we had to walk down from the 31st floor.
Many people walked as many as 110 flights through smoky, dark stairwells to get out.
The smoke was very black and very thick, and thank goodness we had water in the office, so we wet handkerchiefs, and it helped. Because going down the stairs, you know, there was smoke.
You went down the stairwell?
Yes, but it's fine. It's getting better now. But we had to wait over an hour in the office before we could go down.
What was that like, having to wait, not fully understanding what happened?
It was scary. It was scary, yes.
One woman, a CBS employee, was working at the network's transmitter site at the top of the tower when the explosion happened. Debbie Matute described how she was rescued by helicopter from the top of the building.
And then when they came back and actually landed, I felt much better, and so did everybody else, knowing that they could land up there and take us away. I felt a lot of relief.
Now, there's clearly a lot of anxiety today about children. About 38 children from a public school in Manhattan were in the World Trade Center today visiting. We're told that they're all accounted for. They were all brought out safely and treated with oxygen as they may have needed it. But there was a lot of concern about them today. Clearly, this was a harrowing ordeal for so many hundreds of people, and we'll be following this throughout the night. We think they have everybody out, but they say they are continuing to search, and there may be more victims to be reported on later. Reporting live from the World Trade Center, I'm Lisa Katzelman. Now back to the studio.
Okay, Lisa, thank you. Some amazing stories of survival today. We want to get the latest now on the conditions of some of the hundreds of people who were injured today. Channel 2's Mary Murphy joins us live now from New York, downtown.
Now that Governor Mario Cuomo has been in touch with President Clinton about today's explosion at the World Trade Center, the governor said that he did not ask Mr. Clinton what the FBI might know about this explosion, but certainly federal investigators have been sent to New York City from Washington to investigate whether this was indeed a bomb that went off. And certainly there is some concern, Chuck. You were talking earlier about sources saying that a Croatian militant group called 15 minutes before the explosion to say that there was a bomb at the World Trade Center. And obviously there's concern that there may be a connection with a bomb that was defused at Zagreb, Croatia, today in front of the U.S. Embassy. So there are many questions, not only about the building's safety, but certainly about the safety of all Americans and the concern about terrorism right here on our home turf. I'm Dawn Portangelo. Chuck and Sue.
Dawn, thank you. And there are dozens and hundreds of little dramas that are surfacing on the wires as the evening progresses. Here is one little, just a tiny little story that you can imagine how dramatic this was. A pregnant woman and police officer were plucked from the roof of the World Trade Center tower as thousands struggled to get out below. They were plucked by helicopters. So what an ordeal they went through, and they were plucked to safety from the roof of that tower. We also have an update on the people who were killed in that explosion. We know that there are 5 dead. Well, we are told now, the authorities tell us that 4 of the dead were Port Authority workers. We don't yet have their names.
We'll take a short break. See you in just a moment.
Another dramatic rescue like this after the other one, which got so much publicity, and now something like this, such a disastrous situation. And I know that you were immensely grateful to him when he saved you that day 2 years ago. I guess it's still very fresh in your mind.
Oh, yes, it is. In fact, we became very good friends, and keep in touch with him and with Pat Brown and Pat Barr.
So now you're down here just to see how he's doing. Well, we thank you, Jose Gallegos. We're glad you survived that day 2 years ago. Right now, we're going to go to my colleague, John Slattery. I understand he's at another local hospital with an update on how the patients there are doing. John.
Mary, I'm uptown a little bit. We're about a mile north of the World Trade Center. I'm at 11th, 12th Street here at St. Vincent's Hospital. And here at this hospital all day, we've seen the numbers of the injured grow. 28, then 40, then 60, then 103. The last count here at this one hospital, 131 injured at St. Vincent's alone, and of those, 7 are seriously hurt.
We have 7 patients who are now in critical care units and would be classified as serious.
Most of those patients are in the surgical intensive care unit where they've had some type of trauma. Several of them have had fractures. And in addition, there's a couple of patients in the surgical intensive care unit who did have some inhalation burns of their upper airways and lungs.
How many?
2.
Most of the injured were smoke inhalation. Many of them will be kept at area hospitals to be observed tonight, but doctors say that most of those who suffered smoke inhalation were not serious. Many of them did not suffer any noticeable burns of the upper respiratory system. There have been, at last count, 5 dead from the explosion. 1 was brought here, a man who suffered a crushed chest and then died. Fortunately, this hospital, St. Vincent's, was at full staff today. They were fully prepared to take care of everything that came in, as well as other emergencies that also came in. And when this all happened, this hospital went into what's called a stage 3 full disaster alert that remains right now. This is John Slattery reporting live from St. Vincent's. Michelle, Ernie?
Yeah, I've seen so much there today, John. It's very difficult to separate yourself from the story sometimes.
Thanks, Ernie.
Yeah, thank you, John. As you can imagine, today's explosion made gridlock the operative ward in Lower Manhattan. Many drivers and commuters have been forced to change their travel plans tonight. Let's get the latest on the traffic situation right now. And joining us on the telephone is Joe DePlasco of the New York City Department of Transportation. Joe, tell us what's open.
Nobody knew exactly what had happened at first, and then people started exiting and heading for the fire stairs.
Yeah. And that's the way it was, and the stream of people seemed endless. Of course, there are approximately 50,000 people working in the 2 towers, and we probably saw a couple of thousand, 3,000 or 4,000 perhaps, come out in the course of the many hours that the evacuation was taking place. Many of them had been checked by smoke, and then they continued down after the smoke had receded somewhat. It was a terror-filled afternoon for all of these folks, and yet they maintained a sense of order and discipline, and they showed that they were New Yorkers, that they were survivors, that they were capable of dealing with this situation. A little while ago, Police Commissioner Kelly talked to a group of reporters. I had a chance to speak to him briefly afterwards. He said it was a substantial explosion, a terrific explosion, and he could not shut the door on the fact that this may well have been a terrorist act. Meanwhile, the airports, he confirmed, have been placed on alert by federal authorities because of the possibility that this was an act of terrorism. And of course, the Empire State Management decided it was their option to evacuate that building. So it's been quite a day here, and the lights going on sort of make us feel a little better about the whole thing. But there are a lot of unanswered questions. Chuck, Sue?
Thank you, Gabe. How did Pablo Guzman describe the whole explosion made? He said it was about 150 feet long and 3 stories deep.
Well, it was, and John Miller actually saw the hole. I think Pablo did as well. But he, according to John, the explosive device was 3 floors down in the parking garage, whatever it was, and the suspicion is that it was some sort of a car bomb that we got to learn to our great dismay about in the Middle East, in Lebanon, particularly when the Marine barracks went up in Beirut. But the bomb, the force of the blast 3 floors down, according to John Miller, actually went up through 3 reinforced concrete floors to the surface. And we also heard one of the people we were talking to on the telephone who had been in the one of the towers of the World Trade Center say that he mentioned an elevator problem where a panel blew out of an elevator. When I pressed him on that, he was actually in a hallway, and when the explosion occurred, apparently enough of the concussion and blast came up some of the elevator shafts in the World Trade Center and blew some of the panels off the front of the elevators into the hallways, and that, of course, was how some of the smoke got in so quickly. Within minutes of the explosion, people on high floors were reporting smoke.
Well, we can get another perspective from EMS now.
Yes, indeed. The day produced a lot of terror and panic, but it produced heroes as well, and certainly the folks who operate the city's emergency medical service, and who are out there on the front lines and to be commended for what they did today. We have Christine Siccato on the telephone with us now. Are you with us, Christine?
Yes, I am.
All right, Christine, the last we heard on the wires here, we had the number of injured put at 514. About 274 of them had to be hospitalized. Are those figures fairly accurate?
The total patient count at this time is 274 transported, 240 being treated at the scene, 31 firefighters, and 3 police officers treated and taken to hospital.
And where are you right now, Christine?
I'm at headquarters in Maspeth, Queens.
Were you at the site at all today?
No, I was not.
All right. When you get wind of something of this magnitude, tell me what the EMS does. What's the procedure?
We get wind of something like this, the public affairs office is notified, and they get all the public affairs people, in touch with all the public affairs people, send them out to the scene, and start getting information for the reporters.
All right. And as far as the people, of course, in the front lines who were out there operating the triage center that they set up, they really have their work cut out for them, don't they?
Yes, they do. And they started a second triage center on the 43rd floor. They sent EMTs and paramedics up to the 43rd floor for a second triage center to take away from the first triage center.
I think as we begin to look at this and realize just how powerful an explosion it was because of the damage it did, I think that we may be grateful that there wasn't greater loss of life.
This is true. Our latest count on DOAs is 7, so it's gone up a few.
7 dead?
7.
Okay. Do you have any idea where they were or who they were?
They were around the explosion site.
So they were down in the parking garage?
Right.
All right.
Also, we have a new phone number for relatives to call because they've been having trouble getting through to our other number.
All right, why don't you give that to us then?
Sure, it's 718-416-7373.
Okay, we don't have that number correctly on the screen here. Let's take that down because the number is 416-7373.
Right, that's the new number.
Area code 718.
All right, 718-416-7373. I'm sure that a lot of people have been frustrated trying to call many of these numbers because they've been busy. What do you recommend?
Sure, this number, they should be able to get through a little easier. We have a few more people standing by.
All right, and these are for people who have relatives who work in the World Trade Center they want some information on?
Right, or friends that they know they're worried about.
Okay. So once again, let me just give you the number one more time because we don't have it graphically displayed. It's area 718-416, there we are, 7373. And this is if you have a friend or relative you suspect was in the World Trade Center, have not yet heard from them. You may call that number, and EMS, as you just heard from Christine Siccato, promises to answer the phone a little more quickly. Obviously, in a situation like this, it's hard to keep any particular number or any particular line open continuously. So if you hit a busy signal, my suggestion is simply to keep trying. And Christine, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a minute.
So we'd open the window. We thought we would open up the elevator and get some air, but we didn't know that there was smoke coming up. So it all got in all their noses, all the kids' noses. There was kids were crying who had to go to the bathroom.
What floor were you on when that happened?
We were on the 30th floor, between the 30th and the 35th.
And then you were able to get out?
No, then firemen started breaking through the walls to get us out. We were happy to see them because we were already 4 hours in there. By the time we got out, it was 5 hours that we waited in there. From 12:30 to 5:30 we were up in there.
It must have been a harrowing experience for all of you. How did you cope with all of these children?
We tried to make them sing, and because I'm a panicky person. Right away, I see red, but you got to keep calm for the kids. So who wants to go to the bathroom, who can't hold it, who threw up. Oh.
We understand one little boy has a broken foot. Do you know how that happened?
That might be Mike. He's one of the guys, the kids were sitting all over him, and he was wobbling out. He couldn't get out, but maybe he heard it like that.
Well, I know you're glad to be reunited with your husband, and I'm sure everyone here is looking forward to seeing their children after such a long and harrowing day. I'm going to turn it back to you now. We'll bring you more later. Live at PS 95 in Brooklyn, I'm Roseanne Coletti.
Oh, I can imagine the experience those kids had. They're just so fearless, at that age. But, it's a different story for parents, and we can certainly relate to that situation. Happy that they're all fine. Well, we want to find out what the situation is now as far as power is concerned. The electricity has been out all day long at the Twin Towers. Joining us on the telephone right now is Dan Walden of Con Ed. Dan, thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
Good evening. Do we have some power there now at the Trade Center?
Yes, we do.
Okay, tell us about it.
Beginning at about 7 o'clock, we started restoring the feeder system which serves the Trade Center complex. We now have a total of 7 of the high-voltage feeder cables serving the Trade Center back in service. That doesn't mean that all lighting and power is back on in the building. The Port Authority, quite rightly, is being cautious in restoring power within the complex. But from Con Edison's standpoint, full service has been restored. Now, I should caution that there are many safety concerns remaining on this, and once the elevators are used to bring down people and so forth, under the guidance of the fire department, we may turn service back off, but at this time, full service electrically has been restored.
How is this affecting the rescue efforts now? Firefighters are trying to purge those stairwells of smoke and the rest of the work that they have to do. So how is the power situation affecting them right now?
Well, the firefighters, I'm sure, are quite capable of operating without electric service. They've been doing so for most of the day, and that operation, I'm sure, will continue.
You know, Dan, earlier today, the first reports we were getting was that a transformer had exploded, and that was the cause of this disaster. How quickly did you figure out that this was not the case?
Well, as we were saying in response to inquiries relatively early in the day, we knew relatively quickly that our substation in the area was not involved, and that our bulk power supply to the World Trade Center complex was not at the root of the problem. We knew that quite quickly in the situation. What we didn't know was what might have happened on the inside of any of the buildings in the area. It turned out, of course, that it appears that electrical supply, whether inside the building or from us, was not the cause of the matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Dan Walden, thanks for the update on the Con Ed situation. With investigators now saying that a large bomb appears to have been the cause of the explosion, we want to find out a little bit more about that situation. Joining us on the telephone is Paul Raganese. Paul used to be a former police officer with the bomb squad here in New York. Paul, you've been with us before. Thanks for joining us.
No problem, Ernie. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine, I think. What do you make of what's going on right now? We're hearing that this was a large car bomb that was involved. With your expertise, with your experience, tell us more about this. What do you think happens here?
Okay, from just what I see on the television, Ernie, I see the crater, when an explosive device detonates,
right,
it creates what they call a seat. Normally the seat is anywhere from 3 to 4 feet across on a normal explosive device.
And this was very powerful, Paul.
Yeah, probably it was a plastic explosive, probably yes. C4. C4's detonating velocity is anywhere from 26,000 feet per second, which is about 8.5 miles per second. If you compare it to dynamite is only about 6,000 to 18,000 feet per second.
Now, can you set that off, I suppose, with remote control or with a timer involved?
It's probably a timing device. All you would need is a blasting cap. The reason they like C4 is that it's very safe. You can literally roll it up into a ball and throw it against the wall, and it won't detonate. Matter of fact, in the military, they use it like a sterno, and they can cook food over it.
When you get a warning, I mean, how much time do you need to get to this thing to defuse it?
Well, if you know, the information that I've been listening to is correct, 15 minutes is not enough time. They usually just want to get the immediate people out of the way. But a device of this magnitude, you don't have enough time to really evacuate everything. The main thing they have to worry about at the post-blast is any high explosive, once it detonates, all the fumes are toxic. All the gases that come off that device are toxic. And that's what they'll have to be aware of, people that were down there breathing that air.
Paul, tell us more about what type of evidence they're going to be looking for now as this investigation goes on.
Well, if they confirm that it's an explosive device, Michelle, they literally put the bomb back together. We'll sift every piece of debris down there and find the wiring, the timing mechanism or the remote control mechanism, and they'll do chemical analysis on some of the residue to see exactly what type of explosive it was. If it was C4, they're looking for a chemical called RDX.
From your experience, too, Paul, you have to think of everything. I'm sure that they're going through that building right now just to check in case there's anything else in there.
Yeah, that's one of the things you concern yourself with, and the best thing you can tell the public is not to panic. There's going to be an influx of phony calls now of people wanting to get on television, on the radio, and cause commotion.
We've had the evacuation of the Empire State Building.
The police will know pretty much a certified bomb threat, and the public should listen to the police and do exactly what they say.
Well, we know everything's being checked out. Thank you, Paul Raganese, for joining us on the phone tonight.
Take care.
Before we go, we want to go back to the scene of today's explosion at the Twin Towers. Brian Williams joins us now with more on what's going on right now. Brian.
We want to take a look at this point at a kind of a regroup and take a look at a graphic at exactly what happened. It's hard to describe when you're dealing with towers this monumental in size. There, of course, their proximity in Lower Manhattan. And there is a parking garage, B1, B2, B3. You see the levels, and you also see the hole that this graphic shows was blown, really a 3-story underground hole blown through. We've all parked in parking garages, the huge cement superstructure that's reinforced with steel bars. Just a cavernous explosion inside the parking garage, and you see how far below ground level that is. We have made mention several times this evening of the fact that this garage is in fact used by the United States Secret Service, and a word or two about that. The president travels with his own limousines. He has 2 frontline limousines, bulletproof, bomb-proof cars, 1 Lincoln, 1 Cadillac. Wherever the president goes, a military transport plane flies them in advance. So they're sitting there at the airport when Air Force One lands, as will happen on Monday when the president comes to New York. While this garage may very well have been housing Secret Service vehicles, they were probably vehicles that were used for ancillary personnel, other personnel used in motorcades for lesser officials. They were not presidential limousines. Those, again, travel with the presidential party and are housed in Washington, D.C. So this may very well have been a Secret Service parking garage, but it was for other vehicles, less than frontline vehicles, as, again, we look at a view of Lower Manhattan from the air as the lights are coming back on at the World Trade Center. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Brian, for your report. We do have a little more time. You know, we're getting some background here on what happened. Of course, the big concern at this point is people who might still be in there. Can you give us any additional information as to what's going on right now?
Right now, all of Lower Manhattan continues to be cordoned off for about as many blocks as the eye can see. No so-called regular traffic at all. It's all emergency vehicles, NYPD, ambulances, and on occasion an ambulance will leave here carrying a patient. Remember, people are still being treated. This is not yet over, and the injuries, of course, will be treated into the evening.
Okay.
Back to you.
Thank you, Brian. And that'll do it for Channel 2 News Special Report, Terror at the Tower. I'm Ernie Anastas.
And I'm Michelle Marsh. We want to remind you that we'll be back with a special edition of Channel 2 News at 11. Stay tuned now for tonight's presentation of The Wizard of Oz. See you tonight at 11. Good night.
Launch of New York's World Trade Center causing death, injury, and a wealth of speculation about who or what was to blame.
This is CNN's Prime News, taking the time to examine world events, issues, and newsmakers, with Bernard Shaw in Washington and Susan Rook in Atlanta.
Good day. Bernie is off today. In New York City, it has been a confusing, frantic, and sometimes terrifying day. Just after noon, there was a huge explosion under the city's tallest buildings, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Well-placed U.S. counterterrorism sources tell CNN that they now suspect the explosion was caused by a car bomb. Now, nearly 8 hours after the blast, rescuers are still going through the buildings, floor by floor. 7 people now are known dead, and some 400 people have been injured. CNN's Gary Tuckman is on the scene.
This scene was one of chaos and confusion.
It's an ambulance! Get us an ambulance!
A huge lunch hour explosion underneath the World Trade Center complex literally sent shockwaves through the 2 110-story buildings. As firemen broke glass to fight the smoky blaze, desperate people hundreds of feet in the air waved flags through broken windows, trying to get attention. Others started climbing down the stairways, walking out with darkened faces from the smoke. This woman walked down 97 flights.
Scared to death. There was nothing. There was no communication. The staircases were pitch black.
we had to really be there for each other. Nobody was there to tell us what to do.
The injured were rushed out of the building, most of them suffering from smoke inhalation, many in serious condition. Rescue officials admit the scene was confusing, with tens of thousands of people pouring out of the buildings.
So it was hard to assess who was injured, who wasn't, and get that sorted out.
Police used helicopters to rescue some people who climbed stairs to the roof of the buildings. Firefighters used cherry pickers to take some of the injured down on stretchers. Many people said when they saw the smoke, they did not think they would make it out alive.
But we had to walk down 52 flights. No lights, just everyone trying to help each other.
Well-placed U.S. counterterrorism sources tell CNN they suspect the explosion was caused by a car bomb in an underground parking lot. The motive is not known, but the terror that was caused on this day is now well known. Gary Tuckman, CNN, New York.
And now for the latest, CNN's Brian Jenkins joins us on the phone. Brian, what is the latest?
Susan, over the past 45 minutes, the lights have been flickering on again in the twin towers of the World Trade Center, floor by floor. There is still a large band of the North Tower that is still unlit, but just now, several more floors' lights flickered on. Firefighters are going through each tower, floor by floor, to make sure that they have everyone out. Over the past hour, groups of people have still been coming down, and we are told that there are people up in the upper floors who refuse to walk out on their own. We don't know the condition of those people. We do know that about 45 minutes ago, a group of early grade school children were brought out. They had been up in the observation deck on the 107th floor today as part of a class field trip, along with several other groups of school kids from around the city. And these 14, 5, and 6-year-olds came walking out. Some parents were there to greet them as they have been put under observation. None of them were injured in any way as far as we know. So the evacuation continues, the search continues, and it could go on for many more hours. Reporting live from New York, I'm Brian Jenkins.
Brian, before you go, how many, what floor are they at? You mentioned that there were still people on the top floors, but how far up do they still have to search?
Well, we had heard earlier that fire teams had reached up to the 82nd floor, so I think they have probably made it all the way to the top at this point, and they also had police helicopters dropping rescue crews off on the roof of the North Tower earlier and working their way down. However, as I said, there's a huge band of the North Tower that is still unlit, and I'm sure the search floor to floor on those darkened floors is much tougher, and so they are going room to room in the whole building, and this is a complex that holds 40,000 people on weekdays, so it could take some time to make sure that they have everyone out safely.
Brian Jenkins with the latest from New York. Thank you. And one of the people that walked out today, Tom Breaux. Tom, I understand that you were at the top at the Windows of the World restaurant. Tell us what happened to you.
Yes, I was. I was part of Dean Witter's national sales training, which we trained 104 trainees this particular month, and we were at a graduation dinner, luncheon actually, and as soon as my associate, Dan Deegan, who's actually director of training, he got through with a speech. It was kind of funny at the time because in his particular speech, I kind of refer to Windows on the World 107 floors up as heaven, and an explosion went off, and he said, I didn't think my speech was going to be that powerful, and he talked a little bit about you know, not getting hit by bullets as being a stockbroker from Dean Witter.
Tom, you could feel the explosion?
Yes, there was 2 explosions that we felt on the particular floor. Bill Simmons, our associate national sales director, was sitting in the back of the room, and he said he came off his seat on one of the explosions. And one of the trainees had gone to the men's restroom, and he came back as soon as Dan Deegan was finished with his speech, and he mentioned to Dan that I don't want to alarm you or anything, but there's smoke coming from the hallways. So Dan and myself went to the hallways to check it out, and we grabbed the person that was in charge of the luncheon at Windows on the World to say that we have to coordinate evacuation. We got 104, actually about 115 people with our staff people upstairs, and we need to evacuate.
So you were one of the ones that was coordinating the evacuation. I understand that that was one of the complaints from a lot of the survivors, that nobody was coordinating anything.
Actually, we were part of it. We coordinated the evacuation down the stairs. We got all of our people out of the room, and Dan Deegan, myself, and Bill Simmons were one of the last people to walk down the stairs to make sure all of our people was safe and in front of us.
Was anybody panicked at that time? Or
no, it was quite orderly. It was a good evacuation from that particular floor. Of course, when we got into the stairways, it took us about an hour and a half to get all the way down. At times, we were stalled completely. We were sitting down in the stairways, and a lot of people smoke inhalation, asthma attacks. A lot of people complaining a little bit, but we tried to be as positive as possible. I'm a positive person automatically, so I was just calling out every floor and just encouraging everybody around us to, we're going to make it, no problem. Let's head for the next floor.
Tom, how do you keep your faith in something like this?
Well, I'm going to tell you, my first thoughts, I can honestly say, never thought about dying at all. But my first thoughts was, am I going to get out of here, or are we going to get out of here? And that only lasted about maybe 15, 20 floors. From the rest of the way out, we were real positive. We said, no matter what, we're going to get out of here. And we just kept the faith.
And you did get out.
Yes, we did.
Tom Breaux, fire survivor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we will keep watching this story throughout the evening, once again recapping what we know. Well-placed U.S. counterterrorism sources tell CNN that they now suspect a car bomb caused today's explosion at New York City's World Trade Center. 7 people now are confirmed dead. About 400 others suffered smoke-related injuries. Thousands, like Tom Breaux, had to make their way out of the twin 110-story towers down darkened, smoky stairways. The explosion happened shortly after noon in a parking garage under the building. The force of the blast caused the roof of a train station under the buildings to collapse, and it left a hole of more than 60 yards wide. Meantime, the executive director of the New York Port Authority tells CNN nearly everyone has now been evacuated from the World Trade Center. And late this afternoon, the Empire State Building was evacuated after a bomb threat was received there. New York's police commissioner says authorities have received at least 7 different calls claiming responsibility for the blast at the World Trade Center. And New York's 3 major airports are on security alert, and police in Washington, D.C. are also taking security precautions. Finally, the Red Cross has set up an emergency number for those trying to get information about people who may have been in the Trade Center at the time of the explosion. That number is area code 718-416-7318. Still ahead on this edition of Prime News, new questions about whether one of the people Jack Kevorkian helped to commit suicide really wanted to die. Also, more violence in Somalia. Will it stop the planned withdrawal of some American forces? And tonight's prime issue, the federal trial of the officers accused in the beating of Rodney King. If they are acquitted, how will Los Angeles react?
Suddenly, the street surrounding the 110-story building turned into a sea of rescue equipment. But as smoke billowed from the World Trade Center garage located above the path and below the Vista Hotel, thousands of people were trying to escape the smoke billowing into their offices and hallways. Flying cinder blocks ripped a 180-foot hole in a wall. The explosion brought down the ceiling of the PATH train station below the Twin Towers. Firefighters and police began rescuing the injured. Despite calls for calm, panicked office workers began breaking out windows. Glass showered down on West Street. Just inches from where we were standing, this note landed at our feet. It said, "Even though I was upset, I will always love you. I dropped this note out the window." It's estimated 130,000 people were in the towers when the explosion occurred. Dozens of young children were visiting the complex. Some were caught in elevators for more than 6 hours. A massive airlift began. Emergency service cops and firefighters were flown to the top of the towers to help the stranded. the chore of walking them down began.
Everybody just ripping their own shirts, holding them over their mouth. It's incredible. This is in the lot.
What floor did you
105. Took about an hour and 20 minutes to get down. No public announcement system. You didn't know whether to keep going, stay there. Scariest thing I've ever experienced.
Shortly after the blast occurred, sources told Fox News it was caused by a bomb. That information has been virtually confirmed by law enforcement officials.
We're still not able to get into the building to get at the origin of the explosion. There were some calls made claiming credit for a bomb. There were a total of at least 7 calls that were made. We're not going to give you the specific statements. That's just our policy as far as these calls are concerned.
The bomb reportedly was planted 6 floors under the World Trade Center, and it blew a 200 by 100-foot crater in the 2 floors above it.
It was pretty messy. A lot of debris all over the place. Fire broke out, electrical wires.
What was it, just an explosion? Or?
We don't know what it was yet. They're still trying to verify what it was, but it felt like the walls just like collapsed. The walls just like blew up and came towards you.
Now, the U.S. Secret Service is housed in World Trade Center 1 in the Twin Towers 1, and all of its employees, all the agents work here. Incidentally, the cars are kept in the garage where the explosion occurred. 6 or 10 or 12 or 15, at least 15 of the cars were totally demolished, including the car that the president rides in here in the city. I spoke with the head of the Secret Service. He told me all of their people got out safely. However, it was a very traumatic time because there's a lot of explosives, guns, and ammunitions that the Secret Service keeps here. You can hear this helicopter coming in. This has been going on all day. The helicopters have been going to the roof of the building with police officers to try to help the people trapped on the top floors. Again, there are about 200 to 300 people trapped up there. Now, all of this havoc apparently is being claimed by the Croatian militants who made a phone call 15 minutes before the blast and said it was going to occur. We're obviously going to be learning a lot more about this, but right now we're going to go live to Chris Jones at another site here at the World Trade Center. Chris?
Penny, this has been a terrible day for New York City, an apparent act of terrorism in the city's tallest building with, of course, hundreds of innocent victims, and the tragedy speaks for itself. But it has also been one of those days that proves New York City's greatness. From the professionalism of the emergency service workers, the police, and the firefighters, to the toughness of ordinary New Yorkers.
Thank God we're on the ground.
When the explosion ripped through the sub-basement of the World Trade Center, there were some 40,000 people in the huge complex, including disabled and elderly visitors, and several large groups of children on school field trips. The huge explosion was deadly. More than 500 were injured, mostly by dense smoke, and the death toll has now reached 7. But the bomb also set off a string of individual heroics, as thousands tried to get out of the complex and help others do the same. There were stories of total darkness and smoke-filled stairways that had to be navigated by thousands in distress. There were children trapped in elevators for 3.5 hours with no communication with the outside world. And there was compassion and the surprising absence of any panic. The engineer in charge of Fox 5's transmission facilities on the very top of the World Trade Center on the 110th floor heard the explosion, and his story is typical of many we heard today. You took a portable oxygen unit, what you did?
Right, I did, right.
And you had to use it?
Yes. On the way down, there was one person that was experiencing some breathing problems, and he was dizzy. So there was like 3 of us were helping him down, and we gave him the oxygen that I had.
I guess I wasn't as brave as I used to think I was. It was pretty frightening all the way down. A lot of us looking at each other for encouragement, Freddie and I and a couple of the other guys, you know, hey, how you doing up there? Good. You know, the smoke was really thick. You know, we had handkerchiefs, scarves, coats. Everybody had things over their mouths to keep, you know, from choking.
For a while there, we were stuck on 104th floor. We didn't know what the hell to do, and it was really scary.
Everybody was helping everyone, so it wasn't too bad, but just being stuck all the way up there was a scary feeling. Like just that it was going to fall, we were all going to go up in flames, who knew what was going to happen.
The police were very helpful, the fire department was, they did their job, and everything just sort of worked like clockwork. I don't think so many people got hurt. So good to be in America, I guess.
Well, New Yorkers are tough and they're thankful, and as we speak, the emergency helicopters, the giant police helicopters are taking off and landing, still continuing their evacuations from the building, and that's why we're shouting. We have with us here Warren Hernania, and Warren, you work in the building.
Yes, I do.
What was it like? Where were you?
On the 80th floor.
What happened?
I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and all of a sudden I heard this tremendous explosion. For a brief moment, the building rocked. I thought that an aircraft hit the building or a bomb went off. After that, the power was gone, and a few minutes later, the lights went off. Then about 5 minutes later, we smelled some smoke.
And how long did it take you to get out of the building? How did you get out?
We took the stairway down. It took us roughly about 2.5 hours to exit the building.
2.5 hours.
Right.
And could you see during most of that time? Were there lights or not?
No, most of the time there was lights. Then we hit some darkness, but more or less everything was in a calm manner.
I understand you have a car in this building.
Yes, I do.
Was it in the area where the explosion occurred?
I think so, yes.
Is that why you're back here?
Yes.
Did you notice anything suspicious when you were down there?
No, I don't.
What kind of an area is it where the cars are?
It's 4-level parking. 2 levels are tenant parking, and 1 level is public parking.
Would there be any way anybody could get in there with an explosive device? Would it be very difficult?
No problem at all.
I'm glad to see that you're safe for somebody like you are. Thank you for joining us. And I'm Christopher Jones. We'll go back to you now.
Chris, before you get away, the story of the day has to be the cooperation, the coordination, the tremendous work by the men and women of all the rescue forces here in New York, the police, fire department, everybody.
Absolutely, John. Of course, you and I have been speaking all day today. It has been remarkable. It's been one of those times where you just really thank God that all these preparations have been made so long in advance. These things just don't come together when there's a tragedy like this. They have to be planned for and operated in the most professional manner, and that's when you're really proud to be a New Yorker and to see it work so well.
All right, Chris, thanks. Coran?
And John, the World Trade Center was turned into a war zone. Hundreds of innocent people became casualties, and medical workers from all over the area were pressed into emergency service, as you just heard. Dave Muncies is at the World Trade Center with that part of the story right now, and we cannot say enough about the men and women who have done their part today. We cannot say enough about sticking up for New Yorkers, because when you see a situation that happens like this, this is what New York is about. I think you cannot say that New York hasn't come together. Now let's hear from Dave.
They walked or were carried out, stunned, in shock, and more than anything, gasping for air. What besieged emergency medical technicians at the scene and doctors at half a dozen hospitals was the threat of injury or death from smoke inhalation. For many, it was like walking down a 100-story chimney as people headed down for the street and the smoke headed up for the roof.
It felt like an earthquake, and the lights went dead. So we got the flashlights and started walking around, and then somebody said, "There's smoke, let's get out of here."
There was smoke all over the place. You could not see. You couldn't see the next step you were going to take.
It's incredible. I thought I was going to get run over by all the people.
Ambulances lined up like buses at the beginning of rush hour, sending those victims to hospitals like St. Vincent's in the Village. Here alone, more than 100 victims were treated. At least one died. The hospital went to a stage 3 alert. Non-essential rooms were converted into MASH-like units to handle the flood of smoke inhalation victims. Dr. Lambert King is medical director at St. Vincent's.
We're first of all concerned with whether or not the level of oxygen in their blood is normal and whether or not the patient has inhaled carbon monoxide, which interferes with normal delivery of oxygen to the tissues. In addition to that, we're concerned with evaluating whether or not there are any burns to the airway that could compromise the openness or patency of the airway. And in addition, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that there's been no damage to the lung itself.
There was a litany of more serious injuries, cardiac arrests, concussion injuries, trauma from the explosion itself, plus fractured and broken bones. Firefighter Kevin Shea, who rappelled down the side of a building 2 years ago to rescue a fire victim in a window, was taken to surgery at Beekman Downtown Hospital today. His knee badly injured from falling during a rescue attempt today at World Trade. And today, another fireman had to rescue him.
It was zero visibility. We're just feeling our way along the wall, heavy, thick smoke and heat. We heard a voice, people yelling, "Help me." We went closer to the voice. Kevin tripped. I thought he tripped over some debris. He slipped. I reached for him. He fell into the hole. I looked, and all I seen was fire below, and I thought the worst.
But Shea was rescued by firemen and police and is expected to fully recover. Later at the hospital, the man Kevin Shea saved 2 years ago stood vigil while Shea was in surgery.
I want to make sure that he knows how much I do appreciate the fact that he saved my life, and I just love him very much.
And that was Dave Muncie's reporting. Now our coverage continues. A Friday field trip turned into a lesson in terror for hundreds of city grade school and kindergarten students. They came from 3 different schools, 2 in Queens, another in Brooklyn. They all shared the frightening experience of being trapped.
Lower Manhattan, the situation at the World Trade Center, nothing yet official about the bomb or whether or not it is officially an act of terrorism. Live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Ed Miller. Back to you, Jack and Cutty.
All right, thank you, Ed. A second bomb threat forced evacuation of the city's other major skyscraper, the Empire
It's the
State.
perfect target. The police now have gotten calls from 9 different groups trying to grab the blame for the explosion. The first came just minutes before the blast. It was from a group that calls itself Croatian Militants. Our team coverage continues with Eric Sean.
Has the bloody struggle that's claimed so many lives in Bosnia now taken more on our shores? While police do not officially confirm a bomb caused the explosion, a source tells Associated Press that 15 minutes before the devastating blast, an anonymous caller telephoned police with the warning, claiming to represent a Croatian militant group. If that's true, this would not be the first Croatian terrorist attack in New York. In 1981, the Croatian freedom fighters called 3 hours before a bomb went off in the state Supreme Court building in Lower Manhattan. Today, an hour after the explosion, someone claiming to be from the Serbian Liberation Front called police. But terrorist experts say Croatian and Serbian terror gangs are not well known.
I have no information that there are any known groups. There's some suggestion that these groups may have just formed. Prior to a year ago, the Yugoslav country existed as a country and you didn't have these groups.
More than 100,000 people have died in the twisted fighting between the Serbs, Croats, and Bosnia Muslims in the former Yugoslavia. Tonight at the Croatian Center in Manhattan, there was outrage that a phone call would credit their countrymen. They blame the explosion on their enemy, the Serbs.
And, whoever did that, they shouldn't have done it, okay?
Have you heard of a militant Croatian group operating in New York?
There's no such thing. We have an independent state. There's no reason for us to fight any further. We fight at a negotiating table. This is a barbaric act.
It was definitely the Serbs. I think now with Clinton's ideas for sending down the air packets, I think this is upsetting the Serbs very much, and I think this is an act by the Serbian people. Because this
not the Croatian or a Croatian militant
this is not a characteristic of a Croatian person. This is what the Serbians are doing. They're doing this on our soil, and now they're doing it in America.
Why couldn't a Serbian from Hackensack, New Jersey, call and say it's the Croatians? I mean, what proof does anybody have? Anybody could have made a call.
In Zagreb, Croatia today, police defused a bomb that was hidden in a small briefcase outside the U.S. Embassy. But if the World Trade Center bombing was carried out by the Croatians, their message seems unclear. Unless, of course, as those here believe, it was actually the work of the Serbians trying to discredit them. I'm Eric Sean, Fox News at the Croatian Center on the West Side.
All right, Eric. Edward Shaughnessy is joining us now. This is a man who knows a lot about terrorism. He's worked with a lot of government and city agencies trying to prevent terrorist attacks. He is a professor also at John Jay College. Ed, if what these Croatians are saying is true, it would be very clever on the part of the Serbs to try to do this, right?
This is going to be a case, unfortunately, of finger pointing. Have died, and I understand that an explanation of the facts cannot restore a life. I speak for all New Yorkers in offering my heartfelt condolences to those who have suffered a loss today.
Dinkins is scheduled to arrive back here in town around 4:40 tomorrow afternoon. The disaster at the World Trade Center continues to cause massive transportation problems tonight. Here's an update now on how things look at this moment. On the subways, the C line is totally shut down. The A line, which faced major disruptions tonight, is now running normally. On the 1 and 9 lines, trains are stopping at Chambers Street and being sent back uptown. The N and R lines are back to normal, but bypassing Chambers Street. The E line is shut down between West 4th Street and the World Trade Center. There is still no PATH train service between New Jersey and the World Trade Center. That service may not be restored for some time. Metro North and Long Island Railroad service was not affected by the explosion. All streets below Canal are now open, but closed below Chambers from river to river. All tunnels are now open except for the Manhattan-bound side of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, which is closed except for emergency vehicles. And on the highways, finally, the FDR Drive is closed down below the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel.
Communication was another problem today. Getting information out became difficult because almost all of New York's television stations were knocked off the air and could only be seen in homes that have cable systems. Transmission towers on top of the World Trade Center were knocked off the air when power was cut to the World Trade Center complex. New Jersey Network, which airs on public television, decided at one point today to carry news reports from New York stations in order to allay people's fears after being deluged with phone calls.
At the height of the emergency, thousands of people, as you know, were trapped inside the World Trade Center, and one of them was Channel 11 engineer Steve Jacobson. He's still there now on the 110th floor, and to give us a sense of what happened there and what's going on now, let's go to Steve. Steve, first of all, how are you holding up?
I'm holding up very well, Heidi. How are you?
Okay, I'm fine. Listen, describe for us exactly what the condition is right now. Are you in a smoke-filled dark room? Tell us what's going on.
Right now, I'm in a totally dark room. The only thing I have is a flashlight. My other battery equipment has gone dead. The room does smell from smoke. Right now, the smoke has been cleared out. The worst thing that we have right now is total darkness, a lack of food, toilets don't flush, water is not running. I'm sooty. I look like a miner that just came out of a Virginia coal mine.
Steve, Jack Cafferty here. Did you feel the explosion when it happened?
No, but I was in front of our TV transmitter at 12:17 when we had our first outage on the air. And then at 1:33 this afternoon, all power was cut and all the TV stations at the World Trade Center went off the air.
Was there any kind of official notification to you people in the Twin Towers at any time during the afternoon in terms of there is an emergency, we want you to evacuate, there's been an explosion, there's been a fight? Did you hear anything from the official folks down there, the Port Authority people who control that complex?
Not a word. As a matter of fact, we have speaker systems that are connected to operations downstairs, and they usually test it, and we do hear them testing. But on this emergency that we have here, we have had no communication, no advisories as to the status of what's happening. We are literally totally in the dark up here.
Did you ever have a moment of panic? What was your worst moment so far today?
Well, the worst moment was when I went over to one of the other stations, and the female engineer over there who's pregnant was very shaken up, and we sort of calmed her down, and she was taken off the #1 World Trade by helicopter.
Steve Jacobson of our staff at WPIX, thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. More coverage on the bombing at the World Trade Center straight ahead. We will take you to an emotional and very happy homecoming in Brooklyn tonight as a bunch of kindergartners trapped for hours inside the Trade Center are reunited with their families.
A major development in the fight to save this year's St. Patrick's Day parade. We found out tonight if there will be a parade and who's going to run it.
Plus arraignment for some of the suspects in the St. Valentine's Day massacre in the Bronx. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I am innocent. If you have any questions about anyone you know who may have been injured in the disaster at the World Trade Center, such as what hospital they may have been taken to, call the EMS hotline at this following number on your screen, 718-416-7373. One more time, that's 718-416-7373.
There were indeed a lot of horror stories coming out of today's bombing at the World Trade Center, but we have one that has a very happy ending. A group of kindergarten students on a field trip from Brooklyn are safe tonight after being trapped for hours inside #2 World Trade Center. Laurel Fairworth has their story.
What have you been going through as a parent?
To hell, not knowing where they were. No one knew where they were.
Pure hell, that's how parents at PS 95 describe what they were going through before their children showed up, safe and sound. 5 kindergarten classes had gone to the World Trade Center for their annual school trip. When an explosion ripped through the underground parking garage, almost half of the kids were trapped 107 floors up. 20 of the children and their chaperones were stuck in the observation deck. Another 20 in an elevator. Cheers and hugs greeted the youngsters, who seemed calm after their 6-hour ordeal.
The fireman came. I got stuck in the elevator, and then the fireman broke down the elevator.
Were you scared?
No.
What did you do when you were in the elevator?
Crying.
You cried? Did you think you weren't going to get out?
Yeah, the fireman did it, but I looked down. He saved us.
While the kids ate ice cream, their teacher told us how she managed to keep most of the 5-year-olds from being afraid.
They were wonderful. They didn't feel it. We were singing. We tried to keep each other company. We talked about each other's families. We did all kinds of things.
One little girl showed us her souvenir, a flashlight given to the children by firefighters. But even without this memento, her father said this is a day he'll never forget. In Brooklyn, Laurel Fairworth, Channel 11, News at 10.
Thank goodness for a happy ending on that one. We will, of course, have much more coverage on the disaster at the World Trade Center later on, but we do have other news.
And moments later, likewise, the lights in our offices in the hallway flickered and then went out. And moments later, we were able to smell smoke all the way up 58 floors into the tower. So we headed for the emergency stairwells. And our lights were on in the stairwells, but there was considerable congestion. And unfortunately, at almost every landing, the doors to the inside hallways were opened either from someone on the inside or someone from the outside, and that gradually increased the smoke level to a very great level of discomfort.
The underground explosion that rocked the Twin Towers resulted in the deaths of 7 people and the injury of at least 300. Dense smoke billowed through the
went down.
A group claiming to represent Croatian militants reportedly called 911, predicting a bomb would go off sometime after noon. The blast apparently happened in the garage, causing the partial collapse of the ceiling of the underground Port Authority train station. The impact causing a crater some described as 3
dented vehicles and
cinder-block walls were knocked down, pipes were broken.
A fleet of Secret Service cars was reportedly damaged. Blocks away, confusion. At the Empire State Building, a bomb threat sparked a hasty evacuation.
Folks, we gotta move back. We gotta keep this area clear.
Electricity and heat were cut off to the entire trade complex. Many of the 100,000 people who work or visit each day trapped by the thick smoke. Dozens were rushed to St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village, treated for smoke inhalation.
This is the scariest moment of my life, I'll tell you that.
Is there any oxygen here?
We got a pregnant woman here.
Pregnant woman here?
I believe I was the last one to go down. Some of them are up, and I don't know what is happening to them.
At one point in the rescue effort, helicopters whisked to the roof of one of the towers to evacuate a pregnant woman. Trapped elementary school pupils were reported on the 107th floor. On other floors, windows were shattered as those trapped inside called for help.
Come on! On the right.
I got 5 patients in there now.
As rescue efforts continued through the night, many asked how could it happen at the scene of a landmark that for many symbolizes the strength and power of a city. On a day when so many were left feeling powerless, just as many seemed to ask, could it happen again? Chuck Gomez, Channel 9 News.
Lawyers who represent people who get injured are already anticipating a flood of business tonight. Reg Wells spoke to an attorney specializing in such cases. He says there is one key to any court action coming out of this disaster.
Without negligence, there's no lawsuit. Just because people are killed or severely injured doesn't mean that there's a good civil lawsuit. There must be shown that there was a lack of reasonable care, that the Port Authority was negligent somehow. Perhaps there was a failure of maintenance of the backup systems, the emergency systems. Had they worked, had the backup power come on, perhaps all these hundreds of people wouldn't have been trapped in those stairwells for the time that they were in the dark, in the smoke.
If it were a bomb and there were a lack of security, somebody obviously got in with a bomb, if that indeed was the case. Is that a case of negligence in your opinion?
Well, that would have to be investigated. The manner in which they got in, as I said earlier, the warning, the time of the warning, maybe there was time to react, maybe there wasn't. It might be just one of those tragedies where no amount of reasonable care could have prevented the actual explosion. But maybe those people who were up on the 100th floor could have been prevented from having to walk down 100 flights in, again, the dark and the smoke.
The attorney stresses all this is preliminary.
We'll have more news. Our continue.
A few sentences later, Kevorkian wrote that Gale became
Actually quieted down since noon today. According to EMS and police, everyone has gotten out safely. Hi, firefighters. These men, congratulations, have been working all day. They've literally been running up the stairs and running down the stairs, bringing down the thousands and thousands of people. But now we have word from the police that everyone has been evacuated from the building. Unfortunately, though, right now they're reporting 7 dead, 700 injured, and we must say that of the 700 injured, a lot of those injuries, thank God, aren't that serious. Now we'll throw it back to you, Corinne, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot more on this story in the days to come.
Thanks very much, Penny.
All right, thanks, Penn. Carl, it's here now with sports.
12:18 p.m. The world's financial center would be changed forever.
You couldn't see anymore. The smoke was so bad.
People screaming down the steps, everything. It's pretty bad.
No alarms, no warning. Thousands of workers were trapped.
We still have had absolutely no communication with the outside world.
It was worse than the Vietnam War.
It's been a day of terror, a day of miraculous rescues, and a day many New Yorkers are just thankful to be alive.
So New Yorkers were well behaved this time around. Very well. I'm proud to be a New Yorker.
This is a special report from News 4 New York. Explosion at World Trade Center.
Good evening, I'm Sue Simmons.
And I'm Chuck Scarborough. There was an extremely powerful explosion in an underground garage 3 levels below ground just after noon today, and those who survived the ordeal and witnessed the horror say, if you weren't there, you cannot begin to understand what it was like. It felt as if somebody were trying to knock the World Trade Center right off its supports. Thousands of workers were trapped inside the smoke-filled 110-story towers. Debris rained down on noontime travelers in the PATH train terminal when the ceiling collapsed. This blast left an enormous crater. The enormity of the disaster was etched on the faces of the survivors, workers and commuters showing the strain of what they had just endured, and perhaps never feeling quite the same again, quite safe inside those twin towers. And here's how we stand at this hour. Tonight, 7 people are dead, more than 500 injured, and police suspect a terrorist bomb, possibly a car bomb, is responsible for what happened. Electrical service was restored to the towers at 8 p.m., but still there is no PATH service into or out of the World Trade Center, and subway trains are bypassing the Cortlandt Street station beneath the Twin Towers. The World Trade Center is on West Street.
Races all over space. One guy came running out on fire. He was smoking. He was on fire.
Victims gasped for their lives. The trapped panicked as they smashed windows for air.
We eventually knocked holes into windows. 3 windows. We found a hammer and we knocked holes into it. People were passing out. And then sort of, and these women were towards that opening to get some fresh air.
In other words, stunned survivors fled.
Hang in there, buddy.
Terror was everywhere. Then the chilling aftershock. Cops revealed they had received a bomb threat 15 minutes before the explosion. And there was more. This evening, the Empire State Building was evacuated after a bomb threat. There were fears the city was under siege from terrorists.
It sounded like a bomb, then it sounded like something was falling. But it felt like an earthquake because everything was shaking.
We heard about 12:20 very noisy bomb. So it was an explosion, we figured out.
We just heard a really loud explosion followed by a secondary explosion. And You know, we didn't know what it was, a bomb or something.
I was facing the Citibank down in the concourse, and the explosion occurred, and I actually watched it, and it came through the Citibank building and blew out all the windows in the Chemical Bank building. First thing I figured, it's got to be a bomb, some kind of terrorist thing. I was in the worst place possible.
There was no alarm going on, so nobody really knew what to do.
The whole building shook. Very, very, very nice.
It was pretty powerful, because the guys were blown across the room, so it was pretty messy down there.
Hundreds were injured and at least 5 deaths, maybe more, were reported as that thunderous explosion ripped the world's biggest building.
There were so many people, like, all trying to get down the stairway at the same time that there was
a working team that will be picking apart this blast for days and days to come. Now, there could be all kinds of origins as you discussed them, but authorities say it was most likely a car bomb. Oh, they're still not certain, but right now they're not taking any other possibility very seriously. Police and the FBI are operating on the assumption tonight that the blast at the World Trade Center could have been caused by nothing but a very powerful terrorist bomb. Port Authority officials say their engineers, who have studied the building plans, agree with that assessment.
They said their professional feeling is that nothing internally at the World Trade Center could have caused that kind of devastation.
The explosion originated in a sub-basement parking garage, collapsing a wide area of 2 floors down into a massive crater that goes down 5 stories. An hour after the blast, a caller claiming to be from the Serbian Liberation Front told an operator at the 1st Police Precinct that the group might be responsible. Another call from a Serbian group went to a London bank. But according to police, several other calls from groups ranging from Somalis to Colombians to Turks also came into various places around the metropolitan area. Police aren't buying any of them for the moment.
There were some calls made claiming credit for the bomb. There were a total of at least 7 calls that were made. We're not going to give you the specific statements. It's just our policy as far as these calls are concerned.
Explosive experts from the police department, the FBI, the Treasury's ATF, say that only a massive concentration of high explosives could have caused such damage. Well, of course, that investigation continues now, and if you saw those pictures taken 2 stories below the ground, and as we were able to, you get up to the edge of that crater, and then you look 3 more stories down, you begin to realize the massive extent of this damage. Now, with something on this scale, of course, there is the attendant pandemonium. There was a bomb scare to the Empire State Building, normally a minor business, which caused the building, because of the climate here, to be evacuated. And, of course, authorities have not missed the fact that in Zagreb today, in Croatia, a bomb was defused in a briefcase just outside the U.S. Embassy there. But authorities say, be careful there. They say this Croatian connection may be a red herring. They say it's too obvious, it's too hot in the political news right now, and that they believe they should keep an open mind, because while they've had experience with Yugoslavian bombers before, they say this looks like the work of a much more sophisticated and much more experienced bombing group. They think perhaps Middle Eastern powers. Reporting live from the World Trade Center, John Miller, News 4 New York.
Well, John, there was a report on the Associated Press quoting unnamed sources that one call was received by authorities 15 minutes prior to the blast, a call credited to a Croatian group. Do you know anything about that at all?
I have heard of the wire story, but from the police and FBI people that we've carefully gone over, no one has been able to say who received that call or exactly when. So I think that is one of the things that is still floating in the unconfirmed zone right now.
All right, John, thank you very much. Now, because of the terrorist threat, security has been beefed up tonight at the White House, the Capitol Building, and national monuments in Washington. Sue?
Well, quick thinking by a team of firefighters prevented what could have been a tragedy on the 44th floor of the smoke-filled World Trade Center. They pried open a stuck elevator and found several unconscious passengers. Dave Rowdy has more on this dramatic rescue. Dave?
Well, Sue, I don't know if folks around here remember that movie, The Towering Inferno. It was the first of that kind of horror reality film. The people in the World Trade Center today must have felt they were living right through that kind of a scenario. Although the fire and explosion were way below them, the 110-story building acted like a giant chimney, bringing smoke all the way to the top. And several of them, including the folks in that 44th floor stuck elevator, were in there for hours and hours and hours.
In small groups of 10 and 12 through the afternoon and well into the evening, the rescues continued.
As elevator by elevator, police and paramedics searched the World Trade Center buildings. Some inside had been trapped for hours.
We were on 58.
And what happened?
We heard a loud boom. Nobody knew exactly what had happened at first. And then people started exiting and heading for the fire stairs.
Those who'd been trapped told tales of smoky terror. Other frightened people rushed to the roof of the World Trade Center, and there, amidst the swirling winds and snows of the afternoon, an incredibly daring series of rescues by helicopter, more than 1,000 feet above West Street. For the firefighters, it was an incredible sight as they pried open an elevator door that had been stuck closed for more than 3 hours.
All the other elevators that we'd opened up, everyone came out and they were happy. These people weren't even happy to see us. It was like they were surprised.
What you're looking at right now is the World Trade Center lit up. Power is back. The rescuers think that they have been through most of the building, but underneath where John Miller showed you the crater, where we were down a while ago, they are still looking. There might still be people trapped somewhere under there. They just haven't gotten to the bottom of it. And one of the things that made rescuing people so difficult here is that one television station, not Channel 4, broadcast some erroneous information, asking people if they felt trapped to break windows. Well, they did, and glass like this, an inch thick, came raining down. This is one shard of it. It is sharp, it is big, and the rescuers had a hard time. Many of them got hurt, and it was quite a day for all concerned. The casualty total is still mounting by way of injuries, but we have well over 500 hurt, and the last count we had was that 7 were dead. Reporting live from the World Trade Center, I'm Dave Browdy, News 4. Now back to you in the studio, Chuck and Sue.
Dave, you live nearby, so you were among the first one on this scene. What struck you as being the most dramatic or was most stunning to your eyes when you first arrived?
Well, there was a huge cloud, Sue, of black smoke pouring out of the garage here. But I got to tell you, the first thing that stunned me was the shock of the blast, because I live a block and a half away from this building on the Broadway side, and my entire building shook. And it was the most startling thing I've ever felt in Lower Manhattan, or for that matter, anywhere. And when you got down inside and actually saw the magnitude of that blast, the only thing I can compare it to is the Marine barracks in Beirut back in '83, where hundreds of Americans were killed. It is astonishing that the death toll from this was so low. Perhaps that's because it was not a heavily used part of the building at 12:18 in the afternoon.
Dave Browdy, thank you, reporting live from the World Trade Center. And we will be right back with more coverage in just a moment.
New York skyline as the Empire State Building. And the World Trade Center is considered an architectural wonder made up of 200,000 tons of steel reaching nearly 1,400 feet high, as well as 70 feet below ground.
The World Trade Center consists of 6 buildings, 2 of which are New York's tallest, with 110 floors. The complex was built in stages starting in 1970 and is owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. It includes 6 16-acre underground levels. More than 100,000 people pass through it every day. It is a city within a city with its own zip codes and businesses ranging from trading companies to the U.S. Customs House. There are nearly 44,000 windows in the 2 towers. Although it was not required to do so, the complex had fire sprinklers installed throughout its buildings. Past fires have included one resulting from an explosion in an electrical transformer 5 floors below ground last year, and an electrical fire on the 93rd floor, which resulted in 2 injuries and the evacuation of about 5 floors. The architects of the complex tonight declined to comment about what security or safety measures are in the center.
And in 1981, 3 Port Authority police officers suffered minor injuries from a fire in the 7th floor of the Vista International Hotel. Diana?
Okay. Thank you very much, Kay. Normally...
Tonight, comprehensive coverage, the World Trade Center, a target for terror. We have some exclusive video coming up for you. Good evening. We're about to give you the latest on one of the most astounding days in a long time here. The terror for 100,000 people or more at the World Trade Center. We have team coverage, but first we want to take you right to the heart of the devastation. Just a few minutes ago, we obtained exclusive video of the giant crater deep under the World Trade Center. The water pouring out is from broken water pipes, a car mangled in there somewhere. Also in the wreckage being searced, the Port Authority police station.
the back of the police station.
Can you just put your light around a little bit? Very careful. Yeah, like from here, and then let's go this way. The ceiling?
What part of the building are we in now?
It's the police desk.
The police desk.
First subgrade of...
The medical examiner says most of the 7 people who were killed worked for the Port Authority and were found in the blast area. Now, let's take you to the World Trade Center. Penny Crone is there right now. Penny.
John, we have been here all day, and the only thing we can say is this scene is breathtaking, exciting, and it's also devastating. The amount of equipment, the amount of emergency personnel here, just numbers in the hundreds, probably into the thousands. I just saw a New Jersey sheriff put on his boots. Everyone is inside of the World Trade Center. There are still more than 200 people trapped upstairs. Now, we've gotten some information that this explosion that caused havoc throughout New York and possibly throughout the world, because there were thousands of people inside of the World Trade Center that were affected, was caused by a bomb. A bomb that's apparently between 400 and 1,000 pounds of plastic explosives. Emergency workers from the tri-state area have been on this scene all day. And as I said just now, between 200 and 300 people are still inside the World Trade Center. We cannot say they're trapped. They are safe. They're bringing them down at 10 floors at a time. Then they're stopping. They're stopping for a while. They're bringing them down 10 more. I just talked with someone who came down from the 110th floor. He said it took him 2 hours. We have a whole lot more. Let's take a look. There's no way to describe the explosion that rocked the World Trade Center and the thousands and thousands of people who were trapped inside.
Thank God we're all here, though, I tell you. I hope everybody else is all right over there.
Shortly after noon, the calls started pouring in. Explosion at the #1 World Trade Center. Suddenly, the street surrounding the 110-story building turned into a sea of rescue equipment. But as smoke billowed from the World Trade Center garage located above the path and below the Vista Hotel, thousands of people were trying to escape the smoke billowing into their offices and hallways. Flying cinder blocks ripped a 180-foot hole in a wall. The explosion brought down the ceiling of the PATH train station below the Twin Towers. Firefighters and police began rescuing the injured. Despite calls for calm, panicked office workers began breaking out windows. Glass showered down on West Street. Just inches from where we were standing, this note landed at our feet. It said, "Even though I was upset, I will always love you. I dropped this note out the window." It's estimated 130,000 people were in the towers when the explosion occurred. Dozens of young children were visiting the complex. Some were caught in elevators for more than 6 hours. A massive airlift began. Emergency service cops and firefighters were flown to the top of the towers to help the stranded. The chore of walking them down began.
Everybody's stripping their own shirts, holding them over their mouth. It's incredible. This is in the lobby.
What floor did you
105.
105.
Took about an hour and 20 minutes to get down. No public announcement system. You didn't know whether to keep going or stay there. Scariest thing I've ever experienced.
Shortly after the blast occurred, sources told Fox News it was caused by a bomb. That information has been virtually confirmed by law enforcement officials.
We're still not able to get into the building to get at the origin of the explosion. There were some calls made claiming credit for a bomb. There were a total of at least 7 calls that were made. We're not going to give you the specific statements. That's just our policy as far as these calls are concerned.
The bomb reportedly was planted 6 floors under the World Trade Center, and it blew a 200 by 100-foot crater in the 2 floors above it.
It was pretty messy. A lot of debris all over the place. Fire broke out, electrical wires.
What was it, just an explosion? Or?
We don't know what it was yet. They're still trying to verify what it was, but it felt like the walls just like collapsed. The walls just like blew up and came towards you.
Now, the U.S. Secret Service is housed in World Trade Center 1 in the Twin Towers 1, and all of its employees, all the agents work here. Incidentally, the cars are kept in the garage where the explosion occurred. 6 or 10 or 12 or 15, at least 15 of the cars were totally demolished, including the car that the president rides in here in the city. I spoke with the head of the Secret Service. He told me all of their people got out safely. However, it was a very traumatic time because there's a lot of explosives, guns, and ammunitions that the Secret Service keeps here. You can hear this helicopter coming in. This has been going on all day. The helicopters have been going to the roof of the building with police officers to try to help the people trapped on the top floors. Again, there are about 200 to 300 people trapped up there. Now, all of this havoc apparently is being claimed by the Croatian militants who made a phone call 15 minutes before the blast and said it was going to occur. We're obviously going to be learning a lot more about this, but right now we're going to go live to Chris Jones at another site here at the World Trade Center. Chris?
Penny, this has been a terrible day for New York City, an apparent act of terrorism in the city's tallest building with, of course, hundreds of innocent victims, and the tragedy speaks for itself. But it has also been one of those days that proves New York City's greatness, from the professionalism of the emergency service workers, the police, and the firefighters, to the toughness of ordinary New Yorkers.
Thank God we're on the ground.
When the explosion ripped through the sub-basement of the World Trade Center, there were some 40,000 people in the huge complex, including disabled and elderly visitors, and several large groups of children on school field trips. The huge explosion was deadly. More than 500 were injured, mostly by dense smoke, and the death toll has now reached 7. But the bomb also set off a string of individual heroics, as thousands tried to get out of the complex and help others do the same. There were stories of total darkness and smoke-filled stairways that had to be navigated by thousands in distress. There were children trapped in elevators for 3.5 hours with no communication with the outside world. And there was compassion and the surprising absence of any panic. The engineer in charge of Fox 5's transmission facilities on the very top of the World Trade Center on the 110th floor heard the explosion, and his story is typical of many we heard today.
You took a portable oxygen unit, what you did?
Right, I did, right.
And you had to use it?
Yes. On the way down, there was one person that was experiencing some breathing problems, and he was dizzy. So there was like 3 of us were helping him down, and we gave him the oxygen that I had.
I guess I wasn't as brave as I used to think I was. It was pretty frightening all the way down. A lot of us looking at each other for encouragement, Freddie and I and a couple of the other guys, you know, hey, how you doing up there? Good. You know, the smoke was really thick. You know, we had handkerchiefs, scarves, coats. Everybody had things over their mouths to keep, you know, from choking.
For a while there, we were stuck on 104th floor. We didn't know what the hell to do, and it was really scary.
Everybody was helping everyone, so it wasn't too bad, but just being stuck all the way up there was a scary feeling. That it was going to fall, we were all going to go up in flames. Who knew what was going to happen?
The police were very helpful. The fire department was, they did their job, and everything just sort of worked like clockwork. I don't think too many people got hurt, so good to be in America, I guess.
Well, New Yorkers are tough, and they're thankful, and as we speak, the emergency helicopters, the giant police helicopters are taking off and landing, still continuing their evacuations from the building, and that's why we're shouting. We have with us here Warren Hernania, and Warren, you work in the building.
Yes, I do.
What was it like? Where were you?
On the 80th floor.
What happened?
I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and all of a sudden I heard this tremendous explosion. For a brief moment, the building rocked. I thought that an aircraft hit the building or a bomb went off. After that, the power was gone, and a few minutes later, the lights went off. Then about 5 minutes later, we smelled some smoke.
And how long did it take you to get out of the building? How did you get out?
We took the stairway down. It took us roughly about 2.5 hours to exit the building.
2.5 hours. Right. And could you see during most of that time? Were there lights or not?
No, most of the time there was lights. Then we hit some darkness, but more or less everything was in a calm manner.
I understand you have a car in this building.
Yes, I do.
Was it in the area where the explosion occurred?
I think so, yes.
Is that why you're back here?
Yes.
Did you notice anything suspicious when you were down there?
No, I don't.
What kind of an area is it where the cars are?
It's 4-level parking. 2 levels are tenant parking, and 1 level is public parking.
Would there be any way anybody could get in there with an explosive device? Would it be very difficult?
No problem at all.
I'm glad to see that you're safe for somebody like you are. Thank you for joining us.
And I'm Christopher Jones. We'll go back to you now.
Chris, before you get away, the story of the day has to be the cooperation, the coordination, the tremendous work by the men and women of all the rescue forces here in New York, the police, fire department, everybody.
Absolutely, John. Of course, you and I have been speaking all day today. It has been remarkable. It's been one of those times where you just really thank God that all these preparations have been made so long in advance. These things just don't come together when there's a tragedy like this. They have to be planned for and operated in the most professional manner. And that's when you're really proud to be a New Yorker and to see it work so well.
All right, Chris, thanks. Coran?
And John, the World Trade Center was turned into a war zone. Hundreds of innocent people became casualties, and medical workers from all over the area were pressed into emergency service, as you just heard. Dave Muncies is at the World Trade Center with that part of the story right now, and we cannot say enough about the men and women who have done their part today. We cannot say enough about sticking up for New Yorkers, because when you see a situation that happens like this, this is what New York is about. I think you cannot say that New York hasn't come together. Now let's hear from Dave.
But did that leave the rest of the city vulnerable in case of fire? Marcia Kramer joins us now with more on that story. Marcia, obviously this was totally unexpected, but the city reacted as usual.
The city reacted really terrifically, Ernie, and you can see that. But for long hours today, while hundreds of firefighters were occupied with the explosion at the World Trade Center, many firefighters had their fingers crossed that no other serious fires would break out, because their hoses were stretched mighty thin.
The explosion and multiple fires at the World Trade Center this afternoon tested the limits of New York's bravest. Not because they weren't prepared to deal with a disaster, they handled the rescue operation like the heroes they are, but because so many units were needed to combat the blaze and evacuate the tens of thousands of people who work in the area. An unbelievable 144 fire companies, engines and ladders, were at the scene in Lower Manhattan. That's 40% of all the equipment in the entire city, and that left shortages elsewhere.
When you have an operation, the equivalent of a 16-alarm fire at the World Trade Center, it stresses our system to the breaking point. We have to relocate companies, engine companies and ladder companies from Brooklyn and Queens into Manhattan, and we have to stretch the grid thinner than it already is.
Engines were especially scarce in Manhattan this afternoon. At 2:30 this afternoon, only 27% of the fire engines and 22% of the ladder companies were available to respond to alarms in that borough. And many firehouses miles away from the explosion look like this, empty.
The fire department's manpower has been stretched so thin that trucks are being moved all over the city. Here at Engine 54, which bills itself as the pride of Midtown, the engine's from Washington Heights, and the battalion truck is from Queens.
The situation was so bad during the afternoon that the fire department went into its most serious fallback mode. What that meant is that voice box alarms weren't answered. Only one engine was sent to investigate a pull box alarm, and only a limited number of trucks were sent to alarms that were telephoned in.
What's the best way to get the attention of the fire department today?
911. Use the telephone. Don't depend upon a street box. Dial or call the dispatcher, the fire department dispatcher in the borough that you live in.
Well, within the last few hours, the fire department started getting back to normal. Only 50 engines remained at the scene. The rest returned to regular duty. Still, it's probably better to either call 911 or your local borough fire dispatcher to report fires tonight. That way you'll be guaranteed of a faster, more thorough response. And now joining us live from the command center at the World Trade Center is Fire Commissioner Carlos Rivera. Commissioner, your men have done an incredible job today, but a question for you now is what's happening with the investigation? What's the latest on the scene?
Well, the police department is doing that investigation. What I really am here for is to really refute the statements that you have made this afternoon. I thought that those statements were irresponsible. They certainly were incorrect in regards to the fire coverage. There's no other municipality in this entire country and probably in the world that has fire protection such as New York City. At all times we had at least 50% availability. That's what the firefighters are there for. They're there to provide fire protection, and they respond to fires when they need it. So I don't understand what people are saying, yourself and so-called union officials or high fire department officials. They don't know what they're talking about. That is totally irresponsible.
Well, Fire Commissioner, the reason we were doing that story was we were trying to point out to the public the best, most efficient way to contact the fire department in a time of great stress for your department. There was a time when you had almost 40% of your engines were down there.
It certainly didn't come across that way. It didn't come across that way. It sounded to me like it was a scare tactics. It was just an alarmist viewpoint, and totally disservice to the people of the city of New York.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, Marcia, thanks for bringing us that part of the story, and we also thank the Commissioner for coming on and giving us his view on the situation. Thank you.
Coming up next, the story of a firefighter injured battling the fires at the World Trade Center.
He's a hero that we've seen before. The story coming up.
New Jersey come in, put on fire boots, and go in the building. And as you asked, there are still people inside of the building. Now, the fire department and the police are saying they are not trapped. They are being escorted downstairs. It's a very, very slow process. It's 10 floors at a time. I just want to recap that right now the police department is saying 7 people are dead from this blast. 700 people have been injured. But those injuries, again, are not all serious. A lot of people suffered from smoke inhalation. Anyway, we're going to have a lot more on this story, and you're looking at a live picture. And the massive work goes on here. It's going to be weeks before this is all cleaned up. And now we'll throw it back to you, John and Corianne.
Thank you very much, Penny. Of course, we'll check in with you a bit later on. And there is other news happening tonight.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
It has been a long, hectic, and terribly chaotic day in Lower Manhattan, as you can imagine. Let's take a look at some live pictures of emergency equipment as you see them still there, personnel still on hand for the last few hours. Firemen have been moving from the ground up to the top of the Twin Towers, and police have been coming from the top down. We can show you now that video of a helicopter was taken sometime within the past hour or so, the helicopter landing on top of the Trade Center and picking up, among others, several pregnant women who had been stuck on the 94th floor. They were then brought down by the helicopter, brought to the ground, and ultimately moved out of there aboard buses and emergency vehicles. All of that, as I say, has been taking place late this evening into the night. As of this moment, however, they think they have everyone out of the Twin Towers. It is a little misleading, incidentally, to think of the World Trade Center's Twin Towers as just a couple of very tall buildings in Lower Manhattan. Think of them instead as a vertical city with as many people as Dearborn, Michigan. When the blast went off today underneath the Trade Center, all those people needed to get out. Only the electricity was off, which meant that the elevators weren't working and there were no lights in the stairwell and no instructions on where to go. Some of those people, remember, were more than 100 floors up. As of this hour, 7 people are dead, more than 500 have been hospitalized, 200 were treated on the scene, and there is growing reason to believe that the explosion was caused by a terrorist bomb. Here's what New York Governor Mario Cuomo said on the Larry King program just a couple of hours ago. This is a quote. The information I have is it was definitely a bomb. The one thing about this that is most notable, as far as I can tell, is that never in my lifetime has this ever happened in the United States. No foreign people or force has ever done this to us. Until now, we were invulnerable. It is therefore a unique moment in our history. That's a quote from Mario Cuomo. Joining us now live here in Washington is Skip Brandon, Deputy Assistant Director for Intelligence at the FBI and one of the Bureau's leading terrorism experts. What do you make of it?
Well, we still don't know exactly what has happened. We won't know until we can get people on the ground into the blast area. We still can't do that at this point because the fires are still going. So it will be a while before we know exactly what's happened. Obviously, there's been a terrible tragedy, an explosion of some sort.
Mr. Brandon, let me stop you. I thought the fires were out hours ago. You're telling me there are still fires going down there?
There's still some smoke in the area, is my understanding, and it's also still very hot. We're also concerned about the safety of investigators getting in because of structural damage.
Well, I must also tell you, I've been told that a group that was hired, a firm that was hired by the FBI, went down there They say the evidence they have seen indicates at least 150 pounds of plastique.
We're not prepared to call that at this point. It'll take a while for us to be able to determine exactly what has happened.
All right. If you'll be good enough to stand by, we'll come back to you a little bit later, maybe talk about some of the ramifications of this. We've seen a little bit of what happened today after the explosion rocked the World Trade Center. Now, here's Nightline's Jeff Greenfield with a report to fill in some of the gaps.
When it opened 20 years ago, New York's World Trade Center was called a city within a city. Its twin towers, each 110 stories high, are the second tallest buildings in the world. 40,000 people a day work here. Another 50,000 visit. Subway and commuter lines snake beneath the complex, which encompasses some 250 elevators and 2 zip codes, all its own. It is the essence of a complex, intricately integrated urban machine. At 18 minutes past noon today, the machine blew up.
There's been an explosion deep below the 110-story towers of the World Trade Center in New York City.
It began in a parking garage under the Vista Hotel, an enormous blast that was felt a quarter-mile high.
Oh, there was a huge explosion that rocked the building.
A lot of people panicked. That's why it was so backed up, because everybody was panicking and trying to run through one door.
The blast blew a hole some 150 feet wide in the wall of the garage. But that was only the beginning. Under the garage is the major station on a New York-New Jersey commuter line. The explosion collapsed the ceiling of that station.
All of a sudden, we heard a loud bang, and the lights momentarily went off and the building shook.
So powerful was the explosion that it blasted up through 3 levels, reaching the concourse of the Trade Center towers. Within minutes, thick smoke began pouring into the stairwells and elevator shafts, which acted as chimneys, pulling the smoke all the way up through the towers.
That place is a death trap. Let me tell you something. There was smoke where there shouldn't be smoke. I was on the 107th floor, and we heard the bang, and that place filled up in 5 minutes.
As firefighters began moving in, Consolidated Edison, the city's public utility, cut off all electricity to the towers as a safety measure. For reasons yet unknown, emergency backup lights did not work, plunging thousands of people into darkness.
We just kept following everybody else down the stairs, and everyone was going faster, faster, and, just telling everybody to cover your mouth and keep your head down.
By early afternoon, lower Manhattan looked like a war zone. Office workers, faces blackened with smoke and soot, hundreds gasping for breath, staggered into the frigid February air. More than 100 emergency vehicles jammed the streets around the World Trade Center. Some were summoned from New Jersey, just across the Hudson River. Local hospitals were overwhelmed with hundreds seeking treatment, mostly for smoke inhalation.
Approximately 3/4 of the patients are suffering from severe or lesser degrees of smoke inhalation. One of the patients been on a respirator. At least one patient has been in cardiac arrest. We've had one patient with a fractured skull, and regrettably, one patient brought to St. Vincent's expired approximately 2:30 p.m.
With no electricity in the towers and with the 911 phone system hopelessly jammed, local newscasters became a lifeline to hundreds of people still trapped in the towers.
Scott?
Yes, hello.
Are you having difficulty breathing?
Well, there's a pregnant woman who works with us up here, and a lot of people are panicking.
What are you doing for her?
Well, we put it down on the floor, and she's just very nervous.
Tell him to calm down. We're going to try to get help to him.
Okay.
The fires are out.
You're going to be fine.
You'll be fine. They'll be there very shortly.
Some of the rescues were right out of Hollywood. A pregnant woman plucked from the rooftop by a helicopter. A firefighter pulled from the crater of the explosion.
All right, this story is ever-changing, and the latest word on the explosion at the World Trade Center, 5 people are now dead and more than 300 people injured.
By evening, the fires had been brought under control, but the shockwaves from the explosion were far from over. New York's normally lunatic Friday evening rush hour became pure chaos. Roadways, bridges, and tunnels closed. Commuter and subway service disrupted. Then came the biggest shock of all.
This catastrophe reportedly was caused by a massive explosive device placed in the sub-basement of the Trade Center.
The machine had been broken not by a freak act of nature or by metal fatigue or by human error, but by a deliberate act of terror in a garage that houses cars of the Secret Service. cars that were to be used during a presidential visit to this area in 3 days.
We have to tell you now that the official count of the dead so far at this moment is 7 dead. We know of about more than 100 injuries, something on the order of about 150, and it's expected that the injuries may number 500 before the count is done.
Into the night, the rescues continued. A group of school children on a field trip. A group of office workers trapped for hours in an elevator. And as the rescue continued, so did the speculation. Now the air and the roads are clearing. Now the lights have come on again. Now the web will be reconnected. Now the damage will be fixed. At least the damage that can be fixed. Jeff Greenfield for Nightline in New York.
Standing by live now is my ABC News colleague, Mort Dean. Mort, you heard Assistant FBI Director Skip Brandon say before there was still smoke down in the area, making it difficult to examine what was going on. Is it my imagination, or weren't you down there earlier this afternoon?
Ted, I was down into the garage earlier this afternoon on the first floor of the 3-story garage, and there was no doubt that there had been a major event there. The force of the explosion was tremendous. Cars were just torn apart all over the garage.
What is the situation now as far as any people being left in the World Trade Center is concerned?
I was told just a few minutes ago that the Port Authority, one of the agencies here, has said that the 2 towers are clear, as is the Vista Hotel that is part of the complex, although police officers are still working from floor 1 to floor 50 just to be certain that nobody is on the lower floors, Ted.
All right, Maureen, thanks very much. I hope you'll be able to stand by. When we return, we'll continue our discussion with Skip Brandon of the FBI, and we'll be joined by the Commissioner of the New York City Fire Department.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by Lexus Luxury Automobiles.
Officers going through floor by floor.
Thank you very much. Hope you get a little sleep sometime during the night.
Thank you, then.
Our special report will continue in a moment. Up next...
Who carried a colleague of theirs who was wheelchair-bound down 66 flights of stairs, and they had to wait till everybody else was out to go down backwards. But in all these stories, when children are involved, there's always something very special about it. In this case, a group of school children, kindergarten kids from Brooklyn, were going on a field trip to the World Trade Center and got caught up in the day's events. And when they returned home hours later, it was quite an emotional moment. Here's how our local ABC station reported it.
A school bus full of kids has never been such a welcome sight as it was tonight at PS 95. And when the doors were opened, it was pandemonium of joy.
Come on, sweetheart. Come on.
The 2 kindergarten classes were finally home after a day filled with worried parents and frightened kids, some of whom spent 3 hours on the frigid, snowy World Trade Center roof, 110 floors above Manhattan, before walking the entire way down the stairs. But the other class was trapped in a dark and smoky elevator, unable to let anybody know where they were.
It was terrible. We got on it, and we got like to like the 70th floor, it got stuck, and then it was pitch black. We was in the dark like for 5 hours.
Just you and the kids in the elevator?
All the kids. We had 17 kids and 5 adults.
Did the smoke get into the elevator?
Yeah, we have all the kids with all the smoke all around their nose. We have it in their throats, you know.
Did you know what had happened?
No. We still don't really know what happened.
The kids sang and prayed for 5 hours while the teacher and chaperones became more and more worried that no one would rescue them. Finally, firefighters found them stuck near the 35th floor.
Then some of the children went up the ladder, just like you see, rescue, whatever. And then we were sent down slowly to the first one. The children were counting, and they saw us. We were happy.
I was a little scared.
What did you do all that time? You were there for 5 hours.
You cried. You cried?
I cried.
Parents who did not know where their kids were until 7 o'clock tonight also cried a bit when all those 5-year-olds finally made it home.
The only thing I was thinking about was my child. That's all.
What did you think when you saw her coming off the bus?
I was happy that she was all right. And I'm glad she with me today.
Now, Ted, this being New York, I have to tell you one more quick story. There were about 40 people who authorities were holding to make sure that they weren't contaminated by asbestos. After several hours, these 40 New Yorkers looked at each other, realized that the bureaucracy had fouled up, and they just got up and left.
New York, New York. It's a wonderful town. Jeff, thanks very much indeed. We will continue our coverage in just a moment when we meet one of the heroes of today's incident. Two fellow workers of yours, but you know what is down there. To the best of your knowledge, is there anything there that could have caused that kind of an explosion?
No, no way. It was so powerful that it just vibrated the whole place. I had to be real close to where we were. And then when I got upstairs, our office was totally ripped up, you know, as everything in a way. I had to pull through everything just to get to these guys.
Now, where were they? They were under the rubble?
Yeah, they were under the rubble. They had to take their shirt off, and they were just there. I just had to shine the light. I couldn't even see them. One of them stuck their hand out, and I pulled them forward. And we finally got them out, you know. When we turned around to go back, I panicked because we couldn't see anything. And then I remember the desk I climbed over, so I climbed back over that same way. And then when we got there, the door we were trying to get out was blocked. So I just started running into the door until I finally knocked it open. There were people that were right on the side in the elevator because there was air in there. And they came out and they got out too, but the two guys that we pulled out started collapsing, and they were trying to take care of them right there. I said, no, take them upstairs, and we finally took them all upstairs. And I just want to say that I was terrified, and it's the worst thing that ever happened in my life, but
well,
I'm glad.
Let me tell you something. I think a definition of courage is not doing something when you're not scared. It's doing something when you are scared, and by that token, you certainly performed heroically today. How are those two men, do you know?
Well, I went to the hospital with one of them, and they got him there. I just hope that they're all right. And I've been in the Guard for 16 years, and I think that helped me out a lot.
What about you? You were taken to the hospital. How are you?
Yeah, I went afterwards. After the last guy of ours had came out, we went back down there, and I took one of the fire department people down there to show them where there were some other guys trapped, because I just couldn't get to them. There was too much stuff in the way.
All right. Fred Furby, we are, I'm afraid, out of time, but it's a privilege meeting you, and thank you very much for coming in this evening. It's been an extraordinary day for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back in a moment.
Lately, another 800 service has been promising to save you a few drops in the bucket over AT&T. What they're not telling you is that they lose 50% more 800 calls. Calls take longer to get through, and the other company is twice as likely to have a network outage. Now, when you think of all the sales you could lose if you don't have AT&T, their promise doesn't hold much water. One of the 800 reasons to choose AT&T 800 service, the best in the business.
ABC News will continue to bring you the latest developments on the World Trade Center explosion throughout the coming weekend. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightline is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any...
hands. Evidence they hope will help them break this case. In this hour, we're going to ask, are there any new leads? Will displaced businesses be able to recover from this kind of a setback? What changes in security are in store? And how are victims coping with the aftermath of their ordeal? Troubling questions, and we will have some answers.
It all comes down to a nightmare of epic proportions that is being felt around the world. Newspapers in the major capitals of Europe carry headlines of the disaster, many indicating that the United States is no longer immune from a terrorist attack. Victoria Corderi joins us now with how it all began, an anatomy of a nightmare. Victoria.
It has been 3 days now since the bomb blast rocked the World Trade Center, and the minutes and hours afterwards are now a part of New York's history that we will not soon forget. It all began on what seemed like an ordinary Friday when most people were thinking about what they were going to have for lunch.
beat everybody else.
12:18 on Friday.
I was sitting in my chair, and all of a sudden I just felt an explosion. I flew out of my chair.
We heard a loud bang and the building shook.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
I was blown across the room. Everything went black, and it felt like a tomb.
So when the walls came down, it came on top of the desk, and I just crawled out.
By 12:20, firefighters and emergency crews flood the scene.
Keep on walking, take it right now.
Some sort of explosion underground, sending smoke clear through the upper reaches of the Twin Towers, still full of people trapped.
We just kept following everybody else down the stairs, and everyone was going faster, faster, and, you know, just telling everybody to cover your mouth and keep your head down. But it just kept getting darker and smokier as the further you went down.
There are a lot of people still up there that aren't going to get down for hours, and the smoke is extremely thick.
It was like an apocalypse, I guess you could say. It was a very heavy, dense smoke situation. There was a hell of a lot of smoke.
750 firefighters, 188 ambulances. Unprecedented disaster.
They're opening up elevators. When we opened up the elevator 1A, there were 10 people laying on the floor. It was amazing. And they were all semi-conscious. The only noise we heard was one woman cry.
All the other elevators that we'd open up, the people came running out. The people in this elevator just kind of laid there. They didn't think they were going to come out.
The epicenter of the blast, the parking garage beneath the complex, 4 levels of rubble.
Please evacuate the building.
Dark, it's wet, and there's a few people in there, and they're not sure how many. We got a couple out.
There was a man still sitting in his car, and you could tell he was dead. And I didn't even get close to him because as we were getting into that area, our man got hurt. We were searching for people, and all of a sudden the floor wasn't there. It fell into a hole.
There's an enormous crater that's been formed for the explosion. It was clearly a huge explosion. There's a lot of debris in the crater. It's building materials. It's cars caught on fire that were in the garage. There are mechanical systems, pipes from the steam system were blown up.
One of the patients been on a respirator. At least one patient has been in cardiac arrest. We've had one patient with a fractured skull, and regrettably, one patient brought to St. Vincent's expired.
All told, 5 people died, more than 1,000 injured. By Saturday, aftermath and analysis.
Looks like a bomb, it smells like a bomb, it's probably a bomb.
More than 40 calls claiming responsibility.
I can tell you that the phone calls were very varied all over the lot.
And back at the World Trade Center, frantic cleanup into Sunday night. Businesses in disarray.
We have been working feverishly for the last, I guess it's 48 hours now, trying to restore vital systems.
And by Monday, workers tentatively heading back to the parts of the World Trade Center compound that were operational. So many questions still unanswered.
You know, the federal and the state and the local people have been working together ever since the incident occurred. It took us a substantial amount of time just to get people down in the crater that the bomb made to begin the analysis.
The president is vowing to help the city in any way he can, and while that promise may provide comfort to some, it may do little to restore the confidence of millions of shaky New Yorkers, as you might imagine.
Thank you, Vicki, very much. From outside, the Twin Towers still look very majestic, but 2 of the tallest buildings are the emptiest buildings tonight. Twin tombstones standing over a crater of death. The bomb on Friday killed everyone standing nearby in the Trade Center's underground parking garage and wrecked the police command center, too. The force of the explosion spread outward, upward, and downward. It tore through walls, it shattered water mains that leaked millions of gallons of water. It broke power lines and brought down the ceiling in the Trade Center's PATH station. And suddenly workers were fighting for their lives. Jim Dolan had a unique first-hand look inside at the devastation, and he's live now at the World Trade Center. Jim?
Bill, one story out of thousands from Friday afternoon. In the harrowing moments after a terrorist bomb ripped through the floors and walls of the World Trade Center garage, as a choking black smoke began to fill the lower floors, a garage parking attendant lay dazed and frightened beneath a mountain of concrete rubble. He had no time to wonder what had happened as car tires and gas tanks continued to explode one by one around him in a deafening crescendo of terror that seemed to him quite endless. The attendant somehow managed to make it out alive. Now take a look at what he thought for a few terrifying moments would be his grave. Walk down the stairs of the World Trade Center and you step into the war zone, where steel-reinforced concrete crumbled like cardboard, where a 300-pound steel door flew from its hinges to land 100 feet away, and step beyond a plastic curtain into a world where walls of cement shattered like panes of glass, where floors and ceilings collapsed, where 50-pound bricks are strewn about like pieces of an angry child's game.
This is our mainframe computer right there. I have my light on it.
On Friday morning, it was a working, efficient, high-tech office area. But look at the clock and calendar on the far left of the screen. It managed to work for just a few short minutes after the blast, after the world of the employees here in the basement changed forever, after a blanket of soot and debris covered their lives, and after the feeling of safety they had always enjoyed was lost in the smoke that engulfed them. But down there in the black fog of desperation, beneath the bricks and clutter, in the basement of the World Trade Center, heroes emerged.
We had an officer in here who was buried in the rubble, and he managed to get out through here and save his lieutenant, who was buried in the office back here.
Both survived, and fortunately they picked a safe route to leave the building. They were lucky.
If you were to go out that door, you'll fall about 200 feet.
Now walk to the lip of the crater, the epicenter of the earthquake that rocked people 110 stories above. One rescue worker said it was like looking into the mouth of a volcano on Friday. Here, 4 floors of walls and ceilings and floors and everything between them collapsed. An electric control room, 5 feet by 6 feet, dangles in midair, suspended only by the cables that once fed it power. The beams that hold up the building stand but appear to buckle beneath the extra weight. Some say a war started here on Friday, a point it would be hard to argue against from the evidence. The reconstruction of the garage and the offices destroyed by this device will be an enormous undertaking. Every floor in that garage braces the beams, and those vertical beams support the building. 4 of those floors are now missing, so those beams are supporting extra weight. In any event, the parking garage may never reopen. It was the bullseye of a target on Friday afternoon, a target that will clearly now require a great deal more protection. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Jim Dolan, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
There are still many questions surrounding the bombing at the World Trade Center, but tonight investigators may have a useful lead. It is a videotape. This was first reported today by senior correspondent John Johnson. He is live now at One Police Plaza with the very latest. JJ.
Well, Ross, tonight police and the FBI are basically considering the bombing of the World Trade Center the act of terrorists, while at the same time corroborating the existence of a surveillance videotape of cars and vehicles entering the World Trade Center before the bombing. Vehicles that could have carried the explosives that blew up under the Trade Center. With the specter of a terrorist organization bombing hanging over the city, Mayor David Dinkins was hanging tough today.
We're doing everything that we can, working closely with the federal and state governments to find the perpetrators of this repugnant incident and bring them to justice. Because no one, I repeat, no one, will be allowed to hold the toughest, bravest city in the world hostage to fear.
Governor Mario Cuomo also warned those responsible for the bombing that New Yorkers wouldn't live in fear.
We're going to be back in that office. I will lead my people back into that office. I hope we're the first ones back in the office, and I hope it's not more than a week or so before it happens. That will be our message to whoever did this. Whatever you were trying to achieve, you failed.
While there are now all kinds of speculation as to who may have planted the bomb and why, Eyewitness News has learned that investigators are giving more weight to some potential leads in the bombing of the World Trade Center than others. First, the explosives used. There is speculation that the blast that caused the 4-story hole in the World Trade Center was some explosive combination of fertilizer and fuel oil, known as ANFO. But investigators are leaning more toward 500 to 1,500 pounds of dynamite. It would take a van to carry that much dynamite.
Apparently there is a videotape covering at least one of the entrances to the parking garage, apparently a tape of cars as they enter the garage. That tape just came into our possession, I frankly don't know what's on it.
A dynamite bomb of this size, strategically placed as it was in the World Trade Center to do as much damage as it did, reportedly according to the CIA, was a world-class hit, likely by world-class terrorists who would need more than one person to pull off the bombing.
I think we put the lone bomber, the lone zealot idea on the back burner. I believe the task force has done that. It's certainly still a possibility.
Now, disturbing in all this tonight was word from the FBI that they're looking into the possibility of sophisticated terrorist organizations having planted this bomb, organizations that include the drug cartels and known Middle East terrorist groups. Reporting live from the police plaza, the police headquarters, I'm John Johnson, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, John. And tonight, investigators are sorting out the pieces, trying to clear up the state of confusion surrounding the bomb itself. Federal agents working for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms are carefully sifting through the tons of rubble, trying to find even the smallest clue that might tell them what kind of bomb was used.
Primary evidence would be anything from residue that we'll collect from inside to the old traditional casings that it may be in, leg wires, timing devices, things of that nature.
People who know best say it will be days before they can work their way down to the explosion site, which is now dangerously unstable and is likely to stay that way for some time to come.
Everybody wants to know what kind of bomb was planted and why it was planted. One person who can bring us the very latest findings of the investigation is Deputy Mayor Norman Steisel. Mr. Steisel, I want to thank you so much for joining us. What do investigators know tonight for sure, and what key elements are still missing?
Well, I think the only thing that's really known is everyone agrees that it was a very powerful explosive device, as you've heard from the various investigators on the scene, the ATF officers, the FBI officials involved. There has not yet been a precise determination of either the material or how it was detonated. One of the things we've got to do is get investigators down at the actual point of impact, the crater as it's called, and that has been very difficult to do because of all of the debris and other material that's at the bottom of that crater, which will take a period of time to remove. At the same time, there are intelligence activities underway trying to evaluate the various calls that were made into the police department taking credit for the bomb. And those various investigative efforts will hopefully come together with a conclusion. As has been said, we just cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated this way, and those people who are responsible will be caught, prosecuted, so that they know we're just not going to stand for this kind of fear and terror tactic.
Do the people closest to the investigations, which include you, I think, tend to lean in one direction or another as to the identity of the bomber, that is, say, a terrorist or a disgruntled employee?
No, I don't think there's been any real conclusions drawn about that. I should say that I am not close to the investigation. What's important, frankly, is for the professionals, the men and women who you saw some examples of earlier in your show, to allow them to do a very, very thorough investigation and determine who's responsible. I think a lot of the speculation in the last few days, which have pinpointed one group or another, are not terribly useful. It just stirs up a lot of other emotions among people who think, well, maybe they should get in the act and seek to take revenge against one group or another. So we are really urging those who don't know much about it to limit that kind of speculation.
Keep their counsel to themselves.
Yes, I think today's one of the tabloid newspapers today had one story. There were about this possibly being Saddam's revenge. There was another story about possibly having something to do with the Serbian and Bosnian communities. And here you're dealing with what essentially ethnic, religious feuds of enormous dimension, and we don't want to start people heated up and start that revolutionary fervor here in the streets of New York. So it's really important to allow the professional people who know how to do these investigations, whether it's sifting through the debris to determine what the bomb may be made out of, or whether it's intelligence gathering with possible organization, to do that job before anybody gets off chasing after false leads.
Deputy Mayor Norman Steisel, thank you very much for coming with us. With more than 1,000 people injured, many are still nursing wounds, including the Montalvos. They were trapped in their car when the bomb exploded. They tried to get through the thick black smoke by feeling their way along a wall, but Ted Montalvo had a severed artery, and he passed out very quickly. His wife, Evelyn, managed to find the strength to drag him out, and there's the story.
As small as I am, I've managed to pick him up, drag him, and just keep on going. It's like I had the strength to actually lift him up.
She started struggling and telling me, don't die on me now, don't die on me now. She started screaming at me, don't give up on me now. And she gave me the the power.
Like a lot of people close to the bombing and not too close to the bombing, the Montalvos say it was only a coward who could have done it.
And coming up on Eyewitness News, they were not physically hurt in the disaster.
But the explosion did have to take a psychological toll on a group of school children trapped in an elevator in the World Trade Tower. We'll have their story of courage and of coping.
And we'll also show you how businesses are scrambling for survival.
And what's being done to make sure history of this sort does not repeat itself. Continuing live coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center when we come back in just a moment.
People who work in the World Trade Center complex struggle to find their way back to work today.
Oh, you have to go outside and walk around.
The confusion mixed with nervousness and tight security was throughout the area. Many employees tried to return to their offices to pick up belongings, but they had a long wait. And going back to the scene of Friday's disaster brought mixed feelings.
I'm like asking everybody. I don't know what entrance to go into 6th. I'm not sure if it's open. It's very haphazard.
I live in Staten Island, so I came by ferry, and just coming over and you see the building from the ferry, it gets you a little bit. You're a little scared to go in.
While the Twin Towers are virtually closed, other parts of the Trade Center complex are open.
And for thousands of people who work in the World Trade Center, today was by no means business as usual. The commodity exchanges regained some semblance of order inside the towers. Hundreds of traders worked a short session, and they will again tomorrow, because there is no power available for lighting late in the afternoon. As for the thousands of other World Trade Center employees, we go live now to Celeste Ford for their story. Celeste.
Well, Bill, Mayor Dinkins has declared a business emergency in the city. That means all city agencies are expected to work round the clock facilitating those businesses hurt by the explosion. They will need the help. 350 companies have been displaced, leaving 50,000 employees scrambling. And they won't see their offices at the World Trade Center for at least a week. The line at the Port Authority Command Center on West Street ran out the door and halfway down the block. Businesses from the World Trade Center waited hours for an escort to their offices.
I just want to get upstairs to forward my phone to the messaging service. That's all I really want to do. I don't need any documents. I just need my customers to know that they can still talk to us.
Mike Burns runs a 3-man messenger service, and today he must find office space. The bigger companies have more options.
Yamatani International is our sister company, and we're going to try to have some space from them and set up an operations there.
Their landlord, the Port Authority, allowed each tenant a half hour to sweep through their offices and retrieve the documents and equipment they need most. Many found their offices untouched by the explosion, but they cannot return until the building's services are restored. By 6 o'clock this evening, the Port Authority had escorted 230 tenants. They appear to be making do. Meantime, the experts won't even guess what the potential losses might be.
The loss that is going to really take place will be to the building itself, to vendors in and around the World Trade Center, and possible to some business interruption loss.
A lot will depend on how quickly the Port Authority can reopen the Twin Towers. They're closed, as is the Vista Hotel. But buildings 4, 5, 6, and 7 are back in business, so are those companies that react quickly. The accounting firm Deloitte & Touche found offices in Midtown. This is tax season, their busiest time of year. Until Friday, the architectural firm Mancini Duffy was at One World Trade Center. Now it's borrowing space from a client in Midtown. They received roughly 20 offers, and the office manager predicts they will not lose much business. Do you think this will mean a loss of business?
No, certainly not. Certainly it's a certain amount of inconvenience for us in terms of how we operate, but I don't foresee any terrific loss.
The city and state are making $5 million available for interest-free loans. In the morning, they will set up an office at the old Alexander's store on the concourse at the World Trade Center, and those small businesses that qualify will be eligible for loans of up to $50,000. And we're live in Lower Manhattan. I'm Celeste Ford, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Celeste. New York City takes pride because it is at the very heart of the world's financial system. But since Friday, there may be those businesses thinking twice about the risks of doing business here. So joining us in our newsroom is Ronald Shulp, President, Chief Executive Officer of the New York Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Shulp, thank you very much for joining us, but you know that even before the bombing on Friday, New York City had trouble with its reputation as a place to do business. What are you able to say to businessmen here and across the world to persuade them that New York is still the place to come to do business?
Well, I think first it has to be said that business, like the rest of New York City, is under very adverse circumstances, coping very well with the situation. You have all the commodity exchanges open. You have the subway running again. You have businesses that were dislocated like Deloitte & Touche, foreign businesses like Fuji Bank, the biggest tenant, Dean Witter, finding offices because of the nature of their business and the way they're spread around the city. The difficulty, of course, is small business. I think most difficult of all, those really small ones, the mom and pop shops, both in the World Trade Center and in the area. They have more difficulty, and I hope now that the President has declared this an economic disaster area, they too will be eligible for these loans from the Small Business Administration.
Mr. Shelp, there have to be serious concerns about tourism tonight because that is such a major industry in the state of New York. What is the Chamber doing to battle fears of terrorism, whether those fears are founded or not?
Well, let me tell you the perspective I'm coming from. I was in Osaka, Japan with the mayor on our trade and business mission to sell business, keep business here, and attract tourists when this happened. So it's very interesting to see it from there, because you take one event and it gets magnified, and you can quickly lose perspective when you return and see how things really are. It's not that this wasn't serious, but this is one part of New York City. You know, we tend to think of the World Trade Center as a city all to itself. That's true, but there's lots of cities in this city in that sense. There's 55,000 people work here, yet over 3 million people work in New York. There's 12 million square feet of space in the World Trade Center, yet around New York there's 350 million square feet of space. What I found in Japan is two things, and I think this will be true in most of the world. First, the business people themselves from Japan, and they are the biggest foreign business community here, they're savvy, they know New York, they understand it, and they realize it's important to be here.
Okay.
Secondly, the tourists who've been here, and there's millions of those from Japan, understand it too. But right now, obviously, this is a frightening event.
It is, Mr. Shelp, and unfortunately our time is all up, but I want to thank you so much for joining us this evening. President Clinton is vowing to come to the aid of businesses knocked off track by the disaster.
Security was very tight for his visit to New Jersey today, and just as tight all through the city. That story when the special edition of Eyewitness News continues. President Clinton was in the metropolitan area today expressing his concern and trying to quell fears about the bombing of the World Trade Center. Very exuberant cheers greeted the president at Rutgers University. When he visited a high school classroom in New Brunswick, he reassured students that painstaking manhunt is underway to track down whoever bombed the World Trade Center.
We have put in full resources of the federal law enforcement agencies, all kinds of agencies, all kinds of access to information at the service of those who are working to figure out who did this and why and what the facts are.
These are tense times and security is heightened, but the president surprisingly did not appear to have any extraordinary protection assigned to him today.
Bill, security guards are clamping down all over the New York area tonight for workers trying to get back to their jobs at the World Trade Center today. They were met with checkpoints and newly enforced security. It was much the same scene at other office buildings and businesses throughout the metropolitan area. With more on that, we're going to go live to Jay Dedeffer. Jay.
Well, Roz, we're out at Kennedy Airport tonight because if indeed the explosion was caused by terrorists, then crowded, high-profile landmarks like Kennedy Airport or, for instance, the Empire State Building would be likely targets. And that's why officials are trying to make them a little less vulnerable. There's a new sign of the times at the Empire State Building, safety for all, which means all people coming into this landmark are having their bags and briefcases checked. It's an inconvenience that says a lot about the current state of mind among New Yorkers.
I think it's good, but I think they're not doing enough.
You think they could do more?
They could do more.
It's definitely worth it, whatever they're doing to help the situation. You have to.
Is it slowing you down at all today?
Not one bit. Not one bit. It's worth it. It really is.
There's tighter security almost everywhere, at federal buildings and the stock exchange. At Kennedy Airport, police are on Port Authority Stage 3 alert, which means everyone here is keeping an eye out for cars left in front of terminals and bags left inside terminals.
I don't think this will affect the flight schedules at all.
And the reason for doing this, again, is
strictly precautionary. Again, there is no threat to the airline industry at this time.
And at Police Plaza this afternoon, building managers and private security companies heard from the FBI and NYPD about what they can do to make New York a bit more terrorist-proof. That's also the idea at the busy Grand Central Terminal, where bomb-sniffing dogs are on patrol and where parcels are no longer able to be checked and balconies have been closed. For Metro North Police, it's Deja Vu.
As we did in the Gulf War, we were closing off the balcony to public access, and we're considering the closing of a number of entrances and exits that are generally rarely used anyway. So it won't be much of a public inconvenience, and it'll create a greater measure of safety for commuters and the public who use Grand Central Terminal.
Now, all three Port Authority airports are on this Port Authority Level 3 alert, and what that means for travelers is probably very little. A few minor conveniences, or inconveniences, I should say. One at Newark, a short-term parking lot has been closed that's near the terminal, and here at Kennedy, the terminal parking lot on top of Delta, which is right on top of the terminal, for obvious reasons that has been closed too. All of these things are in effect indefinitely at this point. We're live at Kennedy Airport. J.D. Depper, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, J.D. Of course, the explosion has been a bust for a great many businesses, but a boom to some others.
Some firms can hardly keep up with the need for special business items, making money from disaster. That story is next as the special hour-long edition of Eyewitness News continues. There's another man's gold mine.
And a lot of businesses like corporate relocators and office suppliers are making money off the World Trade Center bombing. That story now from Harry Martin.
How are we on 30 by 72 tables? I need to know how many I have.
It was not business as usual here at the Aronson Equipment Rental on the east side this morning.
I might need up to a couple hundred.
They needed more than a couple hundred chairs and tables for the hundreds of businesses looking for temporary office space and temporary office equipment. Was business here booming?
More than booming. It's, you know, we have to help out people who need our help.
In fact, Randy Greenberg says that his rental business has done several weeks' worth of business in just a few hectic hours this morning.
Because in the rental business, you are definitely an ambulance, per se, and that people call you when they have a need. They're on the phone and they're saying that they need the furniture delivered yesterday while they're on the phone with you today.
And speaking of phones, they needed plenty of extra phone lines here at MDY Advanced Technologies in Fair Lawn, New Jersey.
Pickup line 1.
This is a company that has its own disaster recovery room for businesses that had the foresight to plan ahead for a disaster like the bombing at the World Trade Center. MDY is a company that rents computers and gets them up and running.
What we're doing is trying to find them space. Some of them are working out of our contingency planning space right here. We have disaster recovery space that's furnished. We set up their computer systems. We restore their backups so they could continue to work.
Through a little advanced planning, some businesses will be able to recover valuable computer files without missing a beat.
100% cotton.
And yes, you knew it had to happen. Some entrepreneurs had these shirts printed up, boasting of surviving the tragedy. Price? $10. In Lower Manhattan, Harry Martin, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
And in point of fact, it seems that hundreds of businesses are thriving in the midst of disaster.
Including construction firms who are putting pieces of the World Trade Center back together. How long will it take? What needs to be done? That story as the special coverage of the World Trade Center disaster continues.
Repair crews are fixing phone lines and sprinkler systems. They're replacing steel supports. They're trying to get the towers, in short, operating as soon as possible. Tim Minton joins us now live with an update. Tim?
That's right, Bill. In the city that never sleeps, now we've got the repair project that won't sleep. They will be repairing right around the clock. And as hundreds of workers begin to clean up and rebuild, officials provided the clearest assessment yet of the damage. In towers normally renowned for thousands of office workers doing business, tonight the business is repairs. And the workers are mechanics and laborers like the Port Authority's Frank Mancini.
That is a lot of structural damage due to the explosion in the Vista. And this everything.
Hotel you're talking about?
Yeah, the Vista Hotel. Everything's really at a mess now.
It's a mess that will keep the Vista Hotel shut for weeks. And at the adjacent Twin Towers, which officials say are structurally sound, the garage area around the basement blast doesn't look much better.
We did find that the slabs supporting the parking decks in the area of the explosion were devastated. I'm sure you've all seen that on television or you've seen it yourselves. We had craters as much as 100 more feet in diameter.
The Port Authority's top boss says fixing slabs and floors are joined by fixing safety systems as top priorities.
We are working very hard to get all of our existing safety systems in working order, the emergency generators, the communication systems, the sprinkler systems, and so on, all working.
Meanwhile, some workers, like steam fitter mechanic Mario Rizzo, are here to make sure cold weather doesn't add another blow. And what would happen if you weren't here doing what you're doing?
there'd be a bigger mess than what it is right now. You get a lot of water damage coming up, you know, so you got to keep everything as warm as you can.
Just one of hundreds of parts of a plan to rescue the towers from what the blast left behind. A rescue plan that could take as short as a week, but most officials believe that because they have to also get safety systems working, it's likely to be much longer, days or weeks beyond that, before people can actually get back into the building to do business, the kind of business they were doing before Friday. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Tim Minton, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Tim. The explosion is taking its toll on commuters, of course, but what longer-term impact will it have on the World Trade Center itself?
Changes are in the wind, and it is a tall order. We'll tell you all about it when this special edition of Eyewitness News continues.
Who comes into contact with the World Trade Center learned a deadly lesson on Friday. These buildings, and perhaps no buildings, are safe from someone who is intent on devastation. Greg Hurst is here now with a look at the lessons learned in this fatal bomb explosion. Greg?
Yeah, some tough questions too, Bill. Like for instance, can a building be at fault when 5 people die, hundreds are injured, and nearly 100,000 others live out an afternoon of fear? The World Trade Center swirled in smoke and controversy after Friday's explosion.
Watch out, watch out!
Within minutes of the bomb going off in the sub-basement of the World Trade Center, choking black smoke filled the elevator shafts, then billowing up to higher floors, filling stairwells.
And we heard the bang, and that place filled up in 5 minutes.
The thousands of people who choked their way out of the World Trade Center on Friday got no help where they needed it most, in what to do and where to go. There were no announcements over an intercom. They were trapped in elevators, or they were forced to walk down every flight of stairs, stairwells that were pitch black. Today, they were asking if it had to be that way. The World Trade Center really is a city inside of a city. It has its own rules and regulations. In fact, it's not even governed by the same fire regulations that other buildings in New York City have to adhere to. The World Trade Center is owned by the Port Authority, designed in the 60s, built in the 70s. But Port Authority engineers insist it is well constructed and better than the New York City building code requirements of its day.
These buildings were not designed to minimum code requirements, but far in excess of code requirements.
Still, the Port Authority is being second-guessed for its building design, including having both power and backup power sources in the basement, both of them taken out by the bomb blast. Although the Port Authority is not willing to admit to mistakes, it says there will be some basic changes.
To the degree that we can introduce very quickly the battery-packed powered lighting in the stairwells, we're going to do that.
And the ventilation will have to be worked on. Industry experts tell us stairwells should never fill with smoke.
The building structure itself obviously performed fairly well, even though certain areas were destroyed. The buildings are still intact.
While this building is not designed to bomb criteria, no building in any city is designed to bomb criteria.
Yeah, which is the lesson learned. No building is bomb-proof or designed for catastrophe, especially like this, which is a pretty sobering thought.
Thank you,
Bill
Greg.
Ross?
There were so many acts of heroism on Friday, so many people doing extraordinary feats to save lives. But could the extent of the tragedy have been prevented? Were there precautions ignored? Were all of the safety codes good enough? And will there be changes at the World Trade Center? Joining us now to talk about some of these things, our New York's Fire Commissioner, Carlos Rivera. Commissioner, I want to thank you so much for joining us. And can we begin by asking you to help us understand the unique problems that your crews had in dealing with the World Trade Center explosion?
Well, the major problem we had was the loss of power, the backup power. The World Trade Center has a redundant system, and their generators were in the lower level. They flooded out early on, and we lost our power. So everything, all the rescues, the people that had to be evacuated had to be removed via the stairs. And as most of our people know, it's 110 stories, and we had to cover each floor, floor by floor. It was a most difficult task.
I was down there today, Commissioner, and I noticed that your firemen, your firefighters were all over the place. Is their work going to be done so that the investigators can get in and start to really begin to look for evidence about the bomb?
Well, what I understand is that they're working, the World Trade Center at this moment is working on stabilizing the columns there. And once that is done, they are going to get into investigating, complete their investigation, or start the investigation, or let's say better yet, to resume their investigation. We, the fire department, would like to get in there to finish our search. So we are both, the investigators and the department, the fire department, are awaiting the stabilization of those hazardous areas.
Commissioner, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck. You've heard of the possible changes in security at the World Trade Center.
But just how safe are you inside an office building in the city of New York? The answer to that question as we continue our coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center.
The explosion at the World Trade Center on Friday came absolutely without warning. People had no time to brace themselves or to better prepare against it.
What if a catastrophe hit your office tomorrow? Would you survive? Tim Fleischer reports on how New York office towers measure up and fall short.
Nearly 2 million people returned to their jobs in Manhattan's 800 high-rise buildings. Perhaps today a little hesitant.
The first thing that went through my head was, you know, what would happen if my garage was the one that blew up.
And after seeing the problems in Friday's evacuation of the trade towers, it's understandable.
Oh, definitely. Too many lives at stake.
Those who own, manage, and operate the giant skyscrapers found themselves checking again, wondering, too, if safety standards are in place.
We have generators, backup generators, but we also have portable generators in case the main generator went out. We have portable pumps and all of that, but we try to deal with each situation as it occurs.
Lino, open the door for them, Lino. But if an explosion in fire knocks out all of the safety systems, primary and backup, as it did last Friday, it's thought few would be equipped to operate, making emergencies more difficult. Still, high-rise buildings must comply with the toughest fire and safety codes in the country. Smoke detectors, sprinklers, emergency lights, all required.
Local Law 5 provides for a systematic approach to fire safety in the buildings. It has an extensive mechanical system of communications, control of the air conditioning systems and ventilation.
When the accidents happen, the experience in New York City has demonstrated that the systems work. They work exceptionally well, and we've had really very little loss of life and loss of property.
Even with all of the emergency procedures and the safeguards built into these buildings, there is still one important factor to consider, the human factor. Fire officials believe that anyone who works in a high-rise building has a responsibility and a very important role to play in an emergency. Like that taken by Ira Krulik, a designated fire warden on the 11th floor of his downtown building. During a fire last year, he and others helped evacuate the building.
We made sure that we got everybody out. I personally went through every office, went downstairs, and then told the head warden that the 11 was clear. I think emotionally we're ready.
Ready if they had to react to an emergency again. Tim Fleischer, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
And fire safety experts say the best thing that you can do to protect yourself is to keep a flashlight in your desk drawer, and you need to know at least 2 ways to get out of your office building without using an elevator.
The disaster at the World Trade Center tested the courage of the old and the young alike.
Coming up, they were trapped in the chaos, but we will show you how a group of students are turning their ordeal into a lesson of life as we continue our special coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center. There have been many stories of survival and endurance in the wake of the explosion at the World Trade Center.
But the stories of some of the children caught in the building after the explosion have been among the most touching. Steve Hartman spent the past several days with some of those kids, and he just listened as they described their ordeal.
Somewhere above the panic, somewhere below the roof, somewhere in between, they got stuck in the middle of a mess. 60 kids, too young to understand politics, terrorism, and hatred, crammed shoulder to shoulder in a pitch-dark elevator for almost 6 hours. On the surface, at least, it didn't take the kids too long to bounce back from the ordeal. We got this shot about an hour later, watched the third graders bounce off the bus, and found out for the first time exactly what they'd been through.
What did you do in there for 6 hours?
We panicked.
Dumb question, huh? The next day we met up with the same group, got more details, and got even more impressed with the people telling them.
And all of a sudden the lights went out and the power just stopped. We didn't have much air, because the smoke was coming in. We had to take off our shirts because it was pretty hot in there and sweaty.
Everybody was scared. I want my dad, I want my mom. Everybody said that.
Yeah, I was crying most of the time.
You were?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I thought we were going to spend the night there for the rest of our lives.
Then today we went to visit the kids once more. this time the kindergartners that were with that third grade class. Some were a little skittish, but I think it was mostly because of the cameras, not the bomb. Only one little girl didn't want to come to school, held on pretty tight to what she knew was safe. But eventually, like all the others we met, found the courage. If you believe in fate, you could easily argue that those kids were put in that elevator for a reason. As an example, some people are saying that because the kids have rebounded. School officials have determined they won't need any more counseling tomorrow. Today, they changed the date on the blackboard, and with that, the teacher made the last, albeit subtle, mention of the disaster.
27, 28, no more February. Thank goodness.
Steve Hartman, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Bye-bye to February and into March for the little lambs, eh, Ross? But our coverage of the disaster at the World Trade Center continues tonight on Eyewitness News at 11. What is the city doing to help businesses that have been knocked out by the explosion? We let you in on a unique plan born at City Hall to jumpstart firms that are down and out. And now that the damage is done, many people want somebody to pay for it. Just 3 days after the disaster, are we already looking at lawsuits? Those stories, and of course we'll have much more tonight on Eyewitness News at 11. We hope you join us then.
That is our special edition of Eyewitness News. Thank you for joining us now.
Our coverage will continue all through the evening and the night with a complete wrap-up of the day's events, as I said a moment ago, at 11. I hope you'll join us then. So for Rod Abrams and all the Eyewitness News team, I'm Bill Butel. Good luck, good night, be well.
This has been a special edition of Channel 7 Eyewitness News. The world... From Box 5, this is the 10 o'clock news.
We got slammed by another major winter storm. We're taking a pounding. Winds that are nearly the force of a hurricane, a deluge of rain and heavy surf battering the coasts. Tonight we'll have team coverage from the city to Long Island to the Jersey Shore. Also tonight, a major break in the World Trade Center bombing. A man described as a member of a radical Muslim group has been arrested and arraigned. Hours ago, a 26-year-old man from Jersey City by the name of Mohammed Salameh faced a judge and was sent to the slammer without bail. Here is the first look at him, as drawn by our courtroom artist. He heard the charges against him translated into Arabic. We have team coverage of this big break in the story that has brought New York to a standstill. Penny Crone is standing by at police headquarters right now. Penny.
John, I have to tell you one thing. The major rainstorm certainly hasn't kept anyone away from One Police Plaza. This place has been hopping all day today. And just a few minutes ago, Jim Fox, the head of the FBI here in New York, Ray Kelly, Police Commissioner Mayor Dinkins, and Charles Thompson of the ATF held a news conference to announce the arrest and the arraignment of 26-year-old Mohammed Salameh. Now, Mohammed Salameh was arraigned at federal court on Foley Square. He apparently just listened to the charges. He was wearing a gray suit. He seemed very faint, and he has been charged with planting explosives at the World Trade Center that resulted in the deaths of 5 people. Mohammed was arrested in Jersey City, New Jersey, when he reportedly went to pick up a $400 deposit that he had on the van that police believe carried the explosives that blew up in the parking lot of the World Trade Center. He allegedly rented the van from Ryder Truck Company in Jersey City, New Jersey.
FBI agents and New York City police detectives arrested Mohammed A. Salameh at the intersection of Seaview and Kennedy Streets in Jersey City, New Jersey, on the charge of aiding and abetting in the damage of and destruction to the World Trade Complex on West Street in New York City. While collecting debris from the explosion site, the explosives experts identified components of a vehicle which contained the explosive device. Among the components was a part of a car displaying a vehicle identification number. A search warrant was executed this afternoon, and among the things recovered were tools and wiring and manuals concerning antenna, circuitry, and electromagnetic devices. A police bomb technician concluded this evidence indicated the presence in this apartment of a bomb maker.
Mr. Fox, on the arraignment papers that were just issued at the arraignment, An FBI agent said that he was arrested by returning to the Ryder Truck Company. It is on the arraignment papers, which is public record. Could you kind of paraphrase it and explain it?
He returned to the Ryder Truck Company about 10:15 a.m. this morning, ostensibly to obtain the return of a $400 deposit fee he had left for the van when he rented it. When he returned, agents and detectives were in the office. When he left, he walked about a block and a half to a nearby bus stop at the intersection previously indicated, and when it appeared he was going to board a bus, we effected the arrest.
Now, Mohammed's attorney asked for, a court-appointed attorney asked for a $5 million bail. The judge turned it down after the assistant U.S. attorney said, no way, Mohammed would probably leave the country, and what's to prevent this from happening again? We're going to have a lot more for you tomorrow morning on Good Day New York and tomorrow night on the 10 o'clock news, but for now, we'll say back to you, John and Coran.
All right, thanks, Penny. Amy Atkins joins us now. She is at the Jersey City Mosque where the suspect worshipped. She found quite a different story than the FBI story. Amy?
Yes, I am standing in front of the building. Actually, on the third floor of this building is the mosque where the suspect worships. It is not the first time that a member of this mosque has been linked to a crime. All eyes right now are on this place of worship. Earlier, it was a place of business that had the FBI's full attention. Mohammed Salama came to the Ryder rental agency, a customer seeking a refund. He left with the FBI, a suspect in the bombing of the World Trade Center. On Tuesday, Salama, a Jersey City resident, had rented a Ford van. The same vehicle authorities believe carried the explosives that killed at least 5 people on Friday. The suspect told the agency the van was stolen. He demanded a $400 refund, which he eventually got. What he didn't realize is that the feds were behind the counter.
He came back a number of times. He came back Friday afternoon and told me that the truck was stolen from his possession.
And he wanted his $400 deposit.
He wanted his deposit back.
Sources tell Fox News the FBI has been conducting searches all over Jersey City, one of them at this apartment building. Gladys Moore, who lives here with her Egyptian boyfriend, says FBI agents broke down her door and ransacked her apartment.
Oh, they took a piece of my hair, and they put some things in my hands, and they took a test, they sent it out, they came back, and they said I could go.
6 blocks away, the mosque where Mohammed Salama worships. Apparently, it is much more than just a place of prayer. Among the 300 to 400 followers, Sultan Ibrahim El Ghali, an Egyptian-born Muslim who was convicted of trying to smuggle hundreds of pounds of explosives to the PLO in 1985. Another notable, El Said Nosser, charged with the murder of right-wing Israeli leader Meir Kahane. Nosser was later acquitted. Kahane's attorney says the mosque is a hotbed of terrorism.
After all, the people in the mosque were under serious consideration for deportation this very year. Why the delay? Why does it take an event like this to shock people to the realization that there are terrorists in our midst that can knock us out any day or night?
Nosser's attorney denies a connection.
I think it's utterly ridiculous. As I believe one mosque in Jersey City, a lot of Islamic people live there, and the fact that 2 men went to the same mosque is irrelevant. Same as saying is 2 people went to St. Patrick's Cathedral, that they would connect them in the bombing of the World Trade Center. It's utterly ridiculous.
In this tight-knit and tight-lipped community, those who know the suspect quietly defend him.
He's a nice person, yeah.
Those who worship here defend the mosque.
I doubt it very much that if someone from this building could do such an act. I doubt it very much.
People should be very proud of the work done by the law enforcement authorities. They worked hard together, they worked aggressively, they worked without stopping until they made, I think, a very quick arrest.
While many were praising the quick work, others were pressing for quick justice. New York Senator Al D'Amato is calling for the death penalty for convicted terrorists.
If someone is so depraved that they will set off bombs, explosives, without regard to human life, then certainly a jury of his or her peers should have the ability, under the proper circumstances, to call for the death penalty.
Also today, D'Amato introduced legislation to label the Palestinian group Hamas a terrorist organization. If that bill passes, members of Hamas would be forbidden from entering the United States.
Is dedicated to destroying the Egyptian regime and has carried out scores of attacks on tourists and assassinations. And Mr. Rahman himself was implicated in the killing of Anwar Sadat in 1981 in the killing of the Egyptian Speaker of Parliament in 1990. He was also implicated in funneling a death hit list to Egypt in 1992, in which 2 other people on that list were assassinated as a result of that. In the United States, he has hundreds of followers, and essentially no one makes a move without getting his blessing. So even though we don't have any more information available from the law enforcement authorities, I think we can presume at this point that this was an operation that was carried out with the blessing of the organization headed by Omar Abdul Rahman.
From the press conference tonight, we heard that apparently Salameh was not the bomb maker. At least that was not definitively pointed out. So what would his role have been? And obviously the culprits that you mentioned before that they are looking for would, I guess, include the people that actually made the bomb and the triggering device.
Well, it appears obviously that the suspect, Mr. Salameh, was the driver and the renter of the van. And as terrorist operations go, essentially they're very compartmentalized. It is, everybody has a different part, and they're supposed to be kept secret from one another, so that if one person gets caught, he doesn't really allow the others to get caught. Now, in this particular case, the investigators, I think, outfoxed the culprits. I think it's important to add that the organization to which the young suspect belongs to is an organization that has a tremendous capability to carry out violence, not only in Egypt, but as we see now in the United States. We still don't know what the motive is, however, for this bombing. And I think it's very important to say that maybe he has confessed, but I doubt that. My suspicion is that the motive, and I want to emphasize that it's purely speculation, could have been designed to show resentment against the deportation proceedings against the sheikh, which has been initiated in the last 2 months. He is now actually seeking to live in Switzerland, and in fact has a Swiss bank account worth millions of dollars, from which hundreds of thousands of dollars flow to Egypt to carry out operations against the Egyptian authorities and to attack tourists.
Stephen, do we know for sure that the World Trade Center was the actual target, even though the van was parked in the garage and did blow up there? But was that the intended target? Do we know for sure at this point?
We don't know for sure, and that's one of the mysteries that will be resolved, we hope, within the next few days or weeks or whenever. Of course, a possibility does exist that this van was parked there as a means of hiding the explosives, and that, in fact, the van was designed for another operation. We simply don't know at this point, and it would simply be a guess, a wild guess at that, to think of why it was parked there. It could have been the World Trade Center, and yet it equally could have been someplace else that they designed, that they wanted to blow up.
Stephen Emerson of the CNN Special Assignment correspondent for that part of CNN, thank you very much. Joining us live from Paris, and we will have more details as they become available. Natalie?
When we return, we will go live to that standoff in Waco, Texas for an update. Stay with us.
Deliver the briefing himself, and he can't get here for a while, and they now don't know exactly when it will be. But they are saying that as of now, people are behaving pretty well. People are handling the snow pretty well, at least in the city of New York. There are no major conditions that they expect to become problems, with one exception, and that is the Belt Parkway, which they say may soon become impassable, even with snow tires and snow chains, and they are contemplating closing the belt all the way through Brooklyn and out in the direction of Kennedy Airport. So right now, here's what they say: snow emergency, the top level of alert. If you are out in a vehicle and you contemplate using your vehicle, it is the law. You must have snow tires or chains. It's common sense, but they say that's the law now. And, of course, they're urging people, if you can get your car off the road, if a lot of folks tend to park in the city of New York on the streets, they say it is much better if you can get it off the street into a garage. Of course, that will help them keep the streets passable, because they can get the plows and salt trucks through more easily if there are a few cars there. So that's the condition here at police headquarters. Back to you in the studio.
Hey, Dave, I wonder if you can tell us, what is it like at the command center at police headquarters? Is it crazy, or is everything under control? Are too many people calling in? They can't handle all the calls?
these folks are very good at what they do. They are prepared for it, they drill for it, and they are handling it quite nicely. They are frank to tell us, however, McGee, that they're catching a big break here. This is happening on a weekend, not a weekday. So a lot of people are able to stay home and stay out of this weather, which, of course, is the best idea.
Okay, certainly good advice. Thank you very much, Dave Browdy at Police Headquarters. We right now have New Jersey Governor Jim Florio on the line. Hello, how's it looking in New Jersey, Governor?
Well, I've just got done executing a declaration of a state of emergency for our entire state. There's been a lot of focus on the Jersey Shore, which is appropriate, but the snow accumulations are starting to get very substantial in the rest of the state. Visibility in some areas of the northern part of the state is down to almost zero. But what this does is to enable us to utilize the National Guard, particularly the equipment of the National Guard. We're anticipating high tides, and that means the possibility of moving people, especially off of the barrier islands. We've already started some evacuations, but it may be that we have to do more of that type of thing. What I would just do is urge, a lot of common sense, and people stay home if they can.
Governor Ralph Penza here. Governor, do I understand you to say that you are now calling out the National Guard?
The National Guard is already available. And most importantly, their equipment. They have heavy equipment that supplements what's available at the local level and at the county level. That is needed sometimes to get through flooded areas. We've done that in the past. We have a great emergency response plan in our state. We used it in the December plan, December storm rather, when we had to evacuate some 5,000 people, put them into shelters. We always have the cooperation of the Red Cross and the Salvation Army. The state police are in charge of our emergency response capability. They have command headquarters in West Trenton, and they're totally hooked into every place in the state.
Governor, when was the last time you called out the National Guard? For that December storm?
We had the December storm. At that point, we used just a declaration of limited emergency because the problem was not as statewide as this one is.
Governor, are you opening up the armories, and are the emergency shelters generally open and manned right now?
We're in the process of evaluating what we have to do. In the past, we've used schools, we've used other types of halls. We will mobilize what we have to do. And as I say, we've already moved some. There's a few nursing homes in the southern portion of the state that are in low-lying levels. We've moved the people out of those already, and it may be that there'll be more of that.
And what is your direct message to the people of your state?
Please, if you can, stay home. The roads are treacherous, and as I say, in some areas the snow is literally blinding snow. There is very little visibility, and if you can stay home, do it.
Okay, thank you very much, Governor Jim Florio. Very good advice for everyone. You don't have to be in New Jersey, New York, Long Island, Westchester County. We're going to take a break, and we're going to have more coverage. We're going to check in with Al Roker in just a minute. Stay with us.
You're watching continuous coverage from News 4 New York. Storm Track.
Why that's so important?
Sure, and we get caught up in our own terminology sometimes that we know exactly what we're saying, and sometimes we throw around words like that and say that the storm system's deepening. Basically what's happening is it's getting stronger. We're watching the pressure drop in the center of this storm. It's tightening up, it's getting stronger, it's pulling in more air, more moisture. So when we say deepening, maybe a better word to be more descriptive would be strengthening. This thing is going to set records for actual low pressure readings all up and down the coastline. It's that strong, it's that tough. And as those pressures go down, you can expect the wind speeds to increase, the snowfall totals to get higher, the accumulations to be pumped up by this system as it gets stronger.
Okay, Sam, thanks very much.
All morning long we've been talking about closings, about the severity of the storms, hearing a lot of words from people, but nothing is as effective in this case as seeing some of the pictures of the hellaciousness of this storm. And we have some pictures now. The Robert Moses Causeway, which is in Long Island, right there. You could take a look at what is going on there.
Well, you can hardly see the causeway there, because this is the way a lot of people were getting off, or everybody for that matter, were getting off Fire Island and some of the barrier islands last night, going on to Long Island. About 300 people were evacuated from Fire Island, 250 from some of the other islands around Babylon. And that is where N.J. Burkett is for us live, and he has the very latest. It looks pretty mean out there, N.J.
Harry, brutal is the word. I've been using it all morning, and there's really nothing that describes it better than brutal. The wind gusts, you could guess would be anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour. The snow, just whips through you like bullets. It's even difficult for me to look east because it just stings your face. It seems to cut right through you. It's so raw, so punishing, and so intense. Those pictures that you were showing just a moment ago of the Robert Moses Causeway are pictures that we took on our way here to Gilgo Beach about half an hour ago. The storm has certainly intensified even since then. The man who has been monitoring developments here on Gilgo Beach is the town supervisor in Babylon, Long Island, Rich Schaefer, whom we've been talking to a good part of the morning, now into the afternoon. Rich, how is the town holding up?
We're doing all right, but I think, NJ, as you mentioned, that this is just a preview. Since the storm right now is still poised in North Carolina, this is just a preview of what we're set to experience tonight, which is why we are shoring up the area and trying to protect the barrier beach islands as much as possible.
What we were showing the people a few minutes ago, Rich, was the operation here that's going on with these mounds of sand behind you to preserve parts of the beach further up.
Yes, what we're trying to do is shore up particularly the West Gilgo Beach area, which is where we're most concerned about a possible breach of the Ocean Parkway. If we do have a breach there, that is going to cause a tremendous problem for people on the mainland and possibly increase the amount of mainland flooding that our residents will experience.
Not to mention cutting off Ocean Parkway for the commute.
Not to mention cutting off Ocean Parkway, which would be a very serious problem.
Sure would be. There is, I know, a nursing home in Babylon that's certainly within your town that you guys have been concerned about. Has there been any need to evacuate them?
Not as of yet. We're considering, and we're going to be looking at the high tide on the Bayside, which comes at about 1:40 this afternoon. See what happens then and possibly consider evacuating the area south of Montauk Highway for mainland Babylon.
No need to do it at the moment, but if the tide is as high as is being predicted, you may have to?
Yes, and then we'll be concerned for later on this evening, the high tide later on this evening around midnight.
In terms of evacuations so far from places that are just north of where we are now, we're talking about Oak Beach, for example. How many people have actually left their homes, and how many people appear to have stuck it out?
I'd say we probably have maybe between 10 and 15 people who are left over here at the Barrier Beach Island. So I think the majority of the residents have left, and I'm hopeful that the 10 or 15 that are left will come with us as we leave here later on, because once we get to sundown or dark sets in, this is going to be a very dangerous place to be.
It's getting there now.
It's getting there now. We're just about holding up at this point, but we wanted to come over here and make sure that the job was getting done and that we were protecting the Barrier Beach Islands.
How about the road clearing operation? Not that anybody, by the way, should be out driving around in this. How is it going so far?
That's going particularly well. It seems that a lot of people are staying home and off the roads, and people are listening to us by removing their vehicles from the side streets and allowing the highway department to do their job. Mr. Harrington, our highway superintendent, reports that is going very well at this point. But we want to stress that we need residents to stay home or stay where they are at this point and just weather the storm until tomorrow.
Just try to ride it out.
Absolutely, ride it out and let us do our job. Later on, if we run into a problem with major power outages, the town hall is available, 957-7474, and we will be setting up shelters in Copeg and Lindenhurst and at the town hall annex in North Babylon.
For now, safe to say that tough as it's going, Rich, the town's holding up.
We're holding up and we're doing well. It's because of the volunteer efforts and all of our town employees really sticking in there and doing the job that they have to do.
Sure, lots of volunteers, not just volunteer firemen, people who are working with the town.
Absolutely. We've got the American Red Cross, we've got the Great South Bay chapter of the Amateur Radio Club doing their job for civil defense, and the firefighters and other personnel are working, and we're really coming together and trying to get through this.
That's good news coming out of the storm.
Absolutely.
Rich Schaefer, the town supervisor here in Babylon, Long Island. That's it now from Gilgo Beach. Let's go back to the studio.
Okay, NJ, thank you very much. You know, one thing that they have learned at Babylon, they learned some valuable lessons from the December 11th storm, and one of the problems that they had there, they needed a central location for all the emergency services, and they have now set that up in the town hall in Babylon, and they're hoping that that's really going to help with this storm.
You know, and also in Long Island, on Long Island, we were reporting about transportation all morning because there were people out and about. Regardless of what people say, there are people out and about. And the airports were closed, have closed down, but the Long Island Railroad, they were reporting 10 to 15-minute delays all morning, and we expected LIRR to close down as well, but the last thing we're hearing is that even though now the Long Island Railroad is saying stay home unless you absolutely have to, they're only reporting 15-minute delays. That may, of course, change.
They're also saying it could get worse as the storm gets worse, but yeah, they're saying stay home though if you don't have to go out.
But it is still running.
Yeah. Let's check in with Ron Morano. He is with the Jersey Central Power and Light. He has an update for us on how many people are without power and what to do if you happen to be without power. Ron, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am. Currently, we have approximately 12,000 customers without power. The majority of those are in the areas that encompass Ocean and Monmouth counties.
And if people experience power outages, should they call right away? Do you have a number for us?
Yeah, we have 3 800 numbers open to take customer calls. Those numbers are 1-800-452-9155, 1-800-662-3115, and 1-800-962-0383. And if they don't get through on the first try, they should continue to try.
Mr. Morano, I have a semi-technical question for you. We were speaking with our reporter who was out in Seabright, New Jersey a while back. There were explosions. As he was speaking, there were explosions, and he said the power was just exploding around him. What causes that? Is that just the weight of the snow on the wires? What is that?
Well, sometimes the term explosion is a little overbearing. There are things called line fuses that are in our lines, and if a line fuse pops out, it will actually physically making a popping sound that may sound like an explosion, and it's not really an explosion.
Okay, so is that, again, the weight of the snow on the wire that's causing that? It's not wind, right?
It could be several causes. There could be a tree down on a portion of that line. We also have ice in the southern area on our lines, and it could be the weight of the ice, yes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Ron, how important is it for people to call those 800 numbers? Does that also help you out so you can not only service customers better, but also figure out which place to go first where the most people are going to be affected by a single line being down or a transformer popping?
We have our crews strategically located to handle the outages throughout our service territory. Our service territory is spread throughout New Jersey. We're in the northern portion of the state in the higher elevations, and we're also in the southern portion of the state in the shore locations. So it's important for customers to let us know that indeed they are out of power if they are out.
Are you more focused on the shore area because of vulnerability?
We have crews strategically located to handle the outages no matter where they might occur in the shore area or in the northern area of the state. Certainly the winds in the shore area could present more problems to us.
Ron Morano, Jersey Central Power and Light, thanks so much for joining us.
Okay. We are going to take a break right now. Our coverage of the blizzard of '93 will continue in just a moment, but let's check in first with Gilgo Beach as we take a look at the pounding surf and the snow and the wind.
Petland discounts. On Petland we care.
Tomorrow night fall down into the mid-teens, but in the northern and western suburbs where it's going to get colder than that, rock salt tends to have less of an effect on the frozen precipitation. So we're talking very slick roads for Monday morning's commute. So this is a storm that's going to basically affect us right through the weekend and on into the beginning of next week.
All right, Al, thank you. Driving, you can imagine, is not only hazardous, but quite trying. One guy did it. He made it from Manhattan to Lynbrook. Tom Giblin, and he's going to give us a description, I hope. Tom, are you there?
Yes.
Of what your drive was like from Manhattan out to Long Island, Lynbrook, Long Island.
Okay, well, basically it was a little scary to start off, to see the cars sliding all over the place as I went through Manhattan. Went through the Midtown Tunnel and came out on the Long Island Expressway. And going was very slow. I would say probably 5 to 10, 20 miles an hour the most. And I did notice quite a few accidents, but people seem to be holding their own and using common sense. But there's always a few of them that don't do that. As I went further east, I continued to the Grand Central Parkway and made my way up through the Van Wyck Expressway past JFK. And there was again a few accidents off to the side of the road. And basically, I wouldn't have taken the trip if I didn't have to.
Tom, can you describe the area you're in now? You live in Lynbrook, I guess.
Yes, I went past, as I said, I was going past JFK and continued into Nassau County, leaving Queens, and onto Sunrise Highway, and it was really messy. I would say there's about 5 to 6 inches of snow and very slushy conditions, very hard to drive.
How about your neighbors? Everybody inside, I hope?
Well, I see some kids playing on the block, throwing snowballs and stuff, but very, very few vehicles on the road.
Hopefully their parents will at some point keep in mind that we expect hurricane-force winds, give or take an hour, around 6. That means as early as 5. Might even be a bit early. We didn't want to hold Al Roker to the exact minute and second. He's doing his best to locate when those winds will hit. So you might want to remind some of your friends and neighbors there that it would be good to get the kids inside pretty soon.
Oh, yeah, because just as I was coming into the house, I noticed the breeze was really starting to pick up, and the drifts, I would say, would be at least a foot of snow drifts behind my backyard.
All right, Tom, we're glad you got home. Take care.
And
okay,
stay
Ralph,
where you are.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling in. We're now going to switch gears and go to Midland Park, New Jersey for Kevin Rawson. Kevin.
Well, McGee, try telling these kids that a storm is a bad thing. The latest accumulation count here is about 5 to 6 inches on the ground, and we've seen a lot of sleds going by, and there's still a lot of people on the roads, and the local police here are warning people to stay off if you don't absolutely have to. And stay off the roads. Don't come down to see us just because you see us on TV today. With me here is Harry Vriesema. Harry is he's a local landscaper here, and when it snows like this, that means you have a plow on the front of your truck and you do some plowing. But you tell me you haven't been out yet. Why?
No, we wait till it stops snow. We just do driveways, personal driveways, residential.
So it's not even worth plowing right now because it's just going to build up again.
It's going to snow the rest of the day, and we just wait till it stops and do it all at one time.
So I guess for you, for most people, a storm can mean a bad thing, but for you, I guess that means good business.
Yeah, you make a little money in the wintertime. Monday, I'll be out there raking the lawns up, shoveling the snow off, and then raking the lawns.
Boy, right about now, that sounds pretty good. I hope that is the case on Monday. I'm reporting live from Midland Park, and, of course, we'll be here all day and keep you updated on the storm. You people, this is a storm. Go home. Get in your houses.
Kevin, just one fast question. I suppose we'll try a question here. Do those folks realize, Kevin, that the governor has now declared state of emergency in New Jersey?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they do, Ralph. In fact, you know, right here now, it's hard to comprehend that there is this major storm coming this way. It's also hard to comprehend that this is not a storm. It is falling here. The wind has picked up a little bit, but it's really not that bad. And it basically, to these people, as long as they're not out on the roads, it's a winter wonderland, I guess.
For us, will you get a commitment from those folks to get inside at least by 5 o'clock when the hurricane-force winds are expected to hit this area?
Folks, at 5 o'clock today, we're supposed to have hurricane-force winds. Are you going to be here or in your house? Yeah, Ralph, I'll do what I can. I will try to get them all home.
All right, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Do your best. We're going to take a break, and actually, I'm going to take a break. Carol Jenkins will be back here with Ralph Penza, and we're going to have extended team coverage throughout the afternoon. Stay with us.
Get a rest, McGee. Fine job.
You're watching continuous coverage from News 4 New York. Storm Track.
Caught fire because the utilities down in the basements would get flooded out. That also has fire officials here on alert, concerned that if flooding were to happen again, they might be busy once again. But so far, although it does look pretty ferocious out there, it's actually a much kinder storm right now as far as the tide is concerned. But things could change as the storm intensifies. That's the situation here in Seagate right now. I'm Bertha Coombs, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Bertha, thanks very much. Yes, you know, another question that a lot of people are asking is, how much does a storm like this cost the city of New York? It's pretty expensive. An average storm costs about $800,000.
Interesting.
To make sure that everything is cleaned up. Emily Lloyd is joining us now, and she can probably give us a little bit more indication of what this storm is going to cost the city of New York. Emily, are you with us?
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Well, in terms of the cost, I hope we'll get on to some other things that are more critical.
No, absolutely. That's what we wanted to talk to you about.
You know, the average of up to date this year has been about 800,000, but that's a very crude back-of-the-envelope number. Certainly, this is going to be a much more.
So tell us about the streets, if you would, Emily.
The snow is coming down very, very fast, 2 inches an hour at least. The winds are picking up. We have been plowing since early this morning, but the reports that we're getting from each of our districts is that the primary streets are passable. But as the storm continues and it hasn't turned to rain, and we're not getting forecasts to say it will anytime in the next 2 or 3 hours with the wind picking up, we're going to get drifting. So we're going to have a very hard time keeping the streets easy to drive on. They're not even easy now. They're very dangerous. So we're really urging everyone to stay home unless they absolutely have to go out, and if they have to go out, to use public transportation if possible.
Emily, I take it you've pulled the salters or the sanders off the roadway, because I take it their usefulness at this point is not of any use.
That's right. Salt is of no use. Once you get this kind of accumulation, plowing is the only thing to do once we get over 2 inches. But the salt vehicles, most of them do have plows they can drop, so they are out plowing as well.
Do you see any problems developing? We had talked to you earlier in regards to those major arteries. How about some of the side streets? Are you able to get into some of that just to keep up with things?
No, a little earlier in the day, we tried to get into some of the secondary streets while we had, before it was coming down this heavily, we had some of the primaries cleared, and we did go into the secondaries a little bit in some of the boroughs, but right now we are entirely on the primaries. We probably will not get to secondary or tertiary streets until after the snow stops at this point, because of the drifting is keeping the primaries so hard. So again, people cannot really expect to have their streets plowed until the storm passes, unless they live on a primary street. And again, it's very important for people not to go out and try to drive unless they absolutely have to.
You raised that. You raised that question. Are there a lot of people still out moving around that cause problems when it comes to plowing?
Yes, I mean, people. When I came in this morning, there was a fair amount of traffic. We're getting reports from the boroughs that there's a fair amount of traffic, and we are getting some disabled vehicles. DOT is working closely with us to get those disabled vehicles pulled out of the way as quickly as possible, so we can continue plowing. But it really is a problem. At 10:30 this morning, Commissioner Riccio and I declared a full snow traffic emergency, which means that on all the primary streets, there's no stopping, no standing. People should not drive on them if they don't have snow tires or chains. There's no parking at all on those primary streets. Most of them are posted with signs. But nonetheless, people just go out and drive. And we have, as I said, I don't have a count, but we have reports from all the boroughs of disabled vehicles.
Well, certainly pretty tough going on the streets of Manhattan this morning, and I can only imagine it's going to get worse before it gets better. Emily Lloyd, we thank you very much for joining us.
Bye.
We'll check back with her, no doubt, throughout the course of this day.
Yes.
Well, we've got some interesting traffic video for you at this point. We've been out moving around as best we can in some of the traffic. This is a view of Woodhaven Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken, up in Queens near the LIE. So you can see there's a fair amount of traffic moving around Queens this morning, early afternoon anyway. But people are out, they're about.
And there's one of the plows. This is in the Bronx, along the Cross Bronx Expressway, and plows are moving along, and I'm sure that's a welcome sight to a lot of motorists. But as you can see, there's still people driving along at slow speeds, lights on for safety.
How about Riverside Drive? Well, it is a pretty drive when you can take it on a nice day, but this is not a nice day. This is looks to be up near the George Washington Bridge, if I'm not mistaken. It's a little tough to tell, even with the snow blowing the way it is these days. But
there it is.
Yep. So you can see not a lot of folks being up there. We'll try to get you an update as well on the bridges. We've not really touched upon bridges. Tunnels, I would imagine, not too much affected, but certainly the GW, the Verrazano, and some of the others under the TBTA rule.
It gets to the point that one roadway starts looking the same with this whiteout kind of condition. Joe Nolan with Metro Traffic is live for us. Joe, what is the situation? Can you give us any kind of updates on the bridges?
Well, you ask about the bridges, and you shall receive. If you're going to be at the Tappan Zee Bridge, 35 is the posted speed limit there. We also are going to be looking at a 35-mile-an-hour posted speed limit at the Verrazano and 20 at the Triborough. And we'll talk about the George Washington in a second. There you go. We've got, again, a visibility problem up there, only about 50 or 60 feet, according to the Port Authority, getting across that span. So that obviously a problem for you. Generally nearly all the major roadways are going to be snow covered. They are plowing them, and of course the snow coming down at a really terrific rate. So if you are going to be out onto the roadways today, as you saw in that video, the traffic is moving and the roadways are just basically snow covered, and right now there really aren't any major accidents. Same thing on the Long Island Expressway, Northern State Parkway. Both of those in some places are very bad. Only one lane is passable, but still they're opening, and again traffic is moving through there. And as we said before, at the George Washington Bridge, this seems to be the big one at this point. The visibility is only a couple of car lengths at times because of the cliffs there. You know, where as the wind blows down, it gets squoze in there. Squoze, that's not a word. Squeezed in between the cliffs and the buildings in Manhattan, and as a result, it gets very, very windy right in that area. So watch yourself as you begin to travel across the George Washington Bridge. For Eyewitness News, I'm Joe Nolan.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, Joe, thanks.
Well, without a doubt, as this storm is starting to worsen just a bit. And Sam Champion is up in the Weather Center now following the latest track of the storm. Sam, bring us up to date, please.
Well, Tim, Harry, we're still watching this thing, and again, the center of this storm is still sitting down off the Georgia-South Carolina coastline, and we're still feeling the effects that we're feeling up here right now, which are intensifying as we go on hour per hour. Let's kind of give you some snowfall totals. We haven't been graphically putting them down because as quickly as we plot them on a map, they change and we have to update them. So we'll do it verbally for you. Central Park, about 6.5 inches of snow. Ossining getting about 5.5 inches of snow. Yonkers, about 5.5 inches of snow. Fairfield County, Connecticut, up around Wilton, Connecticut, New Canaan, picking up about 6 inches of snow so far. The North Shore of Staten Island getting 9 inches of snow. Those are just some totals around the area. Belmead, New Jersey, about 10 inches of snow. North Arlington, 8 inches. Sussex County getting anywhere from 7 to 9 inches of snow. So that's the kind of total that we're running into with the snow on the ground right now. Let's show you what the latest radar picture looks like, and you'll see we're just about to get into some of the heavier bands of moisture that we've seen so far today. Look for the dark shades of green kind of in there with the lighter shades of green. All of this is moving to the north at about 20-25 miles per hour right up the coastline. So it's easy to see that what has been in Delmarva, what has been down around the Virginia coastline is heading directly up, and the heavier bands that you see in the yellow and orange, that's intense snow, blizzard-like conditions where it's falling in the rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour, and the wind speeds are a little tougher there than they are here as well. We're constantly seeing wind speeds around the area of about 35, 37 miles per hour, up to 50 miles per hour on the shoreline, about 68 miles per hour. Here again is where that area of low pressure is, and it's amazing to see that it's still so far to the south of us, right along the Georgia-South Carolina line where this low is depicted, all the snow moving just off to the west of it. Now, almost everywhere that you see that thing, the colors of white and gray there, that's all blizzard warning areas. And there's record snowfalls down there. Chattanooga, Tennessee, 13 inches of snow on the ground right now. Birmingham, Alabama, 13 inches of snow. Charleston, North Carolina, coming in with Charleston, South Carolina, excuse me, with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts right in the center of that area of low pressure. So we watch this thing just get stronger and stronger. By Sunday morning, it's sitting right on top of us, and we've got a tide time that's right around midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. That means that whatever you've seen so far along the shoreline in terms of flooding at the last high tide, going to be even worse at that point. The precip. Now, we're watching some areas along the New Jersey shoreline slowly turn over now to kind of a mixture of sleet and rain. Seaside Heights showing some rain and sleet within the last 30 minutes. So we're watching that happen, but I don't anticipate that's going to be moving into the city in short term. Out on the island, yes, that will happen, and it will happen this afternoon, but you've got to get kind of towards Suffolk County, out toward the Twin Forks, before you actually get a changeover that'll be kind of a wet consistency to rain toward ice. It's going to make driving almost impossible, and I know that even though we just talked about a traffic report where the roads are passable, you need to understand that you just shouldn't be on them, even if they're passable. There will come a time with wind gusts going up to 50, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, picking up the heavy snow. The heavy snow and the wind get here at about the same time, that when you're driving down the road and the road is passable, you're not going to be able to see outside the car. The snow is going to be so intense up against the windshield that you'll lose all idea of where you are. You're certainly not going to be able to see the road or any other car around you, and it's important that you know that, and you won't get on the roads for that. There will come a time also when it changes to snow to ice right in the city, but we think mostly north and west of the city, it's going to stay snowing. It's going to stay snow until late tonight. When all of this starts to wrap up, around 11, midnight, and hopefully we'll get into some flurries early in the morning, but we might even have to extend that. Totals, we've certainly extended them as we've watched this thing pump heavy snowfall totals down to the southeast. 12 to 36 inches possible in northern suburbs. That includes Sussex County. You get around West Point, you get Poughkeepsie, Newburgh, all in that area. But the heaviest totals will probably be Poconos, Catskills, where you get about 36 inches of snow. That's going to extend all the way from Binghamton, New York into, well, just the northern area of Connecticut, the northwestern area of Connecticut. And you're also going to kind of see that in Vermont, New Hampshire, that kind of area, and maybe even in some cases in Maine. But again, we're upping the amount, 12 inches in town, likely before there's any kind of changeover. We're already to 6.5 inches around the city. Let's talk about tides. We came off this tide situation within the last hour where we had high tides, and everyone seems to be breathing a little sigh of relief right now as we know that the tide times are backing off. Well, we've got another one coming in later on. Tides will stay about 4 to 6 feet above normal. The winds are going to be holding the water on shore. We're getting a strong northeasterly wind, and again, that has pushed wind chills even to about 3 degrees around the area, even though the actual temperature's at about 30 degrees. So we're watching all that develop. It certainly is going to be a problem along our coastline where it's holding that water, and at tide times that more water is even going to be pushed up there. We're talking about waves on the Sound about 10 to 15 feet. That means that the waters are much higher than normal, and that is on top of those already high tides. So we're talking about water getting in places where it just hasn't been before. This storm, the strength of this storm upon our coastline with wind and snow and extra high tides, we haven't seen anything like this in recent history. So that's why we're so concerned about it, and if we sound really strong on this storm, that's the reason. So here's the next tide time, and this one again is likely that it'll be even worse than the tide times that you've seen so far. Everything that we've seen, we'll go over it again. One of the things that we kind of have been passing up on doing is telling you that a blizzard warning remains in effect through this afternoon for northern New Jersey, southeastern New York, which includes the city, Long Island, also in Connecticut, all up and down our viewing area of Connecticut, certainly. We're all involved in that. That means that the visibilities at some points will be near zero to whiteout conditions later on this afternoon, as snows, which will be a record pace of snowfall for us, 2 to 3 inches in an hour, are combined with winds that will be gusting anywhere from 30 to 80 miles per hour. And again, we even think it's possible to get 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So you can just imagine the force that the snow will be moved about the area with later on this afternoon. Also, we have a coastal flood warning. It is in effect for tonight in coastal New Jersey, southeastern New York State, the island, also Connecticut, every inch of our coastline. There will be some inland areas on the rivers that will also see water being pushed into those rivers and held, where the water will get right on top of well, shoreline areas on rivers as well. So it's not only the beaches that we're concerned about seeing extra high water. 4 to 6 feet on top of winds and waves and all of that going on, there's definitely going to be some shoreline damage. And if you're watching the water creep up to your home and you're looking at the situation right now and thinking, well, I just passed a high tide, it probably isn't going to get any worse than this, know that yes, it will get worse than this, and you do have a couple of extra hours to prepare for it, because we're looking at that next tide time right around midnight to 1 or 2 in the morning, and it's going to be probably a foot or 2 feet higher at least than the one that we just came out of. So that's a really big problem as well. Tim, Harry, anything else down there?
Well, you know, you bring up a pretty good point there about the high tides, because it's one thing experiencing a high tide at 12 noon when it is daylight. It's another thing experiencing a high tide at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. That could be pretty scary. So I think your advice is certainly well taken. Just because you got through this one doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get through the other one, Sam. Okay, we have one thing to pass on to you, Bayville, Long Island. If you were in Bayview, Long Island this afternoon, the evacuation site of the Bayville Primary School, it is the new evacuation site. The new evacuation site is the Bayville Primary School. It is no longer St. Gertrude's Parish Center.
They probably need it more than anyone, because Bayville is kind of stuck on the North Shore between the Long Island Sound and a major bay, and that wind whipping in that counterclockwise motion is going to force a lot of people out and cause a good deal of flooding, so it becomes very important to them. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to leave you with at least the situation in Teaneck as it stands right now. You can still see folks are out and about. We're continuing with Storm Watch, the blizzard of '93, in just a moment.
Dial a Mattress. For over 10 years, the easiest way to buy a brand new mattress without leaving home. Just pick up the phone and dial 1-800-MATTRES. You'll get the lowest prices on Sealy Posturepedic, Certa Perfect Sleeper, and Simmons Beauty Rest. You'll get express 2-hour delivery. That's right, 2-hour delivery, and you only pay our driver upon your approval. Dial 1-800-MATTRES and leave off the last S for savings.
Jeopardy has a challenge for everyone.
This state borders Mississippi on both the west and the south. It's a spasm in this muscle that causes a hiccup. This is the root of all evil. In 1964 and 1967, this Cardinals pitcher was named World Series MVP. Flufferin' Puckatash.
What's your category? You'll find it when you take the Jeopardy Challenge.
Play Jeopardy Monday night at 7, right here on Channel 7.
Big color protection from a new small bottle. Introducing Ultra Liquid Cheer. Dirt goes, color stays.
When you need second mortgage money, there's only one phrase you need to hear.
Got some good news. Your loan's been approved.
You need it fast, with a monthly payment that leaves you cash to spare.
I've got great news. Your loan was approved.
That's great. Call Personal Mortgage Corporation today and find out about our rates, whether you have good credit or even if you've had credit problems in the past. Call 1-800-DIAL-PMC right now. Personal Mortgage Corporation. When it comes to second mortgages, we approve.
We are in Broad Channel right now is where our shot is coming to you. This is some of the first video that we've been able to establish in that particular area. It is an area that is prone to flooding. Took quite a beating during the nor'easter recently. And we are told that people have called us and they've said that they are now experiencing water in the basement. You can see the wind that's whipping around and the tides that are coming in at this point. It is part of Jamaica Bay, to give you a little better idea. It's just south of Howard Beach, if that helps you any, putting Broad Channel into perspective for you. It is right on the water, as you can see, and it's not a pleasant area, despite the fact that the kids are certainly enjoying it today. But it is a vicious storm out there, and it will get even worse as the tides come in and the seas start to increase. They're looking at perhaps 20 to 30-foot seas later on this afternoon as the winds reach, as Sam was telling us, perhaps as much as 95 to 100 miles an hour. So it is not going to be a pleasant place as it looks at this point.
Kids may be enjoying it now, but as we go on throughout the afternoon, you can rest assured that they are not going to be out in that kind of severe weather.
No question.
N.J. Burkett is in Gilgo Beach, and he has been reporting there all morning long. Let's check in with him to see how things are at Gilgo Beach. N.J.?
Afternoon, Harry. The wind continues to batter us here on Gilgo Beach, which is about 40 miles or so, 35, 40 miles or so outside of New York City. The waves, you're looking now at about high tide or just a little past it. The waves breaking, a good 50 to 100 yards offshore. This is a stormy, intense sea that you're looking at. We've had estimates of wave heights of anywhere from 12 to 15 feet. They are expected to be as high as 20 feet before this storm is over. The mounds of sand that you see here piled up along this section of the beach have been put here by public works crews and built up by public works crews so that they can be loaded onto the tractor trailers that you see lining up here, these huge dump trucks. And what they're doing is they're loading the sand onto the dump trucks and taking it further up Ocean Parkway, further east, to a portion of this beach that is extremely vulnerable to this storm, a portion of the beach that could ultimately get washed away. Part of the road could be undermined. So in the middle of a blizzard, in the middle of a very intense storm, they are actually loading this stuff up and taking it further out. It's a desperate, frantic operation that's going on, as I said, in the middle of a storm.
Out there, they're taking this storm very seriously out along that way. NJ, can you still hear me, by the way?
Harry, I can hear you.
Are there any people who are still along the shoreline there? Did they decide to stay? I talked to a gentleman last night who decided that he was going to stick this whole thing out and he was just going to stay there. Are there any brave souls that are still trying to hang in there?
sad to say, Harry, there are plenty of them. From what we're told, the Babylon Town supervisor is about to get in a four-wheel drive vehicle and to go out to sections of Oak Beach and parts of West Gilgo to urge the remaining people, the people who've decided that they really want to stick it out, to ride the storm out. He wants to urge those people to reconsider, to think twice, to get to higher ground, to safer ground. They are concerned about those people. I do not have a figure on that for you. I do know that last we checked with Fire Island, they had as many as 200 people who are on that island and have decided to stick it out.
I think the one thing that they don't quite realize is many people are saying, well, we got through the December storm okay, we're going to get through this one just the same, and this one is a lot more severe than what the December storm was.
Well, that's right. And every storm, Harry, as you know, is different. This one is different from the December storm in a lot of ways. I know that Bill was talking about it earlier. I know that Sam has been talking about it. Different in a lot of ways. I mean, the wind and the sheer volume of snow precipitation we're getting can't even compare.
Okay, NJ, thank you very much. We'll check back with you later on.
On the line now is Rockland County Executive John T. Grant. Mr. Grant, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Tell me what your situation is like up there right now.
Well, it's been a steady snow since about approximately 4:30 this morning, and our county highway departments have been out since then, and they've been attempting to deal with the main roads in the county, and they are passable, but that is not to say that people should not stay home unless it's absolutely necessary. The secondary roads are treacherous, so they shouldn't even be attempted.
Your count?
Crucial point will come about 2:30 when we expect the tides to come in along our riverfront communities.
And Mr. Grant, what evacuations, are they necessary? What are you doing about that?
It's very possible they will have to be evacuated. They were the communities hardest hit in the December nor'easter, and it's very possible that they will have to be evacuated again this afternoon.
And how are you handling that? Are you going to be going door to door? What are you going to be doing?
Well, our county emergency services people are on top of the situation. They work closely with our fire and police departments. They are on the scene, and they're just waiting for the word to evacuate.
Have you declared a state of emergency as your counterparts have in Nassau and Suffolk County?
Not as of yet, no.
Do you plan to at any point? Or what has to happen before you do that?
Well, I will wait to hear from my emergency services people as to the intensity of the situation, and I will have to make a decision at that time when all the information is secured.
You had mentioned that you were able to keep at least the primary roads working at this point. Do you find that anyone is stranded at this time?
Well, there's a few people who have gone off the road and have had a few minor accidents, but nothing that is life-threatening.
Okay, Mr. Grant, thank you very much for checking in with us. We'll be back to you, no doubt, before the afternoon is over.
Well, we also have a sports note here. Sports fans will be happy to know the Big East tourney is still on. The Islanders-Penguin game still on. The Knicks-Pacers game still on. Everything as scheduled this afternoon and tonight. Die-hard fans.
They certainly are. We had some question about some of those, especially the Big East tournament. It's drawn a lot of folks in town.
We have a listing of Red Cross shelters that we also want to relate to everybody. Valley Stream Memorial High School at Fletcher Avenue. Also St. Gertrude's Parish Hall, 28th School in Bayville. I think that we had an update on that, however, that might have been changed. Glen Cove High School in Glen Cove is another shelter. These are Red Cross shelters.
We'll go back to that one in Bayville. It's the Bayville Primary School.
The Bayville Primary School, yes. They had just changed that a couple of minutes ago. Park Avenue School in Park Avenue in North Belmore is another shelter. Denton Avenue Pool on Evergreen Avenue in New Hyde Park is another Red Cross storm shelter.
Without a doubt. And a lot of people would need them as the storm increases in its severity and people looking for higher ground anyway. We'll take a break right now. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Storm Watch, the blizzard of 1993. We are live at Gilgo Beach.
And how are you
Fancy
today?
displays cost money. Call 1-800-TRY-A-BED and save 60% on a new mattress.
Delivery is $50. And you can have your new mattress in 2 weeks.
$50? TRY-A-BED delivers for free in as little as 2 hours.
Of course, we can't. remove your old mattress.
We'll remove your old mattress for free. Now, if we can lose a few more unnecessary items, we can really save you money. So call Try-A-Bed, the smart way to buy a mattress. Special savings, 60% off department store prices. Call now, 1-800-TRY-A-BED.
Hi, I'm Jim Palmer for the Money Store with a message for homeowners during the tax season. Until April 15th, the Money Store has a special rebate offer. On all new home equity loans, the Money Store will give you a check equal to 1 month's payment, regardless of the size of your loan. So call now for the home equity loan, which comes with a 1-month rebate. But remember, your application must be received by April 15th to qualify. Only at the Money Store at 1-800-LOAN-YES. That's 1-800-LOAN-YES.
I'm on the road every day of the week, making over a dozen stops along my route, so I know the value of good brakes. I've got a lot of little lives depending on them. And when I'm out on the road with my family, our lives depend on good brakes. That's why I depend on Meineke.
At Meineke, we do brakes, and we do them right. We analyze the whole system, pinpoint the problem, and fix it, period.
No matter why you're on the road, you can depend on brakes from Meineke. I do.
Hi, you know what's so great about Friendly's? First of all, I get to eat free. Second of all, they have lots of good stuff to choose from, like crispy chicken, juicy cheeseburgers, or great hot dogs. And guess what? You even get a free ice cream treat. You don't get that anyplace else. Okay, so what's the catch? Well, you have to bring a grown-up along, but that's okay.
Kids eat free at Friendly's every day after 4.
Welcome back to Eyewitness News, continuing coverage of the blizzard of '93. We are looking at one of the most vulnerable areas of the storm, Seagate, Brooklyn, an area that was buffeted last December and again is being buffeted this time around with very little to protect it. That, what you're looking at, is what used to be a seawall. And there are damaged homes behind that seawall, so they're just waiting to see what will happen when the tide really rises.
That water slowly crept up. If you've been following our coverage so far today, you'll notice that water has steadily increased, and now that the tide is in at this point, it's certainly going to pose a number of problems. Bertha Coombs has been following the situation down in Seagate for us, and she is live now with some of the latest conditions. Bertha?
Well, Tim, right now the wind is really picking up. We're actually having trouble standing along here, and the waves are picking up as well. They keep splashing up over this water in very dramatic fashion. It is looking like a violent storm out here, just as it is all across the eastern seaboard, as we've been able to see from everyone else's live shots. Folks here are really just holding their breath. This midday high tide has been relatively kind to this area, though we have seen some of the water creeping in where the seawall was destroyed during the nor'easter back in December. We haven't seen any major flooding yet, but as you can see, the wind is whipping up, and the snow itself is really a lot to contend with out here. It's hard to see, and it's piling up, and that's certainly a concern right now as well. A lot of people are just holding their breath, though. They aren't leaving their homes just yet, and we spoke with the president of the Seagate Association earlier this morning, who said he is going to hold off on an evacuation until it's absolutely necessary, though they have called all of the folks in the most vulnerable areas right along the seawall to tell them that if the order goes out, they will have to leave. Right now, that doesn't appear to be the case, although the wind is whipping up, and as you see, the waves are pretty violent looking out there. The flooding is holding off at the moment. As we say, the snow seems to be more of a problem right now. But that situation could change tonight with the high tide later tonight. That could be a more ferocious high tide, and that's what they're going to be watching. As this tide goes out, they will be coming back out here. There will be crews coming back out here to try to push some more sand out here to try to hold back some of the tide and some of the damage. More sandbagging. That's going to be rough work as it continues to snow out here. Certainly tough under most conditions, but with this snow whipping around, making it harder to see, it's going to be a lot harder for these workers to try to keep this tide back for tonight. So right now, a lot of waiting, a lot of anxiety, but so far things seem to be okay, if a bit windy and an awful lot of snow. That's the situation here in Seagate, Brooklyn. I'm Bertha Coombs, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Bertha, quickly before we let you go, do you still have power? Do the people who live down there still have power at this point?
From what we've seen, there haven't been any major problems as yet, but we are also right here along the seawall, so we're not in and about Seagate right now, but we haven't heard of any major problems just yet.
Okay, I know that they have experienced that in other communities, coastal communities, and we're just trying to keep abreast of where things stand at that point.
Well, now we know where things stand in Seagate, Brooklyn. Let's check on where things stand in Connecticut. We're going to talk to Master Sergeant William Tannen. Are you there?
This is Master Sergeant William Cannon speaking.
Thank you so much for joining us. I would imagine your primary responsibility are the roadways?
That's correct. I-95 in the New Haven County area, Interstate 91 and Route 15, the Merritt Wilbercross Parkway. Presently, at the current time, we have numerous multi-motor vehicle accident investigations underway, which of course is attributed to the severe storm conditions that we're experiencing up here right now. The visibility for all motorists is greatly reduced, and the wind factor, of course, is considerable. We are urging all motorists not to travel on any interstate highways or local roadways unless such travel is of an emergency nature and absolutely imperative. The severity of the storm obviously is increasing, and of course the driving conditions certainly worsen hour after hour.
What is the nature of the accidents? You talked about numerous accidents. Are we talking serious accidents? Are there injuries?
Yes, these are both property damage accidents and injury accidents. Once again, due to the very slippery, adverse, and hazardous roadway conditions, combining with almost a total field of vision and visibility reducedness.
When you're talking about serious accidents, are ambulances able to get through to possible accident victims? What is the situation there?
Ambulances are able to respond to the said accidents. We do not have any highway blockage at this time, nor do we have highway flooding. Due to the snowfall and the wind that's involved, the maintenance vehicles are doing the best they can in attempting to maintain the highway, but they're certainly at a disadvantage with this storm.
I would imagine even towing disabled vehicles off the roadway must be an incredible task.
Yes, it is. This is the type of storm where many vehicles become disabled and inoperable.
Okay, so the best advice would be, again, stay off the roads.
That's correct. Any traveling at all should be only for emergency purposes. Otherwise, there shouldn't be any due to the severity of this storm.
Should someone call you, let's say if someone has an emergency that they need to take to the roadways, should they call you to see where they're best able to make it through, or what do you suggest?
Yes, we certainly would recommend them calling the closest state police troop to their location to determine the conditions and the availability of any route of travel that they may have to take.
So there you go. Thanks so much, William Cannon of the Connecticut State Police. Thanks for joining us. So some good advice. Call the state police. If you absolutely have to go out there, if it's an emergency, you call and they'll give you some help.
Exactly. Good. Let's check back in with Sam Champion, who has been tracking this storm as it heads up the coast. Sam, did I hear you say a little while ago that this storm has stalled somewhat down around North Carolina, South Carolina, in that area, or just moving slowly through that area?
Yeah, it's just slowly moving through that area. I mean, actually, as it gets stronger and stronger, this one seems to be taking its time coming up. But we still expect a very fast track on this storm. It's just that right now it's a little slower than it was earlier this morning, and it's strengthening up quite a bit. You know, before we even show you our local radar, let's take a look at the snow rain line. And we've got a whole lot to tell you about this system and things that have happened around the country with it as well. But let's show you what's happening outside right now. We're beginning to see a sleet or rain line on the New Jersey shoreline. Some of that will push inland within the hour. Again, this map shows it all the way up to the New Jersey coastline of Pennsylvania, and that's not quite happening yet, but it is happening as we speak, and certainly within the next half hour it pushes inland a little bit. But for most of us, it's all in the form of snow around the area. Now, as we show you this national map and show you that the low is still right off the Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia shore, let me tell you this quickly. Wind gusts reached 109 miles per hour in the dry Tortugas. Now, that's off the Florida Keys. You can see Florida shaded there in the orange all the way down to the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Now, and hail the size of quarters have hit part of the Gulf Coast, been reported. Heavy snow fell across the Florida Panhandle, and Birmingham, Alabama had a record 15 inches of snow. There are more than 300,000 customers without power in Alabama, and snow drifts there are up to 6 feet. Now, the Weather Service also reported tornadoes in 15 Florida counties by early this morning, and 10 people were killed in 6 of those Florida counties. Now, that's according to the governor's office in Florida. So this has been an intense storm, not only north of the low, but south of the low, and we really haven't talked much about that yet. So we know that as it pulls north, we'll still have the southern end of this system to deal with, and the winds are just as strong, it seems, at some points in the southern end. So the kick on this thing is going to be pretty rough for us as well as the advance. Now, the blizzard warnings pretty much cover all the areas shaded in white there that you see all the way up, particularly the Appalachian Mountains getting hit with heavy snow all the way into our area, and those warnings are likely to extend for quite a while as this thing moves up the coastline during the day today. Record snows hit. We just told you about the 15 inches of snow in Birmingham, Alabama, so it's snowfalls like that even in the deep south, right beside the center of this low pressure, and we're well to the north of it. Now, tomorrow, we expect this low to be moving in a direction that will put it right, probably passing over Montauk. Now, with that idea, we think that the changeover will be limited around here to ice, rain, snow, not expecting it to really drop the totals very much at all. And the changeover will probably be an hour, maybe 2 if we're lucky, to ice mostly, but maybe a little rain toward the island. And just on the South New Jersey coastline, you could see a more wet consistency to what's falling, and probably a little icing on the streets in that direction. But I think we'll see more ice pellets and kind of sleet in town and then go quickly back to snow. Whereas north and west of the city, again, we're expecting it to stay all as snow during the entire period. Now, we've shown you these totals, and again, we're expecting 12 inches of snow in town before any kind of icy changeover, and we've already seen about 6.5 inches in Central Park, 10 inches of snow on the north shore of Staten Island. Also, Fairfield County in Connecticut reporting about 6.5 inches of snow, and north and west of the city, Sussex County, New Jersey, reporting anywhere from 7 to 10.5 inches of snow at this point already. Now, the other problem we've got to talk about, the coastal hazard. Certainly the tides are up 4 to 6 feet above normal. Winds are right now gusty out there. We've had wind reports near LaGuardia Airport of about 60 miles per hour. So we're right in the mid-range of this storm, and as bad as it seems right now, yeah, there's worse ahead for us within the next 5-6 hours. We're expecting those gusts to pick up to 80 miles per hour, probably 100 miles per hour. So all along the coastline, as you've seen in our reports, people are preparing, and the worst is not even over for that coastal flooding situation. We've got another high tide time, and as we showed you on that national map, and the reason for showing you that, the movement of this low, the low by tide times early in the morning, it's going to be practically right on top of us, and we've explained to you that the power of this system is so enormous that what it's likely to do to our coastlines when it's right here on top of us is something that we just haven't seen here yet. So sound waves are right now 10 to 15 feet above normal, or within the next 4 or 5 hours, and ocean waves will be 20 to 30 feet above normal. Now let's take a look at the radar shot, and we'll show you what's going on close to the area. You can see that the heaviest band of moisture is moving up. If you look right there, just on the south end of Long Island, you'll be able to see that darker shade of green also moving up toward Toms River in New Jersey. You're beginning to see that heavier band of snowfall hitting the area, and likely that we'll be stuck with some of that for a couple of more hours now before all of this kind of passes for a moment. It's working in bands, heavier snowfall hitting in and then lighter snowfall falling in, but the winds are kind of picking all of it up and moving it across. We haven't talked about drifting snow much in our area, by the way. We've been talking about snowfall totals, and we've given you those. Also know that up against any kind of building, and likely on curbsides, any place that this snow can collect, you're going to see heavy, high drifts of snow, probably above a foot. Now, what we're showing you now is a satellite picture, and we're showing you, even though there's a glitch in that one item, how the lighter clouds are all the way down through, well, southern Florida, But look at the spin, the heavier bands of moisture well in advance of that low-pressure center. The low is actually sitting right off the coast of South Carolina, which would be kind of on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see Florida there in the clearing. You can also see Georgia and South Carolina. But the low is sitting right there, and those light gray areas of clouds and the heavier bands of moisture are all revolving around it. This will tighten up within the next 3 or 4 hours, all that circulation that's just to the north of us. And basically what that means is we're not out of it yet. We certainly got several more hours of rough weather ahead. I think we'll probably be in this thing until 10, 11 o'clock, midnight tonight, with the heavy falling snow, the strong gusty winds, just kind of getting worse and worse as the hours go on, typically throughout the night. Maybe it'll start to ease up a little in the morning, but we're still going to hold off on the ease-off timing for that for a little while. We just don't want to say that yet as we're watching this system begin to move up in our area.
When you look at, thanks, Sam.
The density of that system, I mean,
Yes,
that is
to see it stretch as far as it is.
But
It
it's just completely dense, this white band. It's really frightening to see that.
And to see it come circling back to us, that's, you know, that counterclockwise. It would be great if we could see it flare out into the ocean, but this is coming right at us.
It's hitting. It's certainly hitting.
Nothing we can do. Certainly it's pounding the coast, and
Jersey has really been hit. As we've been checking through the morning, New Jersey's really
12 to 20 inches of snow, central New Jersey, the 5 boroughs of New York City, lower Rockland and Westchester counties, western Long Island, and most of the shoreline of Connecticut. 10 to 15 inches of snow out on the eastern end of Long Island, the easternmost part of coastal Connecticut, south central New Jersey, and then 6 to 10 inches of snow, generally some areas a little bit more down in southern New Jersey. And the coastal flood warnings are in effect for the entire tri-state region, with temperatures, I should say winds, again starting now to approach those hurricane force winds and high tides later on. We are looking for probably the worst of this stuff to start working its way in here sometime around 6 o'clock. Ralph and Carol?
All right, Alan, we will stay very close to you on that. Again, I don't see any basic change, Al, do I, from what you said earlier? You've been staying right on track there. The hurricane force winds in the 5, 6 o'clock time.
That's right, Ralph, and I'm telling you, we are watching and listening. Our windows up here are rattling, and these are, well, granted, these buildings were built in Rockefeller Center here before 1960. They are fairly stable, but in that last storm, we had windows blowing out, and fortunately, a lot of people are not here at work on a Saturday afternoon, but I'll tell you, it's a little frightening to hear up here, and we're in a fairly secure building.
Thank you, Alan. We're going to take a break. We are going to come right back, giving you continuous coverage of this dangerous storm. Stay with us for everything you need to know.
You're watching continuous coverage from News 4 New York. Storm Track.
Some of the figures that we have here now in the Channel 2 newsroom. Con Ed reports 1,500 customers without power. This includes New York City and Westchester County. Lilco says 18,000 customers are out. In Connecticut Light and Power Company, 6,400. Also Jersey Central Power and Light, 44,000 customers. PSE&G, more than 8,000 customers. The numbers may sound a bit high, but actually it's not quite as much as you would expect. Some are saying that perhaps a series of snowstorms have actually helped the situation, sort of weeding out some of those weak limbs, and perhaps that's helping out. We certainly hope so. Anyway, we're going to take a short break right now. We're coming back with more information for you, coverage of Blizzard 93 as we continue here on Channel 2.
93. This is the
Well, there it is, the storm that won't let up. And the weather and the word is woof. But hang in there because spring is right around the corner. Never mind that winter has picked up steam and has come at us jabbing and throwing left and right hooks. Good evening. Storm of 93 is packing some wallop. You know, it's got just about everything. Sleet, snow, high winds, floodwaters, thunder and lightning. We've got team coverage for you tonight of the storm. Our reporters are all over the tri-state area, from the city to Long Island, the northern suburbs, and to New Jersey. And we've got our meteorologists, of course, following things for you. Phil Schwartz is here right now, and Phil, you know, we keep calling this a blizzard and a storm, and so what's the difference between a storm and a blizzard? When are we officially, in your words, in the midst of a blizzard?
The main parameter that we look at is wind. It used to be that you had to have temperatures down below 20 degrees, you had to have winds over 35 miles per hour, and you had to have over 4 inches of snow. We've kind of thrown out the temperatures below 20 degrees out the window, but we certainly have had winds over 35 miles per hour. And we certainly have had a lot more than 4 inches of snow, anywhere from 10 to 15 inches of snow. Something interesting is happening on radar right now. Notice the bulk of the precip is to our north, kind of spotty down here to our south. We're going to continue to see a mixture of snow, sleet, freezing rain, even some rain. Some snow, sleet, freezing rain, just a sloppy mix throughout this region. Then we get this little bit of a break. Notice more precip though back here, and that's going to swing back in on the backside of this low pressure system. So don't be fooled when the precip starts to let up. We are going to see some more snow. I think storm totals will be anywhere from 12 to 18 inches. That's why we have a coastal flood warning in effect. This is a powerhouse of a storm. Coastal flood warning in effect. High tides will be around midnight for the Jersey Shore and midnight to 2 a.m. for Long Island, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. along the north shore of Long Island. The big problem are obviously the winds. However, I think the winds will gradually subside along the Jersey Shore during the next couple of hours. And by midnight, the winds along Long Island should also be slightly less and then swing around to the northwest as we get on the backside of the storm. So the storm is certainly not over, at least not yet. We have more to go through. I'll let you know a little bit later on how much more snow we're going to see. It's obviously a real powerhouse. Matter of fact, this is possibly the strongest storm I've seen in my 33 years. All right, that's going to just about do it for right now. Let's go back to John. Are we going back to John?
I'm going to take it from you, Phil.
Oh, okay.
I noticed when I left my home this morning, it was really very, very hectic. But all of the city's agencies have been working together to keep the city up and running. Penny Crone is outside police headquarters right now in Lower Manhattan. And Penny, what can you tell us?
Well, Lynn, I can tell you one thing. I am standing in the middle of Pearl and Madison, and you can see where the smoke is. I mean, the smoke. I just saw a fire engine go by. Where the snow is up to me right now. Right now, all you're really seeing here are salt spreaders and emergency vehicles. And as you just said, Mayor Dinkins just held a news conference with Police Commissioner Ray Kelly. They said everything seems to be going smoothly under the circumstances. They are saying there are 1,700 plows out, 350 spreaders, but don't expect any side streets to be plowed, at least until tomorrow. One thing's for sure, they said, New Yorkers are tough when the going gets tough. The blizzard hit New York City like a ton of bricks. It was obvious from the wee morning hours this was going to be a big one.
I would request and suggest respectfully to you that you might check on your neighbors. If you have a neighbor who's a senior or somebody who's disabled, sort of check on them, make sure they're all right.
By 9 a.m., the city was covered with a hardy blanket of snow. The optimists were out early and shoveling. Mary Arnold thought she could shovel early and get it all done. How much would you pay to have somebody shovel for you?
At least 40, 50 bucks to do a job like this if it piled up, but nobody wants to do it.
When was the last time you saw snow like this?
Oh, I was a kid.
In Midtown Manhattan, there was just a handful of people who braved the blizzard to go shopping. Most stores weren't that busy.
It's very quiet at Bergdorf.
How'd you get in?
I walk through the park. I'm a snow baby.
I got to ask you this. You got all your makeup on. You got a great... How do you look so good in this blizzard?
Well, I work in skincare, and that's where I'm going now. See who comes in for a facial today.
The residents of our great city have a well-deserved reputation of rising to confront adversity, and I have every expectation that that will be the case this time. I know that we will continue to merit this badge of honor as we join together to fight one of the greatest winter storms in the past 100 years.
Now, there will be another press briefing here tonight at 9 o'clock, and everybody is working overtime. I have to tell you, I am a native New Yorker, and they are saying this could be the worst storm in a century. I have to agree with them. I'm not a century old, but I got to tell you, I have never, ever seen anything like this. Now, George Smith is with us, and I'm sure, George, you will agree.
Well, Penny, I've never seen anything like it either, but, you know, believe it or not, this is the calmest it's been out here right now. The bay here is pretty quiet right now, and the snow and the hail and the sleet have been replaced by sort of a freezing, driving rain right now. But nevertheless, it's very difficult traveling out here right now. The Grand Central Parkway is covered with several inches of snow. Highway crews are plowing throughout the area, but plowing and sanding just don't seem to make much of a difference. A few cars got stuck along the way, and a few Good Samaritans stopped to help out. Visibility is generally lousy. You can see only about 50 yards in front of you. Generally, drivers appear to be proceeding cautiously.
So far, so good, as long as we don't get the flood.
There is minor flooding here in Freeport, though the waters haven't reached the levels they did last December. Several inches of snow have piled up along the streets here. Despite the weather, many residents are still going outside.
This is it. I'd stay here all day, but I have to go home for lunch, so and I'll probably be out this afternoon.
Others aren't so eager to be exposed to the elements.
They're actually pretty comfortable, and no wetness gets in at all.
Now, I just want to show you exactly how bad it is out here. I'm going to make a little foot impression here, and you see what we're dealing with. It's sort of a slushy snow. About 4 or 5 inches are covering the ground here along the bay, and then as you go in through town. Now, we've passed one high tide, but as Phil mentioned, there's another one coming around midnight, so the worst may be yet to come. That's the latest from here. Reporting live from Long Island, I'm George Smith. Let's go back to the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, George. Well, the Red Cross is trying to take care of as many people as it possibly can. It has set up shelters across Long Island for people who have to evacuate their homes. Now, you may want to get a paper and pencil. We are about to give you a list of shelters with numbers that you can call for more information. If you live in Nassau County, the Red Cross has set up 5 shelters across the area. They are in Valley Stream, Bayville, Glen Cove, North Belmore, and New Hyde Park. Call area code 516-573-7056 for more details. That number again is area code 516-573-7056. Now, the Red Cross has also set up 6 shelters in Suffolk County, in Copog, East Quogue, Lindenhurst, East Islip, Huntington, and Babylon. You can call the Red Cross in Suffolk, same area code 516-924-6911 for more information. Once again, that number 516-924-6911. John?
All right, thank you. Now, obviously, if you don't have to go out, don't stay inside. If you have an emergency on your hands and you have to drive, you have to have chains or snow tires. Unless you're a cab, I guess, although those guys usually don't even have to have brakes, do they, Candy? Try to take mass transit. Candy Roth is here now to tell you the best way to get around in that situation. Candy?
Yes, thank you, John. And it's been a miserable morning and afternoon for travelers, and we still have plenty of problems as we turn to nighttime. It's going to get worse, and as John just said, stay put if you can. Now, all the airports throughout the tri-state area remain closed. No airports, stranding thousands as we speak. Also, we have major problems with the transit. Metro North, who was running all afternoon. Now they say 40 to 50-minute delays system-wide. There is no Port Authority bus service whatsoever. They're having trouble, so you cannot get a bus out of the Port Authority at all. Now, they had no service with PATH trains between Newark and Journal Square. They've just got that fixed. They are now running PATH trains again, but they have major delays, again, system-wide. New Jersey Transit has no service on the Long Branch line from Long Branch to Bayhead, and major delays on the Northeast Corridor line. The Transit Authority says there are no number 7 trains at all. They're trying to provide you with shuttle buses. Also, major delays, as you can well imagine, on elevated trains system-wide. There's no New Jersey Transit bus service north of Toms River, and the DeCamp bus, which runs in northern New Jersey, has suspended all service for the rest of the evening. Long Island Railroad, no service on the Long Beach for Rockaway, West Hempstead, or Ronkonkoma to Greenport. Only passenger cars and city buses right now are being allowed across the Whitestone and the Throgs Neck bridges. The Palisades Parkway is closed to all traffic except emergency vehicles. In the Bronx, the Hutchinson River Parkway closed both ways at Westchester Avenue. That's because of the overflowing of the West Creek there. Also in Manhattan, westbound 57th Street is shut down between 5th and 6th Avenues because of falling glass. Again, stay home. If you don't have to go anywhere, stay put. In Hoboken, New Jersey, only emergency vehicles will be allowed on their roadways after 6 tonight. No cars will be allowed in Hoboken after 6 o'clock. Also in Seabright, a mandatory evacuation by 7 p.m. John?
All right, thanks very much, Candy Lynn.
Well, I'll tell you, people in the Throgs Neck section of the Bronx usually count themselves lucky for living near the water. But when a big storm like this one hits, that can change things. High winds and turbulent tides toss boats and cars around like they were toys. And when that wind whips off the water, it can stop anything in its tracks. Even people who were brave enough to venture outside. Residents say with more yet to come, They have to get to safer ground.
The big concern is the high tide tonight. If this tide doesn't go out and the wind continues to bring it in, then we're going to have all of these homes, I'd say it'd probably be 5 or 6 feet under the water. We're moving everything up, everything in the garage being brought up to the higher levels. We've got batteries, kerosene, and we're keeping in touch with everybody by telephone and trying to help out as much as we can.
Well, high tide is expected to hit Throgs Neck around midnight.
All right, we will be back with more of our special coverage of Storm 93 in just a moment.
And when we come back, we are going to check on the situation at the Jersey Shore and up in Westchester, so please do stay with us.
When you run out of Ultra Liquid Tide, don't throw it away. Fill her up with the new Ultra Liquid Tide refill. You're using less plastic. Less plastic is good for everyone, and saving money is good for you.
My name is Smokey Bear, and this is my home. A place for you to play, as long as it's not with matches. Only you can prevent forest fires.
Do you know how quick and easy it is to make a boboli?
Vittorio, tell them about the sauce.
My mother. And now it's easier than ever with new boboli pizza sauce.
Tell them it's as easy as making a sandwich.
Oh, Mama, who'd want a sandwich when they could have a boboli? Boboli with cheese, boboli with chicken, boboli with spaghetti. They're all so easy to make with new boboli pizza sauce. Look for it on the boboli rack like this. And remember, it's more than a pizza. It's a boboli.
Sunday.
Hello, neighbor.
Spend a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Can you face thank me like a bad puppy?
And all new in living color. Then, Rock thinks he's an A+ lover.
I don't want to brag.
But this Sunday, Eleanor gives him an F. What? An all-new Rock Live. And Al goes for the gold at the Old People's Game.
You're beating all the old men.
Beating them? I'm killing them. Married with Children. Sunday, beginning at 8 on Fox 5.
Styling just got a healthy new lift with the new Pantene Pro V styling line. Don't worry about styling damage. This is healthy. Pantene's got Pro Vitamins. Pro V means Pro Vitamins. They go into your hair. Want lift? Pro V's got it. All the lift you need, right where you need it. Get healthy style. Get healthy, shiny Pantene hair.
New Pantene Pro V styling. For hair so healthy, it shines.
You'll see.
Governor Florio has declared a state of emergency now in New Jersey. I don't have to tell you that the Jersey Shore was devastated by that last big storm that we had in December. And now with this one, really can just go to higher ground. Kyung Yoon has been in Seabright all day, and now that place is practically a ghost town. Kyung?
John, well, as you can see behind me, Seabright is starting to look like a ghost town. It's also starting to look like a battleground as more and more National Troop Guardsmen are being sent here to help out with the evacuations and the other emergencies that are being caused by the severe flooding and the high winds here. And these winds are showing no signs of letting up. As the day goes on, they're getting more and more fierce, and they've driven practically everyone in this town out of town. Emergency crews evacuated Seabright residents to nearby shelters, leaving the normally bustling town virtually deserted and eerily quiet, except for the sound of the pelting rain and howling wind. Officials declared a state of emergency by late morning as the heavy winds, gusting up to 70 miles per hour, combined with icy snow and pounding tides, battering the coastal town that has already seen its share of punishment this winter.
The winds don't let up, we are in serious trouble. You know, we don't have any sand left. Nothing to protect Seabright. Thank God we had the right weather information, and we're prepared for the storm. We've been out since 6 o'clock, all the volunteers, the police station, First Aid Fire Department, we're right here, we're ready.
With memories of the devastation caused by December's nor'easter fresh on their minds, residents wasted no time taping up windows, securing their homes, and scrambling to safer ground. Where are you going to be evacuated to?
Fairhaven, Red Bank High School.
What kind of preparations did you have to make?
Well, we raised everything on the first floor, raised the couches, emptied the cabinets.
And officials say that by 7 o'clock this evening, this entire town should be evacuated. Now, they warn that the high tides, the time of the next high tides, which are expected at about midnight tonight, could create an extremely dangerous situation for anyone left here in Seabright, and they're telling everyone to get out of town as fast as they can. Now, my colleague Dave Monsees is standing by in Dobbs Ferry. Dave, what's the latest there?
Well, Ki-Young, by appearance's sake anyway, it would look as if much of Westchester's been evacuated as well, but that's certainly not the case. Behind me, the Sawmill River Parkway, no one on it, though it's open. Adjacent to it, the New York State Thruway, no one on it, though it's open. Wisely, people staying home. Up here in Westchester, the problem really is not so much any difficulty with flooding faced on the coastline. Here, the problem really is one more of snow removal and the difficulty involved in that because of the hills. Snow depths passed a foot by early afternoon in Westchester, heading for a figure more like twice that. Plows working the small streets and big hills here could only repeat their routes over and over, each time losing a little more ground.
Makes it hard to see, actually. It also drifts up and it covers the road. Sometimes you can't even see where the curb stops and the road starts.
In the village of Ardsley, motorists who blithely bucked the blizzard said they could keep going for just one reason.
Four-wheel drive, Toyota City.
It's difficult, but this is a four-wheel drive automobile, and it really helps to have that.
Most were burrowed in and battened down, but there were those who chose to get out and work, like deliver flowers.
Guy calls up yesterday, places a $75 order. It's his wife's 4th anniversary. Honey, I love you, he says. I said, sir, I can't guarantee delivery. He says, look, you have all day to do it. I'm sure you'll get it to him.
What frustrated plow drivers most was the inability to keep pace with the snowfall.
And I have a lot of side streets to do. If I start doing some of my hills, by the time I come back down, it's all covered again.
And that problem goes on facing plow drivers hour after hour up here like in everywhere else. Closings in Westchester, by the way, right now. Of course, the Westchester County Airport is closed, and there is no surface bus service here in Westchester. That shut down around midday. In terms of the rest of the evening this evening, it looks like much of the county's just shut its door and stayed inside for the night, and again, wisely so. I'm Dave Monsees, Fox 5, live in Westchester. John and Lynn, back to you.
Alrighty, thank you, sir. Lots more ahead for you on this storm of 93.
We will tell you how some New Yorkers braved the blizzard.
Hit by this monstrous storm, 12 have already declared states of emergency. The entire eastern seaboard tonight is virtually paralyzed. It was a virtual whiteout from Georgia to Maine. The blinding snow creating treacherous driving conditions. High tides and fierce winds sending thousands running from low-lying areas. About 2 million people are without power tonight. The storm, being dubbed the worst of the century, was created by warm air out of the Gulf of Mexico colliding with an Arctic front. It churned seas in Florida and wrought havoc in areas devastated by last fall's Hurricane Andrew. It spawned at least 50 tornadoes.
There's a couple living in that trailer, husband and wife. The wife was sleeping in her bed and the husband was on the couch. And about 4:50 this morning, a tornado came by and just really ripped the trailer apart. She died on the scene.
Elsewhere in Florida, Tampa took a serious pounding. Miami had to deal with toppled trees. And Pensacola found itself ankle-deep in snow, indeed a rarity in these parts. And snow is so rare in Birmingham, Alabama, the city doesn't even own a snowplow. It got 13 inches of snow today. The same amount falling on Chattanooga, Tennessee, where college students on break had to deal with the unexpected.
This is spring break, we wanted to, waves and surf, but, snow will do, I guess.
Georgia is at a standstill tonight. It's one of the states operating under emergency conditions. The nation's capital resembles a ghost town. Dulles and national airports were closed, as were the Smithsonian museums. President Clinton skipped his morning jog, but did keep an appointment at the executive office building next door to the White House. He said federal teams are out to provide assistance where needed, and he cautioned people about the severity of the storm.
I think people should simply exercise caution, because it's easy to go from what seems to be a nice big snowstorm to these very rapid winds. And the more you can keep telling people when the winds are coming, I think the better off we'll be.
While the East Coast was coping with a storm of monumental proportions just 1 week before the arrival of spring, out west, this was a shirt sleeve day in sunny California.
Have theirs today, and I was supposed to have been the Grand Marshal, doggone it, and they canceled it. First time in 26 years. Anyway, they have rescheduled it in for the 27th, so I'm a Grand Marshal in waiting.
All right, we like that. Got to let you be the Grand Marshal. How dare you? Well, you know how we New Yorkers are. You know, we're a tough bunch, and not even a storm like this can bring the city to a standstill. Bob O'Brien found that for many people, it's business as usual, just as it is for Bob O'Brien.
The wind-whipped, icy pellets of snow felt like a million sharpened BBs when they hit exposed skin. This snowstorm makes some try extraordinary measures to cope, like attempting to pull a step fan out of the snow with a Jeep and a strap. Some New Yorkers turn to the ordinary and routine to pass the day of the blizzard. At Liz Russell's hair salon at 83rd and 3rd, there are 12 cutters, no waiting.
I couldn't get an appointment yesterday afternoon when I called.
Saved by the blizzard.
Exactly. Real happy with that, too.
Got big plans for tonight?
No. Videos in my apartment. My husband and son.
The salon owner had things besides business on her mind. Looked like you got a snow tan here already.
I just came from Cancun last night to this. I mean, I was at the beach having tequilas, you know? I don't care how many pesos we could pay today, but we're not going to get sunshine or any kind of nice beach.
Liz Russell wasn't the only New Yorker interested in getting out of the snow and into the sun, or the closest thing to sun they could find. Now, the people here at Portofino say that about 20 minutes on their ultraviolet tanning machines is just as good insofar as creating a tan as a day in the sun in the Caribbean. So let's just see how this customer's doing here. How you doing?
Hi.
What brought you in here today?
Well, definitely get out of the blizzard.
Yeah.
It warms you up, too. Wanted to extend the tan from the Caribbean.
As the blizzard bore down on the big town, we joined the millions who wonder where and when will this end? Perhaps some answers at Sabrina's palm reading salon at 85th and 3rd.
The wind is so close to your eyes and your face that you cannot even see.
You're seeing this from looking at my palm?
Yes, it does show that.
Eat your heart out, Phil Schwartz. She can get all this just looking at my palm. You need your computers, your maps, your satellite pictures. Sabrina, thank you very much for this accurate weather forecast. At Sabrina's Palm Reading Salon in Manhattan, Bob O'Brien, Fox News.
Maybe we could use her tonight at 10 instead of Phil.
You better believe it.
Probably be less expensive. We'll be back with more of our special coverage for you in just a moment.
And we won't get rid of Phil. Phil will be back, and he'll have a full update on this storm we're having.
Give me 7 minutes. Just 7 minutes. And I'll give you a stomach you can bounce a quarter on.
The 7-Minute Stomach, featuring Sheena's new exercise video and workout wedge.
If you want to get firm when you buckle your belt, you've got to work 3 muscle areas. Here, here, and here. That's all you do. On the video, we do a streamlined abdominal workout in a fast 7 minutes. It's the right exercise for the right muscles, using the latest, safest techniques that firm you up fast. And when you order, we even give you this inflatable workout wedge for cushion and support. Now, here's where it gets wild. When you use this video, it actually gives you the feedback you need to get with the program and stay with the program. It counts the reps. It keeps the pace. It even clocks your time. With my tape, you work at your own level, whether it's beginner, intermediate, or advanced. So if you want killer abs and obliques, all you need is my video this free workout wedge, and a VCR. It's my music you'll hear, and it's the hottest workout you'll ever see. Right, guys? I love it.
I get a great workout
I would like to have a stomach like Sheena's.
in 7 minutes.
So what are you waiting for? You want to bounce that quarter. Call toll-free and get your 7-minute stomach from Fitness Quest.
To order your 7-minute stomach featuring Sheena's new exercise video and workout wedge, call toll-free 1-800-767-3800. That's 1-800-767-3800. Use your credit card to avoid COD charges. Or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to Sheena's 7-minute stomach, Department 275, Canton, Ohio 44750. But for fastest service, call 1-800-767-3800.
Back now to Phil for the latest on our blizzard. And Phil, it's the winds that make it a blizzard, right?
Well, let me see here. I'm reading my palm.
What's it say in your palm there?
It says it's going to still snow.
You catch up quick.
That John should have been in the parade today.
Yeah.
He would have enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the blizzard, obviously the difference between the blizzard and the snowstorm is the wind. We've seen winds today as high as 70 miles per hour in certain sections. I think the winds will remain very strong for the next couple of hours, but say after 7 or 8 o'clock, they'll come down just a little bit and then come back up out of the northwest as we get on the backside of the snow. And again, we could see gusts to near 70 miles per hour, but that time the winds will be out of the northwest, say 40, 50 miles per hour. Okay, let's take a look at our satellite view, and you can see we do have a huge, huge storm system. This is just incredible. Right now, the storm system is sitting over Chesapeake Bay. That's pulling moisture in, but it's also pulling some warm air in, and that's why I think we're going to see a mixture of precip for the next couple of hours until that storm gets far enough to the east, and then we get some more snow on the backside of it. Our forecast then goes like this. Expect a blizzard warning still in effect. The sleet will be ending, but we will see some more snow with temperatures in the mid-20s. Then for tomorrow, an additional 2 to 4 inches. That will happen mainly during the morning. Wind chills near 20 below. So that's how it looks for right now. Lynn?
Thank you very much, Phil. Well, you know, this storm is far from over, so stay with us for Fox updates on the hour, starting at 7 o'clock. We'll also have a full wrap on the 10 o'clock news, plus a look ahead at what you can expect for tomorrow.
All righty, and that is our report. Thanks for being with us.
See you at 10.
That's right. See you then.
This has been a Fox 5 special report, the Storm of '93. In the tradition of great Olympic athletes comes a new champion. This Sunday, Al Bundy goes for the gold at the Old People's Games.
For people over 65, they got the edge on me. Most of their wives are dead.
Unmarried with children.
You're beating all the old men.
Beating them, I'm killing them.
Sunday at 9 on Fox 5.
Don't miss the bus. If the open road's been calling you, Greyhound's got the answer. Take any trip up to 500 miles for just $49 or less when you buy your ticket 3 days in advance. Every seat, every bus, every day. Greyhound's got great low fares to the places you really want to go. So if you don't want to miss a great deal, don't miss the bus.
To find out why Light and Lively low-fat yogurt is so smooth, we asked the experts.
Because it's big, huge, smooth fruit. They take tons of fruit and they smush it and they mush it. They put bananas and strawberries and it's very complicated.
One thing is clear. Kids love the smooth, fruity taste of Light and Lively yogurt. And it's good for them. It's in fun flavors, too. The experts are speechless. Light and Lively yogurt, an early start to eating smart. Ah!
Inside Edition tonight at 7:30, only on Fox 5.
Come and knock on our door.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Where the kisses are hers and his, Three's Company too. Come and dance on our floor.
Come and dance on our floor.
Take a step that is new.
Take a step that is new.
We've a lovable space that needs your face. Three's Company too. You'll see that life is a bar again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous.
Down at our rendezvous.
Three's Company too.
I like the sound of something hot off the grill.
Sizzler's
new home-style grill menu.
Give me some room and let me get my fill.
3 new grill entrees, $6.99 each. Grilled pork chops with chunky applesauce, tangy citrus-glazed chicken or burgundy marinated sirloin steak. And to sweeten the deal, the dessert bar is free. Each just $6.99.
From Walt Disney Pictures and Amblin Entertainment, they were thrown together on an impossible journey.
Here's towns across that.
Yeah.
With only one hope for survival.
We can do it.
Each other.
Hold on!
Don't miss the year's most exciting adventure, A Far Off Place, rated PG.
And playing exclusively with A Far Off Place, an all-new maroon cartoon. Roger Rabbit and Baby Herman are back.
Dragon baby hunting would be dangerous.
But leaving them with me is no picnic. Trail Mix-Up, rated G. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Oh. Recycling is easy when you use Reynolds Wrap. So use it for everything. After all, nothing protects both your food and the environment like recyclable Reynolds Wrap.
There are chocolate bars and cookie bars and nut bars by the score. But there's something new, and it comes in 2. Bar None's the one with so much more. Bar None's got chocolate wafers, now with caramel and chocolate cream, chopped peanuts and milk chocolate. 2 bars together are an all-star team. So ask yourself, as you look at the shelf, is my candy bar a bore? If you want the bar with the most by far, Bar None's what you're looking for. Bar None, the one with more. Bar None.
Hi, Jack. Hi, Mr. Furley. The ladies' room is...
I've already been.
One of your, friends? No, Mr. Furley, that's the building inspector. What can I do for you?
It's what I can do for you. I've been thinking, Jack, and I've got some suggestions that's going to help your business.
Mr. Furley,
You know what you ought to do? You ought to serve 1 or 2 American dishes, like pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah, frankly, I'm getting a little tired of those escargots.
Okay, Mr. Furley, I'll consider that. But in the meantime, if you really want to help me, you can save me a trip by going downtown and getting me a pot.
Pot?
Yeah, it's a special kind of pot called a tureen. I need another one for tomorrow night.
Okay.
All right, now, it has to be ceramic and make sure it's heat resistant. Okay, now I got the address. Here it is. Pots are us. Okay.
Don't give it another thought, Jack. Once you give the ball to Ralph Furley, your worries are over.
Thanks, all right.
Oh, Mr. Tripper, I have some bad news. You have a very serious violation.
A violation? Wait a second, I double-checked everything. What could be wrong?
Restroom ceilings are supposed to be 8 feet high. Yours are only 7 feet 11.5 inches.
You're kidding. You're not kidding. Come on, we're talking about a half an inch.
Sorry, rules.
Gee,
Of course, now, I may be able to smooth things over with the department.
Oh, boy, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, what's your release? Well, I've